Johnstown's going through a lot of changes. Our community is turning into this outdoorsy town that's very welcoming. And our company at JWF Industries changing, looking at the progress we've made with high technology and a family atmosphere. If you're from Johnstown, stay here, see the opportunities. If you left Johnstown, come back and see the difference in our town, see the differences at JWF Industries, the technology, and a great future here. We're at JWF, we're all about faith, family, and country.
On or off the road, Honda builds it. You want it, and the new 5-Star Power Sports Bedford County has got it. Conveniently located on Route 30, just across from the Bedford Everett Walmart. 5-Star's got a huge selection of Honda bikes, quads, side-by-sides, and tons of parts and accessories. No one stocks more. 5-Star Power Sports Bedford County.
5-Star Power Sports. You were born ready for this.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
I'm Gavin Towers, Ride MX34.
I'm Drew Adams, Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
My name's Colin Humphrey, and I ride MX34.
My name's Adam Intignap, and I ride MX34.
Check out the all-new MX34 from Dunlop.
All new MX34 from Dunlop.
Tommy here, Ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Justin Cooper, Ride Dunlop MX34.
Just Rada, Ride MX34. I'm Hunter Lawrence, Ride Dunlop MX34. Ride Dunlop MX34. I'm Hayden Deegan, Ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Jet Lawrence, Ride Dunlop MX34.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
ontrackschool.com, check it out.
Valley Automotive Group and Valley Truck Centers are the proud supporters of pro supercross rider Jeremy Hand. We've been a motocross supporter for years and big fans of Pleasure Valley and its top-rated owner-operator Jeff Cernick. Good luck to all this season from Valley.
Hey guys, welcome to Cernick Cycle World, your premier power sports destination. Come on in and check it out. We stock the best products from Honda, Suzuki, Kawasaki, Yamaha, KTM, also KA. That means we have something for the whole family. We also have a full-service parts department ready to help you with the newest parts, accessories, apparel, and gear from all the top brands. We have our 40,000 square feet showroom with over 500 new and used units, ready for immediate delivery. Easy on-the-spot financing, good credit, bad credit, we can help. And if we don't have what you're looking for, we'll get it. Come see why nobody beats a Cernick deal. Or shop online 24/7 at www.cernicks.com.
That's good stuff right there.
6 in-demand brands: Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Ford, Jeep, Ram.
Catch big savings now at Valley.
Valley delivers better value to you.
ValleySuperstore.com.
The following is a presentation of RMG Sports, award-winning championship television.
Good morning and welcome to Pleasure Valley Raceway, and this is the weekend. The Travis Pastrana Pro Challenge right here in Seward, Pennsylvania. And I am alongside my mentor and my good friend, Megawatt Matt Watson. Matt, welcome back. I mean, you've had the whole summer out on the Pro National Circuit, and now you're back to slumming with us.
No, back to our roots, man.
Yes, it is.
Grew up in this area, actually a little south of here in Morgantown, but this is home, man. This is where it's at, and look forward to this event every year. Look forward to working with you guys. Like you said, just got back from Las Vegas. Had a busy year with the Outdoor Nationals, the Super Motocross playoffs, and finals. Of course, big event here today, and then we're going to move on into Mini-O's. We've got some Northern California stuff we're going to do this winter, so no real rest for the wicked, that's for sure, Kevin.
Absolutely.
I'm pumped to be here today.
Absolutely, and as am I, and everybody else. Beautiful weekend. We had rain all this week, so that the track is in mint condition. 42 motos today, and then we're going to repeat tomorrow. But we are going to have the Open Pro running, or Open Pro-Am running today, both motos, and then of course the 250 Pro-Am tomorrow. But,
looking forward to both of those
oh,
motos,
absolutely.
no doubt about it. We've got ideal conditions here today. A little bit overcast, Kevin. We're going to be right about that 70 degrees, so going to be good for the bikes, the bodies, the track workers, everybody. Going to be ideal conditions. Going to keep a right amount of moisture in there. Going to be traction all over this facility today.
Now, yesterday we had the West Kane last man standing, and, of course, Vinny Lahovey ended up in third, Marshall Welton in second, and Preston Massiangelo, the Canadian, came in and took it all. It's $2,500 for the last man standing race yesterday afternoon. As we get an overview, a big thanks to Sky King. Sky King, you remember that old show on Saturday mornings?
Yeah, Sky King.
Well,
for
Sky
sure.
King, we got our own now. And let's take a look at the track. We're going to get an up close with Cole Lute. And we'll ride you around there. Cole taking off here in the 250B class underneath of the Plum Contracting Bridge into the LMR tire first turn and head down the sweeper, which we call the head of the dragon. As they make that turn, they head towards the the fuel factory launch. That's the fuel factory launch. And then they're on to the Tom Cycle Dragonback. Dragonback, one of my favorite tracks, features around here. On the East Coast. It's so forgiving on something like that to have tabletops. Now through the tail of the Dragon and head down the Himmler excavating downhill.
Always a lot of action there, Kevin.
Oh, yeah. And then we go into the Team Green switchback, or chicane, whichever you want to call it. And then down to the pond turn. The pond turn being the halfway point of one lap. Nice mountain there. And from there, they head up the MX6 Racing triple-double, double-double-double, or six-pack, as Dean Dias calls it. Down into the Little Valley, up into the Cernix Racing Bowl Turn. That gets deep, and you really, really have to get creative. Next up is the Fly Racing Triple, and then, of course, into the Cat Off Camber. And watching it last week, you see there, you can see it's kind of tame looking. It ain't going to be.
Yeah,
it gets deep.
That's a nice thought. Okay, it's not going to look like that long, Kevin. That
No.
thing's going to get nasty. It's going to get ugly. It's just going to get rougher than a night in jail. There's no two ways about it.
So there you go past the Pro Action finish line and then up over the Dunlop Tire Tunnel. And that is one lap on the Pleasure Valley Raceway. So we're going to be starting up in just a couple of minutes. Collegeboy and Schoolboy is the first class on here. Looks like the Pro-Am will be motos 25 and 42. So the last race of the day will be the second moto for the Open Pro-Am. And you can look at the sky. It's just a beautiful, beautiful weekend here in western Pennsylvania. And I noticed that next Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, lows in the upper 40s and highs in the 60s. So enjoy it. This is the last of your Florida weather for the year.
Absolutely. And we've been really blessed. A lot of rain south of here. Temperatures up and down over the last week or so. As recently as yesterday, they were talking about scattered showers this afternoon, possibly. Almost all but gone, down to like 20% maybe of a passing drizzle. So that's what we're looking at for precipitation today. So going to be amazing conditions, not only the weather, not only the cloud coverage, that kind of stuff, but as we talk about for our spectators, for everybody in the crowd, going to be a really comfortable day, not just for the athletes, but for everybody involved.
Oh, the only thing uncomfortable will be out on the track because it's going to be hot and heavy racing. The Himmler Excavating boys did a fantastic job on the track. Went through all of practice yesterday up into the West Kane event. Nothing needed. It was just a beautiful day. And look at it now. Absolutely gorgeous track. That is our view from the Dunlop Tunnel Jump. And it's, of course, Ezra Beasley claims that he is the chocolate cake guy. Well, I'd have to say that
Ezra
Jeff
don't
is
know.
in charge of the fudge.
I love Ezra.
The fudge brownies.
I love Ezra. They do a good job over there. Of course, them and the MX Sports team at Budds Creek do a fantastic job. And when we look out here, it's hard to dispute, though, that when we talk about Duncan Hines, when we talk about cake mix, that's a perfect example right there, okay?
Absolutely.
That's double chocolate, son.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And they're just finishing up with the excavator out there, and we have the Collegeboy and Schoolboy coming up to the line right now. Again, in the Collegeboy, it'll be Alexis Huber, Jake Lesko, Landon Shank, Donovan Sante, Travis Beam, Jake Souter, Cole Shannon, Vince Rochwell, TJ Squibb, Tyler Haggerty, Isaac Bennett, Brady Lansendorfer, Joe Morrow, and Axel Neff. And the Schoolboy 1, Cole Tunstall, Oscar Joseph, Jay Potter, Joe Fiedler, Cole Viard, Joey Quinn, Lincoln Bartholomew. Well, that's a big stack of papers there for 42 races. Skylar Bentley, Nolan Murphy, Jaden Smeltzer, Braden Rader, Chase Dashel, Jeff Roque, Zach Labar, Hayden Dupuis, Briar Stesick. I love watching Briar Stesick out of Colliers, West Virginia. Good racer. He's getting there. Lucas Cook, Travis Schneider, Grady Mansfield, Jackson George, and Landon George. So that's the first two up there. I'll say, or I'll repeat again, at Moto number 25 will be the first Open Pro-Am, and Moto 42, the last race of the day, the second Moto of Open Pro-Am. Hey, we here at RMG Motorsports and, of course, rmgsports.net welcome you, and tell all your friends it's free. You can watch races all day.
Yeah, that's incredible. Jeff and our friends, of course, at the broadcast, really stepping up and providing this coverage for everybody. Like you say, you can sit at home, you can get a bunch of stuff done. Maybe didn't have the time to spend all weekend here, maybe try to get out tomorrow. But nonetheless, you can sit here and you can join us all day long. And when I say all day, folks, I mean all day.
Oh, it
all
will be.
day long. We are going to have motos, going to have great coverage, and so pumped about the addition of Sky King and the Cam, the drone right there. Unbelievable footage we're going to get for you today, and looking forward to bringing you guys great racing. I want to say thanks to our friends at On Track School, Andrea Lieb and her entire team down there. Going to keep us from raising a generation of dummies.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, going to keep us from being that sport. Going to make sure that we have prepared athletes as they exit our ranks, and not everybody's going to get a factory ride, and those that don't, On Track School is going to make sure they're prepared for the real world.
Absolutely. You know, it's amazing that Travis Pastrana made it all the way through. One of the first ones to school himself, or mom and dad schooled him. Mm-hmm. But he also got his college credits done.
That's right.
He made it all the way up to the top. But, you know, you spend a lot of time on the road, as most of the riders that do the national circuit do. Mm-hmm. Even in the amateur ranks, there's still that national circuit. It's very tough.
Oh, absolutely. And, Andrea understands that. It was created through a need with her son, Mike Lieb. And, of course, we don't want to use the term homeschool, because that's not what On Track is. On Track's a fully accredited program that prepares you for college, that gets you into college, and make sure you are prepared for the next leg and the next journey in your life. So the term homeschool and On Track do not go together by any means.
I agree. Look at that starting grid.
Love it.
Jones and Roman brought in the greats, and, man, it absolutely transformed the start at this facility. It is so nice to take off on the greats rather than concrete. A lot of people had a hard time, getting off the line on concrete, and it's not easy. Especially if it's raining.
There's technique to everything, Kevin.
Absolutely.
Whether you're launching from dirt, launching from concrete, there is a technique with the grates as well. But what happens with the grates give such an amount of bite that it makes up for a little nap on the starting line, or a little snoozing on the starting line.
Oh, yeah.
Really levels the playing field for everybody.
Absolutely. And it's, Jeff Cernick is just such an innovator. He has, good Lord, I'm up here, and every single race this season has been broadcast on television.
That's right.
And there's other promoters that are going, oh my God, I got to get this. How do I get this? And it's, you know what? Jeff put himself out on a limb last year and tried to do the subscription. Well, this year he decided, along with Jared Rumsberg, that, you know what? Let's put it out for free, and we'll get the sponsors involved.
Absolutely.
So we have the Jones & Roman start line, the Plum Contracting Bridge, the LMR Tire first turn, and you're going to hear me say it all day, but hey, you know what? You're watching television for free. So
absolutely.
You can get all your friends over, be bench racing, drinking adult libations in the garage with the TV on, and watching motocross racing.
You bet.
And I think for the youth regional this past summer, 20,000 views.
Wow.
In and around the world watching the regional race right here on rmgsports.net.
That's incredible. Jeff and I talked about the numbers from this event last year, and I was really surprised and excited about those numbers. Now, people getting familiar with it, they understand that it's accessible, it's available, and starting to take advantage of it. So looking forward to seeing some great numbers this weekend. And if you're at home listening, make sure you tell all your friends, family, hey, maybe you guys couldn't make it up today, but hey, here's an opportunity for you to watch it. So make sure you let everybody know that might not be having us tuned in yet.
Hey, we just got a look there at the cat off camber, and it's funny. Yesterday, the preferred line was up top, but there was such a mix. And there's a Steve Roman line where he comes in low and jumps up to the top. And then, of course, exiting the top, there's like 25 lines across there.
I mean, that thing is nasty. That's nastier than the fruitcake at Aunt Ethel's Christmas party. I will guarantee you, bro. You look at that. That's gnarly right there.
How'd you know I have an Aunt Ethel?
I just looked at you. Kevin, if anybody had an Aunt Ethel, it was you.
You
there
got
was
that
no
right.
doubt about it. So. But all joking aside, going to be a lot of passing going on there. Going to be a game changer for somebody throughout the course of the day.
Oh, absolutely.
Motos will be won or lost right there in that off camera. No doubt about it today, Kevin.
Yeah, you know, it's going back to Budds Creek years and years ago when Jason Lawrence passed Ryan Dungey in the off camber.
Yep.
And, of course, you know, Ryan comes up to the tower, and the team manager, Roger DeCosta, just shook his head at him. It's like, you know, he owned you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's that off camber it'll make or break you.
You better believe it. And one of the most notorious off cameras around, of course, here at Pleasure Valley. Want to thank our friends at Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar. As you see, brand new equipment out there, Kevin. Not back row rental junk.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, not trade-in crap that somebody needs to get rid of. No. Matt Curry, TJ, the entire crew over at Cleveland Brothers, they make sure we have everything we need here to put on a amazing race and have the best possible service. Right there's one of those front end loaders right in front of us. Whether it's an excavator, dozer, skid steer, Cleveland Brothers has everything you need for your small business, your contracting company, or that major overhaul you may have somewhere. Take a look at that excavator right in front of us again. Not back row rental junk. Brand new equipment from TJ Cleveland and the entire staff over there. You know what? Nobody knows dirt better than Caterpillar.
Absolutely.
And nobody knows Caterpillar better than Cleveland Brothers.
You got that right. And something cool for here, the operating engineers have brought in a simulator.
Oh, very
cool.
cool.
So you can go over there and sit in the simulator and do earthwork.
Awesome.
So just something that, you know, Cleveland Brothers like, you know, let's bring in the operating engineers and let's do this right so we can actually show.
And, you know, those guys are double dipping because they're actually recruiting.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they're looking for somebody who really knows how to operate that thing. And always, if you're tired of a job, if you're stuck in a dead-end job, you're clocking in and out every day, all you need to do is stop down right below the tower here, see Matt Curry and the entire recruiting team. Cleveland Brothers always offering an opportunity to give you a career. Going to be paid vacation, 401.
Oh, yeah.
Going to be insurance, full benefits from day one. And you're going to work on the greatest equipment in the world. You're going to be using the latest tools, technology, and get training from day one. So stuck in a rut, got a daily job that you're not crazy about every morning, stop by and see our friends at Cleveland Brothers. They're going to turn you on to a career.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. And, you know, I stopped over there yesterday. The big piston they have sitting out there, the 3500 series, I had 5 of those as generators, 3508s, the biggest cats out there. We had to run 3 of them just to run the ship when we were doing maneuvering.
Wes and I thought that was a cheater piston from Loretta Lynn's. Wasn't sure what we were looking at there to start with.
I want to see you kick that one.
Now, I grew up in a dozer shop, and what's funny is the dozer shop I grew up in was Beckwith Machinery, and it was bought by the Cleveland brothers just as my dad was retiring and stuff. So got kind of a connection there as well.
All right, I see our card girl up there as we are getting ready to start Moto number 1 on this Travis Pastrana World Cup Challenge weekend. Preston Massiangelo makes it a World Cup right there.
Hey, Massiangelo, I'll guarantee you that guy's been on a tear the last couple of years.
Oh, he has.
We've announced that guy's name all over North America. And the guy's a gamer, no doubt about it. So just about ready for our first gate drop of the day. Looking forward to this, Kevin. Going to get things up and rolling.
So I believe that most of the amateurs will be 4 laps. The A classes will be 5, and when we get to the Pro-Am, I believe that'll be running on time.
On time, yeah. Mm-hmm. So still got just a moment to go. See some open gates right there. Still see some folks that haven't got their whole shot devices set. Still have to go through those starting procedures, but just a few moments away from getting that first race started. Looking forward to that. Want to see how this track develops here this afternoon. We've talked about the prep. We've talked about the moisture content. Take a look at that starting line.
Oh, that is gorgeous.
Absolutely incredible, no question. Glad to see all of our American flags showing up bright and clear there. Love to see that. As you roll into Pleasure Valley, one of the things you look for are the flags
American
along the starting
flag.
line, man. That's for sure.
Absolutely. So, national anthem in the background as they get our opening ceremonies done and we get ready to race. There's a look down Vendard Road. Of course, Defiance Lifestyles right there, right across from the MX Tires. Kevin Kozad in MXers for Jesus right there. And Unreal clothing line. Lots of good things in there. Moto Boots is motoboots.com on the Vendors Road. And again, this is the event. This is it. Every fall, Western Pennsylvania, let's go watch the motocross at Pleasure Valley.
Well, Kevin, that's going to do it. National anthem taken care of right now. Going to get the sign to fire them up. Going to see that card go into the air here in just a moment. Going to be racing here at the Travis Pastrana Pro Challenge at Pleasure Valley Raceway 2025. 1,400 riders here this weekend, Kevin. Wow. Incredible participation. And, again, just looking forward to seeing some gate drops, and that's where we're at. As you can see, the smoke coming off the starting line right now. 2 card is up, so we're just about ready to get Moto number 1 kicked off.
The smell of 2-stroke oil in the morning. Here we go. Up underneath the Plum Contracting Bridge into the LMR Tires first turn. And let's see. It should be 547. Not showing it. Possibly Brady Landstorfer. We'll check and see. So make their way around.
Coming through that fuel factory launch, making their way into the Dragon's Back. Going to head for that Himmler excavating downhill here in just a moment. Already starting to see things heat up just a bit out front. Starting to see a challenge, a bid for that second position right now. Leader trying to make a break for it.
Top 3. And a good challenge there.
All Yamaha mounted, 1, 2, and 3. Blue Crew Brigade working their way through right now.
As they come around the pond turn, head towards that MX6 triple-double. MX6 team well represented here today. Marshall Welton and Tyler Stepek, both on the MX6 racing team, and just a really good team. I like, the way they...
yeah, I like the structure. I like the athletes they have right now. And you know what? I like the objective. They've got realistic goals.
Look at this battle for the lead.
Well, we talked about this off camber. Here we go. First lap, and already off camber comes into play. New leader.
Boom!
As they work their way down into that finish line, Kevin. Already taking advantage of multiple lines. Green flag is out after one. Looks like that's going to be Brighton Carroll in the 483. So the 510 was Joseph Shipley. That's who we were looking at a few moments ago. I thought that was the 510, but I was thrown off by the color of the bike.
Yes.
TJ Squibb rides in third. Going to be Travis Beam on the 313 in the number 4 ride. Axel Neff, 17-year-old Axel Neff, on the 959. Suzuki finds himself 5th right now. Landon Shake in 6th, followed by Andrew Calley, Jacob Lescu 8th, Donovan Sante 9th, and Tyler Haggerty rounding out top 10 after 1.
And that top 10 run now brought to you by Podium Works as they come across the Tom Cycle Dragon's Back. Tom Cycle, very proud sponsor, and we're so glad they're here from downtown Indiana, Pennsylvania.
So we take a look at that Schoolboy 1, 12-17. Murphy leading it on the number 64. Going to be Oscar Joseph in that number 2 ride. Lincoln Bartholomew in the number 3 position. Chase Dashel in 4th. Travis Snyder in 5th as they run that running order brought to you by Cleveland Brothers.
All right. Look at this battle. And it looks like Shipley and Squibb there as they head down that Himmler excavating downhill. So there's your leader up top. That's Brighton Carroll. And you see the battle for second as they come across that fly racing triple. Oh, Brighton Carroll he's two-stroking it. He is loving life.
Nice job. Yeah, nice job. Had a little manual through that rough stuff there. Just carried the front wheel. Like you said, working into this number 2 position. Starting to see that battle shape up just a bit. I believe that is going to be Squibb and Beam is who that is? Or
it's Beam,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Squibb and Beam. Shipley falls back 1 position. That's going to move, that's going to keep Neff in the 5 spot, so Neff not giving up any spots. Oh, down. I believe that was that the 510? No, that was the 313 as a matter of fact. So
okay. That was Beam that went down.
Beam, yes, Beam. Got him and Squibb mixed up there for a second, but yeah, Beam is the one who definitely hit the ground. Now through on that second lap for our Schoolboy 1, 12-17, Murphy, followed by Joseph Bartholomew Stesic. Travis Snyder now finds himself rounding out our top 5.
Boy, it is so cool to have Sky King up there with the drone. I know you're used to it from the Nationals, but it's just a completely different dimension for us here at Pleasure Valley to have that as they head down the Himmler excavating downhill. Starting to get deep on the inside line of that Team Green switchback.
Starting to get dicey. Coming around that pond turn now, starting to open up just a bit of a gap. Squibb starting to get a little bit of breathing room in there as well. See, Beam's going to feel some pressure from behind there. Looks like Shipley might have been applying some pressure. 483 at Carroll, though, really starting to check out, putting in some solid laps, very consistent.
There we see the fly racing triple. There's your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Shipley getting the pressure in there.
Looked like Beam, man, made a pass, to be honest with you, over that triple. Beam got a good launch. Let's see if we show anything different as we go through timing and scoring. No, Squibb still in the number 2 ride. Beam still in the 3rd place. Maybe that was Squibb that really sent it there over that triple.
There's the white flag, last lap.
So Neff now finds himself. He picks one up. Axel Neff comes through in the 4th position, moving Shipley back into the number 5 ride.
Now, Shipley had a bad spring, had a couple falls, and started out hurt. There's Brighton Carroll headed down that Himmler downhill, passing some lappers. Brighton Carroll, he's going for the Ironman today, so he'll be racing the pro classes, and now he's racing Collegeboy. They're trying to pick up as much money as he can.
Carroll turned a 145 last time around. Guys behind him right in that 147, 149 range. So being very consistent, hitting these marks, putting in good laps. The number 483, trying to minimize the mistakes here today. And Kevin, that's what it's going to take. You're going to be able to, you have to be able to adapt to this track. The guy who can find the lines throughout the course of the day and make the least mistakes.
Oh, look at that line.
Do great move right there. Able to avoid that lapper. Just put himself in good position.
Brighton Carroll.
Yeah, Brighton Carroll about to bring this thing home. Checker flag is out. That's going to do it.
Yeah.
First race of the day.
And I didn't have him in here, so I can't do the sponsor for him, but Brighton and Brian Carroll out of Vineland, New Jersey. Glad to see him out there.
And still got a battle going on here.
Yes, we do.
Threw that off camber.
2 Yamaha and Suzuki, excuse me.
I believe that's Neff sitting back here in the 5th place on that Suzuki. Was trying to make a move late in this one. He was sitting in that number 4 spot, not able to pick up another one here on the final lap, but great job by Axel Neff.
All right, so it's going to be Brighton Carroll with the win, TJ Squibb 2nd, Travis Beam 3rd, Axel Neff 4th, Joe Shipley 5th, Jake Lesko 6th, Andrew Cali 7th, Tyler Haggerty 8th, Donovan Sante 9th, and rounding out the top 10, Landon Shank. That's brought to you by Fuel Factory. And, of course, in the Schoolboy 1, Murphy will take the win, Bartholomew in 2nd, Joseph in 3rd, Stesic in 4th, and Dupuis rounds out the top 5. Next up is race number 3. Race number 2. And that's the Pee Wee Open 4-8. Gas Electric and Pee Wee Open 4-8. Division 2. So 2 divisions of the Pee Wee Open. Gas and electric.
Going to keep us on our toes here in this one, Kevin.
Oh, yeah, my God.
Got to be on point. Got tiny numbers down there. Going to do our best to get an idea as they work their way around.
43 total racers.
And that looks like 43 racers on the track right there.
Well, it's Division 1 and 2. That's Division 1, and that is the 42. And I think that's going to be Brock Norris, the 44. We'll see. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it looks like a 4 there. There we go. So Norris getting a great start, putting it to good use right now already. Has that clean air, got good vision right now. Not going to be pulling any tear-offs, not eating any roost. So
that's a battle for 5th through 7th right there.
Nice move by the rider on the inside. Picks up a twofer. Got a little BOGO there. Buy one, get one. Picks up a couple spots.
Oh, I like that outside line. And rider down. So he's getting deep already. Of course,
yeah, already see a little bit of a struggle right there from some of the smaller wheels. And again, thanks to our drone coverage, able to pick that action up.
As they come up, the MX6 triple-double.
And Kevin, these youngsters just launching it. Absolutely sending it. You know, just a few years ago, would have been jumping halfway, been doing some rolling stuff. Not anymore. These youngsters in full send. Absolutely, full send mode.
There's our leader, the number 44. And we've got 2 44s out there. It's Jet Tincher and Brock Norris. I believe that's Brock Norris. There's our 2nd and 3rd coming up through the Caterpillar off camber. The little guy, I think, taking the bottom, thinking he's going to be safe. Well, look at the guy on the top.
Those were the two most extreme lines you could have, Kevin. The very top and the very bottom. And look at this. They're grip to grip. Yeah, they're grip to grip, Kevin. Tells you about the complexity of the course. Tells you how raceable this course is and how fair and equal the lines are. Incredible racing.
Okay, so that Reniker in 2nd and Cash McKnight in 3rd. Jeff Tincher in 4th. Camden Finale rounds out the top 5. On to the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LMR Tire first turn. Got my mix all talked up.
There we go. Leader starting to make a break for it right here. Take a look at this. Really starting to see a gap open up. They work their way back down into the back section of the track just before we get into that launch factory or the fuel factory launch area. And you can see your leader right now being very cautious, trying to work the outsides a bit there, Kevin, trying to find those smooth lines.
Brock Norris out of Burgettstown, Pennsylvania on the Minton Cycle Driven MX Thor PR2 Dirt Care Hydropower Tri-State MX Tires Sengi Graphics and Fly Cobra.
Got it covered there.
Yeah, he does. These guys have more sponsors than I ever did.
Yeah, man. We'll take a look right now. Starting to see a little bit of dog paddle there. I believe that was in the number 2 ride.
Yep.
So I believe we have a new second place. That might be McKnight that moved himself.
Look at that outside line.
It's the long way around. If you can keep the momentum up, it really works. But right now, the last couple laps, guys on the inside have been able to just kind of work it through there a little bit because it's a long way around that outside.
Yes. But if the guy falls down on the inside, then you were a genius.
You bet. And you know what? Follow the leader, you can't pass.
Exactly.
You know, so you absolutely have to try those different lines, Kevin. And we're going to see a lot of lines develop throughout the course of the day down there in that bottom corner. And already Norris checking back in after 2 starts to open the gap. About 3 seconds is the gap back to second place right now. That's going to be Reneker as he checks in on the number 101 machine. I believe that was McKnight. Let's see if he checks in right now. Should be the 21, I believe, made the move. Waiting for him to check in here.
Look at the gap that they have built up. That's amazing.
Oh, they've absolutely checked out. When we talk about Norris and Reneker, 2:20 for Norris last time around. But look at this. Reneker turned a 2:17.9. 2.5 seconds quicker, basically. So the 101 of Reneker not getting the start he wanted, but definitely burning down some laps.
Absolutely.
And that is McKnight that moved his way into the number 3 spot. So the 21 Cash McKnight, he finds himself right third. Tucker Vance in the number 4 spot all of a sudden. That's going to put Tincture back into the number 5 spot.
So here they come into the LMR Tires first turn. That's our view from under the Plum Contracting Bridge. Hanging tight. It's a good race out there. And Division 2 did not make it out. That's going to be a separate race. There's our leader. The lapper, he's probably looking at him like, how did you pick that line? So the Pee Wee Open gas electric combination race, 4 to 8 years old. That's everybody out there in a 50. And these are the Go Fast 50s. So Brock Norris, watched him here last week having a great weekend, and he's starting it off good this weekend.
Norris likes that low line around that off camber. Looks a little bit wider down there at the bottom. Might not be quite as bumpy right now, but the more riders that use that, we know exactly what's going to happen there,
Absolutely.
Kevin. Leader comes through, picks up the white flag, so 1 to go for Norris here in our second race of the day. Now opens that gap up. Last time, well, still
Reneker,
showing about 2.1. Yeah,
Reneker
Reneker not going away.
2.15 seconds on his lap, and 2:15.715 on that lap, and 2:16.242 for Brock Norris, the leader.
So a half a second quicker still was Reneker in that number 2 ride.
And he's 2 seconds back, so it's going to close up if they can keep the pressure on. I don't know that Brock Norris can, sense him coming and put more power onto it. I think that he's pretty tapped out. He's going as fast as he can.
Yeah, I think he's at full pace. And right now, there you see Reneker trying to close the gap. You see he's got a good pace going. McKnight not going away by any means. He's still back there in that number 3 position. Yet to check in. Now, the leaders of Norris and Reneker have absolutely checked out on this crowd. Now, look at this. Norris has to work his way through some moving obstacles, the lapped riders. Is that going to play into the favor of Reneker? Is Reneker going to get hung up now?
Yes. That's the $1 million question.
And no, Reneker goes to the inside, tries to make it work. Able to pick up some speed. Norris tries to defend. Look at this battle for the lead right now, Kevin.
Here we go. Around the pond turn. Half a lap left as they come up the MX6 triple-double. What a battle.
Yeah, Reneker got a good drive. Norris knows what he has to do, though. He has to defend. Can't leave that inside open. Reneker resets, grabs another handful, goes back down to the inside. Now he has a lapper in front of him.
Oh,
Great move. Wow. Just
Wow.
threaded the needle right there. Great move by Reneker.
Up over top of the Fly Racing triple. And going to make the left-hander. Let's see what they do this time. Oh, he goes up. God, no, he goes back to the, not quite the bottom, but definitely third off the bottom.
Yeah, Norris likes it down on the second floor down there.
No nosebleeds there.
No, absolutely. He got a good drive out of there. Checker flag is out for the number 44. A little one-legger there. Shows us some style, does Brock Norris on the number 44 machine as he takes the checker flag, brings his bike home in that number 1 position. Reneker having some issues there. Not sure if he went down. Saw a big bobble. I'm not sure if that is Reneker. Reneker had a big bobble there, so may have hit the ground.
That was shot. That was one of the lappers.
Mm-hmm. So waiting for Reneker, McKnight, Vance, Tincture. Checker flag continues to fly. Race number 2 coming to an end. Brock Norris convincing win. Turned to 2:14.8 on that last time around. Still waiting on second place to check in.
Oh, it's a shame.
So who's coming up next, Kevin?
All right, we got division number 2 of the Pee Wee Open, 4 to 8 gas electric.
Division 2 on the gate, ready to rock and roll.
All right, so it's Easton Owen, Kingston Natali.
There we go.
John Natali's son.
Yep.
Then we got Rowan Stiles, Cade Schwartzfeger. He's a fast rider. Rivers Rice, he had a fantastic week last weekend. Maverick Duffy, Maverick Manser, Beckett Manser, Indigo Spinacola, Max Rustler, Cole Caldwell, Rayton Riley, Nick Black, Bryson Bell, Oakley Harkins, Nick Kaka, Maverick Chan, he's another fast rider, Jack Fote, Lenal Bussey, Jet Allen, and Liam Carlson. So watch out for the 318 of Maverick Chan. He missed last week. Cole Caldwell was very fast last week. Maverick Manser always up there, but Rivers Rice also one of the fastest ones out there. Cade Schwartzfeger, another fast rider. Rowan Stiles, this one is stacked.
No question about it. It is official now. Top 3 going to be Brock Norris, Carter Reneker, and Cash McKnight
Guys,
in
I'm
Division number 1.
Pee-wee, Division 1, 4 to 8, the open class. I'm with Brock Norris. Brock, got a good start there at the beginning, man. You got a whole shot. You led it the whole way through. Tell us about your race.
It was good. Had a good start and just rode my race.
Who do you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, PR2, Mitten, Dirt Care, Driven MX, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, and everybody else, thank you.
Guys, that's Brock Norris, your Moto 1 winner. Congratulations, Brock.
So I want to start that clothing line company. And everyone else I forgot.
And everyone else I forgot.
Podium wear. So, all right, we are rating for division number 2 of the Pee Wee Open, 4 to 8. And I think they got to get a certain amount of track clear. It's not like you're putting Pro-Am after the 50s, but 50s after 50s. Got to make sure it's clear.
Yeah, absolutely. Want to make sure we have a safe distance before we release this second gate here. And my goodness, Norris just put on a clinic for us there on that number 44 machine. Reneker having some issues on that last lap. Puts him about 132 back. Cash McKnight really came up onto the rear fender. Reneker not able to make a move there. Going to be Tucker Vance in the number 4 ride. And Jet Tincture going to round out our top 5 in Pee Wee Open 4 to 8.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, good morning and welcome to Pleasure Valley. We are here for the Travis Pastrana World Challenge, and we are ready for division number 2 of the Pee Wee Open, and welcome to the RMGsports.net broadcast worldwide of this great race at Pleasure Valley. I'm Kevin Bailey, the Moto Mouth. I'm here with Megawatt Matt Watson. Just coming back after all the nationals, and we are just proud to be out here doing a doing what we love.
Yeah, love coming home, man. Love doing this. Again, just a couple hours down the road is home for me. You know, we talk about Pleasure Valley, just one of the staples here on the entire East Coast. And as far as we're concerned here, PAMX, it is ground zero, man.
Oh, absolutely.
It is where it happens here at PVR. I want to thank Jeff, the entire team. What an amazing job they've done this week. Not an easy job, Kevin, with the amount of rain that fell over the last 2 weeks. And, of course, putting that Cleveland Brothers new Caterpillar equipment to good use and really giving us a number one track here this morning. Looking forward to it as we go into division number 2.
Here we go. Off the line. Moto number 2, division number 2. Look at that. I think that's Rivers Rice there. Wow. Railed the outside.
Around the outside.
Railed
seemed to be the line there, Kevin. Holy cow. Picked up about 5 positions, I think, around the outside.
Oh, my
Great
goodness.
run. Going to get an ID on who that was here in just a moment.
There they are at the head of the Dragon, headed towards the Fuel Factory launch. That's the jump right there. And then on to the Tom Cycle Dragonback. 22 riders in this second qualifier for the Pee Wee Open. And that is the 49 or 48 of Beckett Manzer, maybe. Down the Himmler excavating downhill and into the Team Green switchback.
Yeah, your leader had a small hiccup there at the top of the hill. Able to gather it back up, but look right behind him. A battle really starting to develop, Kevin.
Absolutely. Here's your top 4 on a breakaway as they make the pond turn and head up the MX6 triple-double. And, of course, on these little guys, every molehill is a mountain. So this is like going to Unadilla for them.
Yeah, it's amazing what these youngsters are doing. You know, a few years ago in this class, we're still talking about starting, stopping, you know, things like that. Right now, we're working on racecraft, Kevin.
Yes.
Setting each other up,
Absolutely.
working on passes, working on airtime. Just incredible to me when we talk about riders 4 to 8 years old showing this kind of knowledge in racecraft.
Here we go. There's a left-hander into the Caterpillar off camber. Oh, fourth
rider
place
down.
Takes a bite of dirt there. Oh, that is deep for them.
But great job by the top 3. If
Absolutely.
you notice, did not get in that rut, Kevin. Did not allow those small wheels to fall down into that berm. Able to ride up on the high side of that off camber. Great job by Maverick Manzer, Raiden Riley, and Rivers Rice.
So I figured that was Maverick Manzer, but I thought Rivers Rice, look at Schwartzfelger right there in 4th, Easton Owen in 5th, Maverick Chan back in 6th. A lot of powerful riders right there.
Yeah, I talk about Nick Black, Cole Colwell, as a matter of fact. You mentioned Maverick Chan, Easton Owen. These guys not going to be content back there. These guys going to pick the pace up here. Not really going to let the race come to them at this age. These guys are just going to go pin it to win it right now. Going to risk it for the biscuit. See if they're able to pick up some real estate this time around.
All right, as they head through the Dragonback. Yeah, that used to be sets of doubles there, and that it was, you know, you had to commit, and if you were committed, you could get in trouble. Putting those tabletops in there just kind of smoothed it out. So yeah, you can commit, but if you don't make that second one, you at least can land on top and ride it down. So lots of thought went into that. And we see them go into the Team Green switchback. There's your top 3. Manzer, Riley, and Rice. Schwartzfelger just back behind them. Down around the pond turn.
Yeah, Schwartzfelger sitting right back there. Really has an eye on what's happening with the top 3. If anybody makes a mistake right now, he's in a good spot. Going to be able to capitalize. But look at this. Going to see a challenge for the lead right now. Raiden Rice trying to pull up onto the rear fender of Maverick Manzer.
Up into that Cernix Racing bull turn. And you can see that There's maybe 5 lines right now. By the end of today, there will be about 15 lines through there. It just, everybody's, like trying to square it off.
So Ryder down, one of our back markers, slowing up Rice just a bit. Rice was coming in hot. Take a look at Manzer and Riley again up on the top of that, but Manzer having a bit of an issue that time around, having to do some dog paddle. And we take a look at Raid and Riley, both feet on the pegs, able to get through there clean.
2 laps in. We are halfway through this race.
Still, Manzer.
Look at Schwartzfeger making a charge there as we take a look from our Dunlop tire tunnel jump camera.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention. Manzer, Riley, and Rice still in formation, but Schwartzfeger on the move. Schwartzfeger almost
here he goes to the inside.
A half a second to a second quicker than your top 3 with a 224.8.
Wow, and he got Rivers Rice. So Schwartzfeger now moves up into 3rd place as they come down into the head of the dragon.
And he's not done.
No, look at that. He's making a move on 2nd. And he's taking 2nd. Look at this. He's going for the twofer. Boom!
Just got a threefer.
All
right, just got a threefer right there. No coupon necessary. Just add throttle, and that's exactly how it's done. Schwartzfeger makes the move, started in turn number 1, carrying the outside line there on this 2nd lap, and put himself right in that first position within a matter of turns.
Buy 1, get 3. Incredible.
That's how it's done. You don't get a clearance like that at Sam's.
No. You don't even get that at ShopRite.
No. So Schwartzfeger, we've talked about his lap time. Now, Spinacola, I got to wonder. Showing in the 4th right now. Showed a 2:20 last time around. Got to wonder if might have had a little situation there. Might have had a little off-track excursion maybe. But a 2:20.6. We're going to keep an eye on that number 49 machine.
Yeah, so that may have been, I was saying Schwartzfeger, that may have been Spinacola that did that move and has taken
it might have
lead.
been, to be quite honest with you, because absolutely on the gas. And we were talking about 4th place. So Spinacola is the number 49.
Yes, and that is him.
So Spinacola able to get the 3 for last time around. What we thought was Schwartzfeger had similar bikes and similar riding gear.
So up through the Cleveland Brothers off camber. 2 different lines being used there.
Look at the top 4, Kevin.
Wow. Incredible. White flag is out, 1 lap to go. Heading into some back markers now. So Indigo Spinacola is your leader. Manzer in 2nd, Raiden Rowley 3rd, Rivers Rice 4th, Cade Schwartzfeger 5th, Easton Owen 6th, Maverick Chan 7th, Cole Caldwell 8th, Nick Black 9th, and Max Rustler rounds out the top 10. And that's brought to you by Valley Truck Centers.
Yeah, Spinacola checking out. Last time around, 2:18. Listen to this. Manzer, 2:23.7. Raiden Riley, 2:23.8. Rivers Rice, 2:23.8. Schwartzfeger, 2:22. He was on the move as well. But Spinacola, fastest man on the track by about 5 seconds.
Incredible. And he backed it up. Went from 2:20 to 2:18.
Absolutely. Turned the fastest lap on lap number 3, Kevin, as he works his way through that fuel factory launch pattern. Incredible technique.
Yes, he is rolling really well.
Notice how he keeps the bike light, Kevin. He's not really putting the bike down in the bottom of the ruts. Not really putting his feet down a lot, just a little bit of balance here and there.
Very neutral. Very neutral.
Yes, sir. Staying very light on that bike and allowing it to move.
So down into the Team Green switchback.
We're going to take a look a little further back. 11th place going to be Nikki Kaika. Going to be Oakley Harkins in that 12. Beckett Manzer in 13th. Rowan Stiles 14th. Bryson Bell 15th. Kingston Natalie in that 16th spot. Jack Fote in the 17th. Jet Allen 18th. Lionel Bussey 19th. And Liam Carlson going to round out our top 20 for everybody at home.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Kingston Natali is the son of John Natali, who is a 5-time national champion in ATV motocross.
And a great guy.
Good
if you've ever
people,
been around John Natali, the guy just makes you smile, puts you in a good mood, has great work ethic, like you said, 5-time champion, and great to see Kingston out here on 2 wheels getting 100% support from Dad. Glad to have them around for sure.
Well, it's funny because I asked him, I said, he didn't want to do quads? He goes, no. He says, and I'm back on 2 wheels now, too. It's like, oh, my goodness.
Yeah, we saw him ride over the summer. Did a great job, man. And, again, just one of those guys you love to have around. But right now, it's all about the number 49 Indigo Spinacola out there, absolutely breaking it down for these guys, putting on a clinic.
And he's on the Orlando MX PR2 VP 110 Minton Cobra out of Utica, New York. So he's been riding with Dean Dias. Dean, we'll have to call him up and tell him how good his rider did.
I know Dean's listening. Dean, send me a text. I know you're listening, man. Great job there with Spinacola, and hope all's well down there in Florida. Going to see you soon, buddy.
All right, Maverick Manser second, Raiden Riley third, Rivers Race fourth, Caden Schwartzfeger fifth, Easton Owen sixth, Maverick Chan seventh, Cole Caldwell eighth, Nick Black ninth, and Max Russler rounds out the top 10. As we get ready for race number 3, Super Mini, 12 to 16. And we're going to take it down to Andy on the podium.
Division 2 Moto 1 winner, Indigo Spinacola, correct? You're out of New York. Tell us about your race, buddy.
It was good. Had a bad start. Went down in the back. Made my way back up to first. And the track's pretty good. Pretty bumpy. But overall, it's pretty good. Not bad.
Yeah, man, you made a good pass there coming through the pack on lap 3 and then got in the lead, checked out, and went it good. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my sisters. Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. 110 Racing. Chariot Designing, Clutch Media, Scott, Mitten Cycles, Dice 55, Orlando MX, and that's all.
Guys, that's your Wee Open Division 2 Moto 1 winner, Indigo Spinacola. Congratulations, Indigo.
All right, hey, our buddy Wes Kane out there directing everything down to that podium.
Absolutely, got to have a traffic cop down there.
Oh,
and Wes makes a good one. But how about Spinacola? Got that young Marty Smith
incredible
thing going on, man.
Yeah.
You see that hair, dude, looking good.
Especially
on the
out
podium.
here in Western Pennsylvania.
You better believe it, man. That's right. Good stuff. Congratulations.
All right, Super Mini 12 to 16 is on the line. We got Judah Vren, Benton Morris, Carter Gray, Cooper Rhodes, Lenny O'Toole, who had a great week last weekend, Joe Fiedler, Mason Kusic, Bentley Hines, Logan Turner, Carson Sebastian, Bennett Weiss, Chase Dashel, Dalton Yaney, Hudson Vagel, Austin Bolts, Mason Yeager, Hayden Dupuis, Keegan McDade, Max Santiago, Xander Bodosian, Grady Mansfield, Gianna Fortuna, Jackson George, Troy Weaver, and Caleb Likens. Keegan McDade, Mike McDade's son, had a great weekend here last weekend.
And here we go, one of our favorite classes. We talk about these Super Mini riders. Oh, Kevin, my goodness, what a start here.
Wow. I still like that outside line.
Looks good, doesn't it? It's working. It's working for
right
sure.
Right now.
It'll work till it doesn't.
To the Fuel Factory launch up over the top and onto the Tom Cycle Dragonback. Let's see if we can get you some numbers. Top 4 on the breakaway. Top 6 on the breakaway.
Yeah, top 3 have already started to distance themselves. Look at this battle. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, Kevin.
Wow.
Look at 5 through 10 right there. 4 through 10.
Incredible.
Now, here comes that strategy you were talking about. Nobody wanted to go clear around. They used that middle line and the inside line. Somebody's going to rail that outside and pick up a couple spots there, Kevin.
Absolutely. It's coming.
Yes, sir.
Just for the jam up.
Yes.
You get to the top of that, you got to slow down. And
look like the water right at Kennywood, all jammed up.
Yeah. All right. Leader on the top comes through the Cernic Bowl. And over top of the Fly Racing Triple.
Now look at this. Starting to see a bit of a different setup already as they work into that off-camber. Of course, got bigger wheels than our last class, so back down into the starting line or finish line area. Who's it going to be?
That could be Bennett Weiss on the 94.
Chase Dashel on the number 96.
Oh, could be that.
Hudson Vagel in the number 2 spot on the 100X. Going to be Grady Mansfield. Dupas in that number 4 position on the 213. Got a great ride going on with his Husqvarna. Caleb Likens comes through in 5th. Joseph Fieldler in the number 6 spot. Carson Sebastian rides in 7th. Dalton Yaney in 8th. Max Santiago comes through in 9th. And Jackson George going to round out that top 10 with Judah Vren just outside looking in that 11th spot.
What a race. So Chase Dashel, number 96 on the Complete Racing Solutions MX Tire O'Neill Dunlop Lights Fuel Factory Connection Oakley Fuel Clothing Gas out of Fairfax Station, Virginia.
Man, we got a battle. That's going to be Vagel and Mansfield. Look at this side by side. Who's it going to be?
Vagel on the 100X. He's on the Fox Oakley Bell Factory Connection 139 Designs. Parker MX Cedar Hill Trucking KTM out of Selkirk, New York.
Now Mansfield's starting to get a little bit of pressure as well.
Grady Mansfield, the Canadian rider out of Oil Springs, Ontario, Canada. On the KTM, Hayden Dupuis, the 213 in 4th, applying the pressure there. Also another Canadian rider out of Alberta. Truly a World Cup, and there's our leader. That's Chase Dashel.
All right, on screen they just showed Vagel on that 100, actually in that lead position right there, actually. So Vagel, new leader, gets by Dashel. So thought he made that pass right there on the off camera, and he was able to get it done there, Kevin. And we told you that off camera was going to come into play. You know, realistically, it's the last obstacle. You have a couple rollers before the finish line, but you know, the last real obstacle is that off camber. So that's a great place to make a move before you cross that finish line.
So Vagel in the lead, Dashel second, Dupuis in 3rd, Mansfield 4th, Likens in 5th, Fiedler in 6th, Dalton Yaney 7th, Carson Sebastian in 8th, Max Santiago in 9th, and Jackson George rounds out the top 10. Brought to you by JWF Industries.
Hudson Vagel on fire, 147.6 last time around. Chase Dashel, 150.3. So basically 2.5, almost 3 seconds quicker was Vagel. But look at Dupas. Dupas comes in there with a 149.0. So he was basically a 2.5 quicker than Dashel. Will he be able to close the gap this time around on lap number 3?
Great race in this Super Mini 12-16. Race number 3 right here at Pleasure Valley. We hope you're all enjoying the RMGSports.net live stream of this Travis Pastrana World Cup weekend, World Challenge weekend. We'll call it World Cup. It's easier.
Hey, guys, be sure to subscribe to RMGSports.net. Let me tell you something right now. Not just racing. These guys going to keep you entertained all year long. Awesome free sports content all the time. RMGSports.net. Check them out.
All right, white flag is out. 1 lap to go for Vudel.
As you said, white flag is out. 1 to go.
Under the Plum Contracting Bridge into the LMR Tires first turn. And Dashel keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, only a 2-second gap right there.
Yeah.
You know what? A little mistake can become a big mistake, Kevin, here on a track like this at PVR. So keeping him real honest. So 147.8 to a 148 last time around. Gap still only about 2 seconds. And look at Dupas. Dupas still turned a 148.2. He's only about 3 seconds back behind Dashel. So a lot of racing left on this last lap.
Vagel coming through the tail of the dragon. He's got some lappers up ahead. You see the gap just there as he comes down that Himmler excavated downhill. Dashel right there. Vagel gets past the lapper. Before he gets to the apex of that turn, you see second place just there. So Vagel and Dashel going at it as they come up the MX6 triple-double. Big thanks to Sky King in the drone shot.
Yeah, incredible. Absolutely love it. You know, just really gives a perspective to those at home watching.
Oh, yeah.
Lets you see how many lines there really are. Lets you see how hard these athletes are truly working and gives true dimension to our race.
There we go, up over the fly racing triple. Takes the left-hander and the all-important off-camber, the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off-camber.
Vagel just letting that bike move just a little bit, keeps the power on. Kevin, as you can see, straightened it back out. And there, the checker flags are out for the number 100X. Hudson Vagel works his way through. After 4, take the win. Chase Dashel comes through on the number 96 Gas in the number 2 position, and believe that is going to be Dupas. No, Grady Mansfield.
Wow.
No. Dupas able to make the move there. Yeah, Mansfield was a lap down. Dupas able to make the move there, hold down that number 3 ride. So Vagel, Dashel, Dupas, 1, 2, and 3 here in Super Mini 12-16.
All right, here we go. 250C, division number 1.
Going to be a good one. How many riders in this one?
27 riders.
Oh, good gate.
Yes.
Good gate.
And then the, let's see, and 26 in the other one. So 53 riders trying to qualify for a 42-man gate.
Hudson Vagel, you are Moto 1 winner. Tell us about your race.
Got a good start, and then I was like second off the start, and then I just passed him down the hill.
Who do you want to thank?
Fox, Oakley, Parker MX, Factory Connection, and that's everybody else. Thank you.
Okay, guys, that's Hudson Vagel. Congratulations, Hudson.
All right, in the 250C division number 1, Ian Washik, Cade Coombs. Oh, here we go. So Timmy Coombs' son out there, Carson Placci, Zach Sickles, Preston Miranda, Cole Viard, Gabriel Clark, Joey Quinn, Mason Mills, Dawson Speedy. Dawson Speedy, that's a good name.
I like
it. That. Dawson Speedy. Brayson Richard, Jace Eicher, Cash Ridgely, Jaden Smeltzer, Seth Sherry, John Swope, Mike Palazian, Gavin Jensen, Jeff Roke, Preston Boggs, Colton Wheaton, Lucas Lekorchik, Nathan Holderbaum, Caden McCaffrey, Landon Buchanan, James Souter, and Ryder Conti. So that takes division number 1. That's race number 4. And it looks like they got, now it's going to be a single gate drop. Okay.
Got some players in this one, Kevin.
Oh, boy.
Definite players in this one, no question about.
Whoa, there's some bump and grind.
I believe that might have been Cade Coombs in the middle of that one.
Second is the number 28 of Joey Quinn.
They worked their way back around, try to get a ID on that leader possibly here in next camera shot. Whoa, Quinn having some issues right there. Look at that.
Wow.
Getting caught up in some of those ruts. Did a little cross rut, put that foot down, and Kevin, we talked about small mistakes becoming big mistakes. Gave up about 3 spots right there.
Yeah. It's a learning position here in 250C. But
listen, a lot of these 250C guys, they're going to go B next year.
Absolutely.
You know, they've run their course. So, yeah, this C class, it's deceptive. Top guys are really on that cusp. Some guys really getting their feet wet a little further back. So, a good group of athletes, a good group of talent here in this 250C Division 1.
All right. Leader is just off screen, but as they are around the pond turn and up over the MX6 triple-double. MX6 Racing, one of the great teams in our sport. Look at that move. Wow.
Nice move. Just run it in there tight. Knew exactly what he had to do.
Top 6.
It took control of that line, Kevin.
Yes.
Just run it in there. Very confident move. I liked it. We're going to find out who that was in just a moment.
As they bring it around, the left-hander into the off-camber. And it's funny that, they don't fear the air.
No.
But they sure fear that off-camber.
You better believe that. Green flag is out as we work our way through. Preston Miranda in that number 1 ride. Gabe Clark finds himself in the number 2 position. Colton Wedgen in the number 3 spot. That's going to be Jaden Smeltzer, followed by Joey Quinn. Jeffrey Roke in that number 6 spot. Mason Mills in the number 7 spot. Nathan Holderbaum in the 8th ride. Carson Pelagi in the 9th position. It's going to be Brayson Richard winding out our top 10.
Look at this battle.
Huge battle.
As they head towards that Fuel Factory launch. And that is onto the Tom Cycle Dragonback. Side by side. Life never gets better than that.
No, that's great racing right there. That looks like that's Miranda and Clark, I believe is who that is. That's our leader, and then Gabe Clark's on the number 25. Or is that Wetchen? Did Wetchen make a move into the number 2?
He could have.
Position.
There's 3 there.
There's a big pass right there. That might have been Smetzer's. He brings himself in.
All right. Around the pond turn. There's our top 3. Miranda, Clark, and Wheaton. Smeltzer in 4th. Quinn in 5th.
Go ahead and give him an update there, Kevin.
Hey, we want to promote the Dirty 100. The points will update after this event. Also, we want to talk about Ponca City. Ponca City coming up next week.
Ponca City, always one of our favorites, man. I got to tell you, we talk about a track, we talk about racing, and going to be October 15th for Ponca City.
Wow.
And when you think of the fall, a couple things you think of, naturally, you talk about Minios, but Ponca City, one of the oldest amateur national events in the country, and love it.
The Dirty 100. Points updated after this weekend from here.
So we did have an update. Smeltzer, that was Smeltzer on that Husky, was able to make that move. So Miranda now back in the number 2 spot. We talked about Gabe Clark having some issues. Finds himself in 3rd right now. Wetchen in 4th. Going to be Nathan Holderbaum now in 5th.
All right. Mills 6th, Rogue in 7th. Plachy in 8th. McCaffrey 9th. And Brayson Richard rounds out the top 10. That's brought to you by Valley Truck Center. As you see our leaders on the Dragonback. Man, look at that dirt. This is just
what I was getting ready to say, Kevin. Look at our soil right now. Look at the conditions we have out there. Guys can go anywhere they want. Going to be able to hook up. Going to be able to find traction all over the place. No dust, no standing water day. Absolutely phenomenal out there on the course.
Smeltzer going around the pond turn. Here's your Preston Miranda and Gabriel Clark right there as they go around the pond turn. And up over the MX6 triple-double.
Smeltzer last time around a 152.1, Kevin.
Oh, my goodness.
8 seconds. 8.3 seconds quicker than Miranda in that number 2 spot. Gabe Clark, he also turned to 2:00.3. Wetkin at 2:00.7. So Miranda, Clark, and Wetkin very evenly matched right there. But Smeltzer absolutely on another level right now on the number 67 out of Scavarna.
Smeltzer on the top. Miranda and Clark on the bottom of the screen as they make their way through that the exit of the cat off camber. White flag is out. 1 lap to go. As they come across the Pro Action finish line. Now into the LMR tire first turn.
Through traffic, working his way through some lappers. Smeltzer still able to turn a 154.2.
That's incredible.
To a 159.9.
For Miranda.
Wow. Miranda going sub 2, though, 159.9. Last time around, Miranda, Clark, and Wetchen all 2:00 point. They're able to find about a 1/10 of a second. Almost. Whoa, that wasn't Miranda or Smeltzer,
no,
was it?
That was a lapper. That was off to the side.
I saw that white. I thought it might be the Husqvarna there. I was like, oh, no.
You see Miranda as he comes through the tail of the Dragon. There's Clark all over his back fender.
Yeah, Clark not going away by any means. Clark hanging in there. Yep.
On the top as he comes around the pond turn. You can see the gap between the two. 3.
Still have that battle going on.
Miranda and Clark as they head up over the MX6 racing triple-double.
Miranda has that number 2 spot, but Clark, look at this, tries to go to the inside. Yeah,
woo!
Tries to make a short course of it. Now he sets him up for the inside on the next corner. Great racecraft right here. Look at Gabriel Clark.
Good job.
Miranda tried to do a little brake check right there, square that thing up, pivot real quick. Not able to make that move.
There's our leader. Makes the turn, that long straightaway down to the Pro Action finish line where the checkered flag is waving. So Jaden Smeltzer on the Smeltzer's Heating and Cooling Husqvarna out of Shalakta, Pennsylvania, will take the win. Preston Miranda second, Gabriel Clark third. I'm projecting.
No. He made that pass.
Well, I said projecting because Gabriel Clark got him. Preston Miranda's in third. Colton Wheaton in fourth. Nathan Holderbaum in fifth. As we get ready for 250C Division number 2. They're on the line. Getting ready to go. Austin Meyer, Stephen Tautkus, Ethan Jarvis, Braden Huff, Dylan Phillips, Colton Reitnauer, Cole Smith, Michael, Dominic Getz, Hudson Byrne, Gavin Hallahan, Aiden Dosh, Shane Kovac, Josh Saraceni, Rowan Schaefer, Andrew Yaskol, Bryson Valway, Evan Jarvis, Carter Tunstall, Ryder Mulligan, Landon King, Bryson Baird, Trenton Meyer, Travis Gorning, Cameron Beck, and Cameron Hackett. That is moto number 4, division number 2. Lined up, ready to go. 4 laps in this division qualifier for the 250C. As you look at you can see the podium in the background, and of course our card girl. Card goes up for the number 2. And of course, we welcome everybody to the RMGsports.net showing of the Travis Pastrana World Challenge. Moto number 4 on the line. Here they come. Under the Plum Contracting Bridge, into the LMR Tower first turn.
Boy, that outside keeps working, Kevin.
Yes, it does.
One of our Kawasaki riders with the early lead.
And let's see, that might be Landon King, the 5'10".
All right. And look at King already, if that's who it is.
Goodness.
He has about a 15-bike lead as he works his way into the Fuel Factory launch, headed to that Tom Cycle Dragon's back. And already taking command of this one.
Actually, I think that might be Jackson Beck out of Bel Air, Maryland, the 951.
All right, well, we're going to find out here in just a moment.
Down that Himmler downhill. There's your top 5 riders. And then it just gets congested.
Well, yeah, from 5 on back, these guys really fender to fender. Look at this group. That's 5, 6, 7, 8. All in the same corner right there, Kevin. That's as tight as it gets on lap number 1.
Up over top, the MX6 Racing Triple-Double. Used to call that the Stairway to Heaven. It's amazing how this track has evolved over the years. You and I have been here for years. And I just keep that rock in the ocean keeps showing up. We like that.
Gibraltar. All right, here we go up into the off camber.
And that is.
Whoa, got a bit of a hiccup. There's a little follow the leader. 2 riders come together. One rider slows up just a bit. Next rider hits him from behind. Now all of a sudden it is a 3-man race for that second position.
So Jackson Beck on the Team Green Beeline Racing Factory Connection Ridersville Cycle Kawasaki, again out of Bel Air, Maryland, on the Kawasaki. Rowan Schaefer second, Ryder Mulligan third, Bryson Baird in fourth, Trenton Meyer in fifth, Braden Huff in sixth, Andrew Yaskol in seventh, Carter Tunstall in eighth, Steve Dautkus in ninth, and Hudson Byrne rounds out the top 10, brought to you by Fly Racing.
We've got a burner up front right now.
Oh, yeah.
Schaefer, Mulligan, Baird, Meyer, all these guys in the middle of a battle.
Up over the top of the Fuel Factory launch onto the Tom Cycle Dragon back.
So riders starting to fall into a pace just a little bit right now.
There's the tail of the Dragon as they make their way around. Slightly better off camber on that one this week than it was last week. Last week was kind of flat, but the guys at Himmler and of course Jeff's crew here made sure that they changed it up just a little bit.
Yeah, and with the layout that we have here and the real estate that's available, able to keep things fresh, able to make small adjustments from season to season, a little tune-up here and there. So always something interesting going on here at PVR. Right now what's interesting is this race between second, third, and fourth place on lap number 2.
Schaefer, Mulligan, Baird, and Meyer going at it. That's M-E-Y-E-R, not M-I-R-E-D, which they are.
No doubt. Oh, leaders go ahead. Leader goes ahead and sends it for 3. Actually, I think that might have been our second place rider that did that. So Jackson Beck checks in. That was our third place rider that was able to send it up over to the top floor.
There we go, running down to that Pro Action finish line. Man, what a beautiful shot.
There's the shot. Look at that, Kevin. Holy cow. Right down at foot peg level.
And that is the Dunlop Tire tunnel jump. So Schaefer, Mulligan, Baird, and Meyer is who you're seeing there. Now look at that. The Beck and Schaefer. Schaefer closing it up a little bit there. Now we got a battle here for the third. Side by side as they come across that Fuel Factory launch. Oh, that's just
Baird
poetry there.
Baird knows what he wants to do right now. Mulligan trying to defend. Oh, there's a yellow flag. Rider caught up in the ruts right there, able to break free.
Yep, gets the double dab on that turn. Yeah, I remember those days where you know what you want to do and you're just not carrying enough speed through that turn.
For sure. Yep. You know, recognizing what you need to do and then the brain making the body do it. Two different things.
Oh, absolutely.
Somebody who was the best at that all season long outdoors was Joe Shimoda.
Oh,
Joe was able to really identify situations and respond when he needed to, respond quickly, and just a joy watching Joe progress through the year, coming off of that injury that happened with a pit board. You know, broken hand caused a pit board. And watch Joe work his way back through and take that Super Motocross title was absolutely incredible.
So proud of him, and especially that that last race, the charges that Deegan made on him, and Joe kept his head.
Was that Beck that went down?
Could be. No. Beck and Schaefer are through. That had to be either Mulligan or Baird.
Actually, it was a little further back. It was a green bike. It was one of the Kawasaki's. That's what threw me off about Beck real quick there. So. One of our back markers.
Mulligan up in third, Meyer fourth, Baird back into fifth now, Brayson Huff in sixth, Hudson Byrne in seventh. Then it's Yaskol, Talkis, and Tunstall to round out the top 10. That's brought to you by Hinson Racing.
Yeah, Hudson Byrne had a nice lap last time around at 2:04.0. Picked up a couple spots, now finds himself in seventh. Sets himself up in a good position for Moto number 2.
There's Jackson Beck. Down the downhill into the Team Green switchback. That's completely fitting there.
Beck, our only guy, sub 2 minutes as well. 158.8 for our leader, Jackson Beck, on the number 951 Kawasaki. Last couple laps been very consistent, very evenly paced as he works his way through again.
Less than a half lap to go for Jackson Beck. Pride of Bel Air, Maryland. And comes up over the Fly Racing Triple. One last time. Of course, he's probably looking up there going, dude, just don't be in my way when I get up there.
Yeah. So here we go up and around that Cleveland brothers off camber down to the bottom of the hill, going to come through the finish line.
White flag and the checkered flag. Never so happy to see 4x4 black and white
checkers in all your life, huh?
All your life.
No doubt. Jackson back on the number 951. Kawasaki brings it home with the win. I believe this is Schaefer checking in right now. Is that the 196 machine? Yes, it was. Yep.
So Ryder Mulligan, we're projecting for third. Yep, he gets third.
Beck, Schaefer, Mulligan, 1, 2, 3 here in 250C Division number 2.
Trent Meyer brings it in fourth. Bryson Barrett in fifth. Braden Huff into sixth. As we get ready for race number 5, we are just burning through this. Not. But great racing today. 85 911 and 85 12 to 15. So we're going to take it down to Andy on the podium.
Guys, I'm down here with Jackson Beck. Jackson, man, you're our 250C Division 2 Moto 1 winner. Why don't you tell us about your race?
Yeah, I got off to a good start. I made a couple passes early, and then I just rode my race from there.
Who do you want to thank?
Beeline Racing, Team Green Kawasaki, PR2, Factory Connection, and everybody else in my corner.
That's Jackson Beck, guys. That's your Moto 1 250C Division 2 winner. Back to you guys.
Jackson Beck's a big kid.
Yes, he is.
Holy cow. I didn't realize he had that much size to him.
All right, 85 911, 85 12 to 15C. So we'll have 18 and 19, so 37 riders out there in 2 divisions, or two drops. In the 85 911, Blake Jensen, Cameron Blair, Bradley Gardner, Caden Lazinski, Aiden Hell, Julian Lebensky, Zayden Reicher, Braden Maturko, Travis Bartley, Ryder Stone King, Tate Buwano. Tate had a great weekend last week. And looks like the 33 of Julian Lebensky on the inside with the whole shot. See how long he can hold that. Oh, what a glorious shot there. That's been a blind spot for us for years.
Yep.
As they drag race, look at this, side by side over top of the Fuel Factory launch.
Battle for the lead.
Up onto the dragon back. And now it's a 3-way battle. Julian Lebensky from Wapwalapan, Pennsylvania. And I think he's been passed. That could be the... I'm not sure who that is.
Yeah, tough to get an ID on them sometimes with smaller number plates.
Yep.
Last time around, didn't get a clear ID, so we're going to make up for it here as we work our way through.
And here I can hear the 85 12 to 15C class.
Yep.
Sounds like somebody stepped on a yellow jacket nest. Look at this battle for third.
That's pretty intense right there. Whoa, big mistake. Our second place rider kind of cross-ruts a little bit there, Kevin,
yeah,
and drags that rear wheel. That allows third and fourth place to close right up on him.
Make their left-hander into the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. And that's the 101 of Travis Bartley out of Sarver, Pennsylvania on the Steel City Men's Clinic, Siebel Auto Warehouse, Podium Works, Gas. So Travis Bartley, and man, we've got all kinds of races going on here.
I'm telling you, we got battles all over the place. Bartley, Lebensky, Utz, 1, 2, 3. That's going to be Held. Look at Held and Gardner going at it in that fourth and fifth spot. Brady right behind them. Keegan Lehrman in the number 7 spot. Blake Jensen rides in 8th. But right now, we're taking a look at Lebensky, Utz, Held, and Gardner absolutely duking it out through turn number 1.
All right. Down that sweeper. Ooh, bike laying in the middle of the track there. Not a good spot to be. 2 bikes.
Yeah, first one able to get gathered up there. Not sure if the second one was making much progress or not, but Bartley making progress, no question. The 101 out
look at
front
that battle
and
behind him. 3-way on the Dragonback. Lebensky, Utz, and Held. And it looks like Gardner's starting to join in that fray as they make the turn, head down towards the Himmler excavating downhill.
Yeah, Gardner absolutely makes his way up onto the rear fender of, I believe that's the number 9 of Held. Caution flags fly as we work our way down into the bottom, coming up to the pond turn.
What a battle here. Look at these two going at it. I believe that's Lebensky and Utz going at it.
Yeah, your leader just in front. Another rider down on that uphill.
Here's the battle for the lead. Bartley Lebensky. No, that's a 33. That's Lebensky right there.
Lebensky, I believe, made a move.
He may be the leader now.
That's what I'm saying. I believe he made a
Lebensky,
move. Yeah.
Yeah, Lebensky.
When we had that overhead shot, I lost track of the numbers, but I thought he was able to make the move, and sure enough, that's what we have right now. Lebensky finds himself out front on lap number 2.
Lebensky on the Valiant Steel Dunlop ODI 100% stomp grip Cherby Twin Air No Toil Husqvarna out of Wapalopin. Oh, I like that. Wapalopin, Pennsylvania.
So Gardner almost able to match time. Lebensky turned a 2:12.3. Gardner was actually a little quicker, 2:12.1 last time around. Then you go back to Utz, 2:19.5. Lehrman, 2:16.3.
Wow.
And Caden Brady, 2:17.4. Tells you a lot about Lebensky and Gardner and the pace they're carrying right now.
Bartley all the way back to 8th place now. Tate Pawano all the way back in 16th. He must have gotten tangled up somewhere because he's a lot faster than that. In the 85 12 to 15, Logan Turner is your leader. Mason Kusich in second. Holden Humes in third. Mason Yeager fourth. Garrett Rosenberger fifth. David Sharovsky in sixth. Easton Rita in seventh. Gianni Fortuna in eighth. Addison Platt in ninth. And Bentley Hines rounds out the top 10, and that's brought to you by Top Cycle.
So 85cc 9 to 11 out on lap number 3 right now. Lebensky turning 2:12 last time around, as did Gardner. Gardner just a bit quicker.
Still 2.5 second gap separates them, but I guarantee you that's going to go down. And of course they've got to get through a lot of 85 12 to 15C back markers. So it's not an easy run.
Yeah, and still seeing a battle here. It might be Lehrman and Brady.
The 520 and the 369.
I think it may be.
Oh my goodness.
Woo!
Again, the back markers just, ooh.
Unbelievable situation there with that off camera. You got to imagine the base of that starting to get slick, Kevin, down in the bottom of that. So if you're trying to climb out up, you got to be very careful with that throttle control. You're going to spin that bike right around, maybe give up some traction. It looks like that may have happened to some of our front runners last time around.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday with Cody Groves doing a 360 on the top of that during the West Kane Last Man Standing race.
So how about Lebensky and Gardner? Last time around they were separated by about 2/10, and this time around just about 7/10. Lebensky 2:15.2, Gardner 2:15.9. Lehrman, Brady, and Held get up into the 2:16s. Well, Held down into 2:15.6, so running a pretty good pace there in that number 5 spot.
Yeah, I see Beckett Utz back in 6 is off the pace at a 2:26 last lap. but Trayson Walters right behind him at a 2:15.
And look at Bartley, a 2:13.9 sitting back here in that 8th spot. So Bartley was up front early in this one, up near the front in this one. So Travis back on the gas on that number 101 gas machine.
All right, there you see our leader on the top of the screen, and the battle for second in the bottom. No, excuse me, that's third, fourth, fifth. So our leader up over the MX6 Racing triple-double. And you see the other ones just coming into it. Up into that Cernix Racing bowl turn. And that you don't see how deep those ruts are from that angle.
Nah, you can't really get an idea of the depth. Coming through that Cleveland Brothers off camber again. That's the 33, Julian Lubinsky, last time around 2:15.2. Had a gap of just about 3.5 seconds. I believe some of that is whittled away.
Yep, but guess what? There's that magical flag there. The checkered flag is out. Julian Lubinsky taking the win. And Gardner should be just behind him.
Lubinsky dropped that thing down to a 2:13.1 on the final lap. And look at Gardner. Gardner comes in with a 2:11.9. So Gardner had some real estate. Definitely had some spots to make up. Lehrman in that number 3 spot with a 2:12.3. Aiden Held turned to 2:11 as well.
And look at that. Travis Bartley makes it all the way up to 5th place. He got three positions on that last lap.
Yeah, running a 2:06.
Wow.
Holy cow. So Lubinsky, Gardner, Lehrman, 1, 2, 3, and 85.9-11. Going to be Kusic with the win in 85.12 to 15C. Logan Turner, I believe, going to come through in that number 2 ride and holding on. Going to take home the 3 position.
Whoa, Nelly, we got a barn burner coming. The 250B, 18 riders.
Ooh.
And this is what we live for.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby Malloy, the number 3, the 12 of Van Smith, the 12 of Drew Embleton, the 20 of Cade West, the 34 Jake Lesko, the 67 of Mike Gerda, the 100 of Hudson Vagel, the 128 of Andrew Calley, the 212 of Nico Holmes, the 214 Briar Stesic, the 223 of Donovan Sante, the 243 of Lex Luzon, the 259 of Matt Bailey, the 559 of Joe Shipley, and we're going to take it down to the podium.
Guys, I'm down here on the podium with 85cc 9-11 Moto 1 winner Julian Lubinsky. Julian, you had a good race, it looked like, man. Why don't you tell us about it?
It was good. Track's kind of technical right now, but hopefully it gets better while the day goes on. And yeah, I just rode my race.
Tell us who you want to thank, buddy.
My mom, my dad, Dunlop, ODI, 100%. My grandma, my sister, Scrap Sebastian for getting me pumped up, and Carson Sebastian, and yeah.
That's Julian Lubinsky, your Moto 1 winner. Congratulations, Julian.
All right, here we are on the line. 2 card is up. As we get ready, also out there, Joe Shipley, Brady Lanzendorfer, Troy Uber, Landon George, and Joe Morrow. Here we go, off the line.
I think it might have been Shipley, possibly.
That's the 100 of Hudson Vagel. And that could possibly be Andrew Calley. Let's see what happens. Our shot watching the Fuel Factory launch.
A couple riders collected on the downhill over there. Everybody back up on 2 feet.
That could be Shipley.
Yeah, that's who it is.
On the Kawasaki, the 559 in second.
He's taking some heat there for a moment, but able to use that inside line, open up just a bit of a gap. Now all of a sudden, the battle's for 3rd and 4th.
Yes, it is. Around the pond turn, headed up towards the MX6 triple-double. 3 on the breakaway. Now top 4. Saying, oh no, you're gonna get in. You're gonna have to include me on this one.
Exactly. Not gonna let these guys go.
So
not
on this track.
I'll be curious to see. Now here we go. 3 riders all in tow. We're going to have 3 totally different lines here. No, going to do a little bit of follow leader. And look at this. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. That's a headshot.
Yeah, let's hope that was just a little bit of a roll right there.
Yeah.
Able to pick his self up.
Hudson Vagel in the lead. Briar Stesic, the 214 in second. Michael Gerda in third, the number 67 rider. Fourth is Lex Luzon, the 243.
So Stesic was the 3-digit rider on the Cowie. Okay.
So Troy Uber in fifth, Nico Holmes in sixth, Donovan Sante in seventh, Andrew Cowley in eighth, Jake Lesko in ninth, and Landon George rounds out the top 10. Brought to you by Honda.
My goodness, going to be Bailey, Smith, Malloy, Lansendorfer, and Morrow, 11 through 15. Those guys relentless in their chase as well right now. But Hudson Vagel.
Vagel, you see, headed down the hill. There's Stesic and Gerda going at it.
Yeah, Gerda not letting Stesic go at this point.
No. Stesic, very talented rider out of West Virginia. Still hasn't come into his own, but he's getting there. He's got these flashes of brilliance, and you know they're becoming more consistent.
Yeah, and you know that's track time, that's laps, that's events that you do, and all of a sudden, Stesic now starting to feel the heat. Michael Gerda the fourth, or the fifth actually. Michael Gerda the fifth. Trying to apply the pressure, goes around the outside. Can he carry the momentum, Kevin? Not enough.
Ooh.
Long way around. Now he gets a good drive up and over the triple, puts him to the inside. Stesic says, not yet. Gerda says, hey, I'm coming back. I'm going to take the low road right here and see if it's any quicker. Definitely a little bit smoother, but look how quick Stesic got through the top.
Wow. That's local knowledge.
Vagel come through with a 148.8. Stesic 151.1. Look at Gerda. Gerda turns a 149. So just a matter of a split second between these riders.
Absolutely. Into that LMR Tires first turn. What a battle. Hudson Vagel, Stesic, and Gerda.
Looks like Gerda was able to make the move. Gerda now ahead of Stesic, the 214 back into the number 3 ride right now. Gerda had a good drive coming through that finish line underneath of that bridge.
And now he's headed after Hudson Vagel that we see right there. Down the Himmler downhill. Oh, that's getting deep.
Yeah, that's going to be brutal in there just shortly.
Yep. And I think we got some minis coming up also. 125C is the next race, and then after that, 65 711C. That's going to be a long race.
No doubt about that. Taking a look. Still see Stesic on screen. Should see the 100 Hudson just a little further up the track, or did we lose track of him?
Yeah, that's Stesic. Or excuse me, that's second place. Yeah, Stesic.
Stesic in second. Should be Gerda in that number 3 ride. Where is Vagel? Vagel was about 4 seconds up last time around. Should have still been in view in that section.
Yeah,
so Vagel.
That was him. That's him right there.
There we go.
Dunlop tunnel jump.
Yep.
Gerda in second, Stesic in third.
So that's what the call was. Now you see a red cross flag out right there.
At the LMR Tires first turn. God bless him. We don't want to see red cross flags.
Was that flag just lifted?
Yes.
Good deal.
Got the rider off.
See him down in the infield right there right now. So good.
Yep.
Everybody's on 2 feet right now under their own power.
Hudson Vagel, the number 100 rider. On the Fox Oakley Bell Factory Connection 139 Designs, Parker MX, Cedar Hill Trucking, my brother Henry KTM out of Selkirk, New York.
Now,
is Gerda coming through. You can see the gap between Vagel and Gerda right there as they come around the pond turn.
That's what I was going to mention. Starting to see that open up a little bit right now, Kevin. Starting to see a bit of distance between them.
And there, that's Briar Stesic there, the 214. And he's on the JMX MX Tire, Chris Jones, CNC Metal Masters, Skycade, Ride Dunlop, Kawasaki.
Now here's the problem we've got. The 100, Hudson Vagel's out front. On our screen it's showing he's on a KTM. He is on a Kawasaki.
Yes, he is.
So we're getting Stesic and Hudson Vagel mixed up a couple times when he was out front.
Look at the gap
and I was
there.
looking for Vagel, I couldn't find Vagel, but right there's Vagel. Vagel is on a Kawasaki indeed. So Stesic and Vagel are Kawasaki mounted, and that's going to be Gerda on the KTM sandwiched right there on the number 67.
Vagel keeping it hooked up. There's Gerda. Gerda closing that 147.598 on the last lap versus Vagel at a 148.471.
Almost a second quicker was Gerda.
Wow.
We talk about how he was on the move. He was picking some good lines. Right now, the number 100, Vagel, cannot make any mistakes, has to race forward.
Third place, Briar Stesic at a 156.189. Almost 10 seconds slower.
Starting to see a discrepancy in lap times now, Kevin.
Oh, yeah. Here they come down the Himmler downhill. And Gerda, I like that sweep out and cut in.
You see Vagel actually had a hiccup there on the inside, caught maybe the foot peg.
Yep.
Slowed him up just a bit, and look at Gerda on the charge right now. Gerda was over 1 second faster last time. Look at this on the charge, Kevin. He's coming after him.
And got a lapper up ahead. Let's see how this pans out here.
Lapper kind of hanging in the middle of the racetrack right now. Probably doesn't know. There he goes. Pulls over. Absolutely.
Good job. B class are smart enough to get out of the way.
Look at Gerda. Gerda applies the pressure, comes down under the lower line. Too little, too late for the number 67 of Gerda, the number 100 of Vagel. Great defensive riding by the number 100 machine.
So the pride of Selkirk, New York, Hudson Vagel taking the win. Michael Gerda in second. And then 14 seconds back, Briar Stesic.
Now Stesic was hanging into that number 3 ride. Last we saw him there as they worked their way down through the rhythm section. So, like you said, just a bit back right now, somewhere around 14. I believe that's him right there, the 214. So it will be Vagel, Gerda, and Stesic 1, 2, 3 here in 250B.
Next up, race number 7, 125C. Just when you thought it was safe. All right, in the 125C, Steve Tautkus, Michael, Jay Potter, Preston Miranda, Joe Fiedler, Cole Viard, Joey Quinn, Skylar Bentley, Jaden Smeltzer, he's back, Braden Rader, and we're going to take it down to the podium, and Andy.
Hudson Vagel, you're our 250B Moto 1 winner. Tell us about it.
Just pulled the whole shot and didn't look back.
Yeah, man, it looks like you had a really good ride. Who brings you here and who do you want to thank?
Fox, Oakley, Parker MX Factory Connection, everyone else, thank you.
That's Hudson Vagel, your 250B Moto 1 winner. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Concise.
Absolutely.
Terse.
To the point. Man,
a
few words, Hudson Vagel. Absolutely. Got the whole shot, never looked back. Great strategy.
So 125C on the line. And Skylar Bentley out there. Also, watch out for Jaden Smeltzer, the number 67. He's already got a win this morning. And that is the 15 of Preston Miranda. So Preston Miranda out of Coatesville, Pennsylvania. pulls the whole shot. He pulled the whole shot.
And he did it from the inside, Kevin.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that really yet this
No.
morning. Had a deep rut there he had to contend with. Almost gave up the front end, but just pinned it, Kevin.
Absolutely. Up over top of the Fuel Factory launch onto the Tom's Cycle Dragon back. Everybody else is like, I'd like to get second.
I don't know that group right there, second, third, and fourth, I don't know that they're going to be content
No.
with second place. Starting to pick up the pace just a bit, push each other down that Himmler downhill. Look at this, side by side,
three
three
wide.
wide. Yes, 3 wide. Sounds like an afternoon at Talladega.
Oh, yeah.
Now there's that outside line. He used it out of necessity and was able to pick up a spot right there. Our fourth place rider was sitting in fifth, was able to use that outside line.
There's your top 5.
Gain
As
a
they
position.
Coming up over the MX6 triple-double.
Every camping spot taken here this weekend, Kevin. You see that?
Absolutely.
We take a look at those campsite shots. We take a look at those drone shots. Absolutely packed. Maximum capacity here this weekend.
There's the leader, number 15, Preston Miranda, over the Fly Racing triple. There's your second and third riders, fourth. And it just keeps getting wider and wider.
Incredible. Look at this.
Miranda on the Callahan MX School, FXR, VP Racing, UFO, BH Construction, GA Vetri, Electric Construction, Arai Helmets, Yamaha, out of Coachville, Pennsylvania. He makes the turn up onto the Dunlop tire tunnel jump. There's a view from Dunlop under the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LMR Tires first turn. So Caleb Likens, we're not even showing the 15.
Yeah, I can't find him.
Likens in second, Owen Luzier in third, Joe Fiedler in fourth, Jay Potter in fifth, Bryson Valdway in sixth, Cole Viard in seventh, Skylar Bentley in eighth, Braden Rader in ninth, Trey Carter rounds out the top 10. That's brought to you by Mercedes Motorsports.
With a total disappearance of the 15, I'm wondering, did we have a transponder issue, or did
I believe so.
Did we totally lose him? Is he still physically out there? It looks like he is.
Yeah, he's out there. There's a battle for fourth and fifth right there. That is Potter and Valway.
Potter trying to get that gas down there into the inside. Will he be able to take advantage of that deep rut?
There's your leader going over the MX6 already. As we look at and
look at Potter.
Switchback, yeah. Oh, what a move there.
Great drive for Potter coming out of the corner.
There's your leader up the top. No, that's not the 15. Huh.
So it shows him back on timing and scoring. So it wasn't a timing issue. Was not a transponder issue.
Yeah, he's up there now. So Miranda in the lead, Smeltzer in second.
But Potter was on the move. Potter was absolutely back there cooking. Look, does he pick up another one through the off camera? I think Potter picked up another. Let's see where he's at.
Wow.
He was in the number 6 spot last time around.
So Smeltzer has now taken the lead. Miranda
there
now
it
in
is.
second.
Now we got it straightened out. That's Likens now third. Likens was shown leading just a moment ago.
Look at Potter.
Potter, yes, up into the number 4 spot. He was sitting 7th when he started that lap last time around. Moved himself up into 6th, picked up a 5th, and by the time he got to that finish line, finds himself sitting in 4th. Turned a 2:00 flat.
Wow.
All while Smeltzer turned a 1:54.6 up front. Miranda turned a 2:03. Likens 2:01. Potter that 2:00. He was about 2 to 5 seconds quicker than the guys ahead of him last time. That's how he picked up 3 spots, Kevin.
I'll tell you what, I thought that Smeltzer was going to make a run. And when I didn't see the blue bike out there, I was like, or the blue livery.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's Smeltzer on the top, Jaden Smeltzer.
And he's crushing it right now.
On the Smeltzer's Heating and Cooling Yamaha in the lead. Preston Miranda second, Caleb Likens third, Jay Potter in fourth, Joe Fiedler in fifth, Owen Luzier in sixth, Bryson Valway in 7th, Skylar Bentley 8th, Cole Viard 9th, and Trey Carter rounding out the top 10, brought to you by Pleasure Valley Raceway.
And Smeltzer with that 154.6, that gave him a gap of 8.7 seconds. Kevin, 8.5 seconds was the gap last time around, so putting in very, very consistent laps, putting in good laps, hitting these marks right now is Smeltzer. Just continues to open that gap.
Now, Potter is second fastest rider on the track now in 4th. Oh, there's a little bobble there.
Yeah, Smeltzer got in a little deep, gets a little checkup from the neck up there, looks back, gets an eye on the competition real quick, sees Miranda still a bit back, about 7.5 seconds last time around. White flag is now out for Smeltzer.
All right, he makes a turn. Then we see the view from the Dunlop tunnel jump. Leader comes up.
Yeah, Miranda able to pick up a second last time around. Now 7.7 was the gap instead of 8.7.
Yeah, well, a little bit more believable there. Smeltzer at 2:03 and Miranda at 2:02. Likens still in 3rd, Potter in 4th.
I'm wondering if Smeltzer has a low tire.
It does look he's
the bike keeps waddling just a little bit, and he keeps putting that foot down. And you see he gave up a lot of time last time around. You mentioned that 2:03. Take a look at the bike really in the ruts, not so much in the straights.
Yeah.
See, again,
he's doing a double dab. That's both sides he's dabbing.
It looks like maybe the back tire might be low. Not flat, but maybe low.
Here's Miranda and Likens as we're watching them make the turn, head down that. And of course, they don't know it yet, but they'll probably see if they're making up some time on him.
Sure.
Likens at a 2:01, Miranda at a 2:02, Smeltzer at a 2:03, and that's 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. And that MX6 triple double, that's where it's really going to hurt Smeltzer.
Yeah, it's the good news for him is less than half a lap. White flag's out, less than half a lap to go. But Miranda, Likens, and Potter really picking up the pace.
Yeah, that 7 seconds between Smeltzer and Miranda is going away quickly.
And see, again, the bike just looks to be losing a little traction and spinning to one side.
Yeah. Yeah, he's bopping all over the place. Yeah, yes. You could see the shimmy when he landed.
Definitely let off the throttle, no doubt about it. Smeltzer did exactly what he had to do.
Well, hopefully he doesn't have to change out spokes with that.
So Smeltzer able to bring it home on the 67. That is going to be Miranda on the 15. Checks in, brings it home in the 2nd place. He turned a 2:01. Gap, though, 9 seconds, so not able to bite into it. So whatever issue Smeltzer was having did not affect that gap whatsoever. Going to be Likens checking in 3rd. Potter holds on to that 4th. A great run by Potter on lap number 2 to put himself inside the top 5. Going to be Joseph Feller rounding out that top 5, and, of course, that's brought to you by Tom Cycle.
All right, 65 711C is on the line now. And, well, this is a muddy supercross track coming up for them.
No doubt.
This you cannot get. We'll call it technical.
Yes, technical. Technical. That's what they called it on the podium earlier this morning. Technical.
He says, "Well, it's going to get better." I was like,
"Right."
I want what he had for breakfast.
Exactly.
That was pretty good.
Exactly.
All right,
like it.
65 711C. We got Camden Dameron, Brock Norris out there. Mason Breeden, Easton Owen, Bryce Hollinger, Silas Vrind, Wyatt Ziegler, Cade Schwartzfeger, Mason Atwood, Maverick Manzer, Jacob Day, Mitchell Bennett, Nick Black, Axel Elliott, Milo Klusta, Kane Delp, Miles Burgess, Nick Smith, Jace Hollabaugh, and here they come into the first turn, and I think that's the 257, 252, Dominic Bentley.
And we've got a new leader right now.
Yeah. Bentley went to the inside. Outside ruled again. So our riders heading into the head of the dragon. What a beautiful shot from Sky King.
That is so awesome.
This is only his 5th drone race.
That's incredible.
For motocross. This is and last week was one of them.
Yeah, this guy looks like he's had years of experience with that.
Oh, yeah.
Drone remote control, doing a fantastic job from above. All of our cameramen here, of course, with RMG Sports, doing an amazing job keeping us right on top of the action, catching all the passes. Of course, rmgsports.net for all the latest and greatest on live stream.
All right, there's our. Oh, is it change the lead there? Yeah, it's deep. This is 65 C class. But if you look out there, Brock Norris, Bryce Hollinger, Cade Schwartzfeger, Maverick Manzer, Mason Atwood, this is all the step up. This is the 50s, the fast 50s moving up into the entry level of 65s and getting that left hand working on the clutch.
Now we're working that clutch a little bit. Now we're increasing the power. Now we got bigger wheels. Totally different game for these youngsters. Not near as big a difference when they go to 85 as to jump from 50 to 65. Whoa, nose down there just a bit. Nice save.
And there, on the quad there, that's the hardest working man in motocross right there. Our good friend from Mount Morris.
It wasn't Shorty, was it?
No.
Shorty's down on the gate, isn't he?
No. He rode his Suzuki
last
Lamont.
Weekend. Yeah, Lamont, man. 70 years young, Lamont Hunter took the plus 55 win, I think. Looks like our leader might be hung up right there in those
got a lead change.
In those deep ruts. Where's it at? Right before that Caterpillar off camber. New race. Look at fourth place starting to make a charge, too. That's going to be the number 10.
That's Bryce Hollinger out of Louisville, Ohio.
And here we go. Going to be side by side as they work their way into the finish line area. Green flag flying.
Passed it back.
Makes the pass back up and over the tabletop. Going to be Maverick Manzer. Maverick Manzer into the lead on the gas. Bryce Hollinger on the number 10 KTM, followed by Mason Atwood on the Yamaha. Jace Holliber on the Husky. So gas, KTM, Yamaha, Husky, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And Silas Friend rounding out our top 5. Brought to you by Fuel Factory.
So Manzer, Hollinger, Atwood, Holliball, Vren, Elliott, Brock Norris in 7th, Isano in 9th, Maverick Chan in 11th. Oh, leader gets hung up.
Whoa, big mistake right there.
Oh, and
again, another leader hung up. Really, really got to look forward, Kevin. You got to keep the weight on the back of this little fender, okay? You have to look forward through the end of that rut. When you look down, it's just like pulling you right into it. So youngsters figuring that out here early in this one.
It's like a GNCC. Don't look at the trees.
Don't stare at it. Don't even make eye contact with it. Don't provoke it. Okay?
So I think that's Atwood that now is the leader because Manzer got hung up. Hollinger got hung up.
So the blue bike should be Atwood. Should be Mason Atwood on the number 38. And another pass right here.
Yeah.
That's the Cobra. Is that Axel Elliott on the 151?
It could be. It's either that or Brock Norris.
So now in the top 5, we've got 5 brands. Gas, KTM, Yamaha, Husky, KTM, and Cobra.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
And numbers so small that our old eyes can't see them.
Having a challenge with that, but that is our leader right there on the Yamaha. And I'm going to guess that is the 38. That is going to be Mason Atwood.
Hey, that's a gift that keeps on giving. You guys want to get hung up? I'll take it. I got this right now. So Mason Atwood in the lead. I'm thinking Holliball in second, but Manzer and Hollinger should be right up in there. But the man in the minute, Mason Atwood brings it in. He's your leader on lap number 2. Brock Norris.
Yes,
Brock Norris
that is
now
Norris.
up in
Oh,
second.
big mistake there for your leader.
Here comes
now
Norris
trying to make a move. Does he go around the outside? Can
yes,
he carry
does.
the speed? Can he carry that momentum? Oh, Kevin, great move.
Boom!
Brock Norris
takes the lead over Mason Atwood. We've got Maverick Manzer in third, Jace Hollowball in fourth, Silas Vrend in fifth, Bryce Hollinger in sixth. Jake Day moves up into seventh.
I was going to say, keep your eye on this section right here. That's where everybody had the issues. And you see Atwood right there gets through pretty clean. Norris right now. Norris got a good lead, has a nice little gap, just has to be really careful, keep his feet on those pegs. Yep. Atwood continuing to dab just a bit right there. Yellow flag is out, caution flag is out. Is that Norris we're looking for? No.
Whew. There's Brock Norris.
Just working his way through traffic.
Yeah.
Doing a great job.
You know, and it's so deceptive. You look at 65-7 limit C class, but a lot of 50 riders that have just moved up into that. And you can see the experience there when you look at, you know, Brock Norris and Mason Atwood going at it.
Yeah, we talk about some of these riders just making the jump off of 50s. Some have been racing both for a year or so. You know, there's a big difference between 7 years old and 11 years old.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
A little bit of experience goes a long way when you get in these kind of conditions, Kevin.
Oh, yeah.
When you get the ruddy, soft stuff, you can see right there riders trying to avoid some of those big ruts. One rider stuck on the off camber now.
There's Brock Norris bringing his way in. White flag will be coming out as he passes this lapper. I'd say looking at him earlier and looking at this now, that's a pretty good transition from 50 to a clutch on a 65.
No question about Norris doing a great job.
Into that LMR tire first turn. Yellow flags everywhere.
Brock Norris going full Texas Ranger on him. Coming from behind, putting out good laps, kept a great pace.
That looks like Talladega. Yeah, I mean, look at that.
It does. It absolutely does. When you look at that turn right there, you look at the options in the lines, Kevin, you could go 5 wide around there.
Oh. So Brock Norris coming through the Tom Cycle tail of the dragon. I remember talking to kids on the, you know, making the transition from the 50 to the 70s in quads.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, dude, that left hand, having a clutch, you are going to love it. It'll give yourself a couple weeks, but you will absolutely love it.
And, of course, just changes the game for all our youngsters, whether it's two wheels or 4. Bikes laying everywhere down there at the bottom of the downhill. Look like 2 different bikes laying on the track.
I'll tell you, that it is deep out there right now.
Norris doing what he needs to do, though. Notice keeping those feet high above the ruts on the pegs when possible. One rider still down at the bottom of the Himmler downhill, back up on 2 feet.
Makes it up to the Cernix Racing bowl turn. Wisely takes the outside. It's like, yeah, it's less deep there. I'm not going to play too many games. I'm just going to make it across this fly race and triple. Left-hander one more time into the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. Look at him scoot across the top.
Wow,
there.
What a good drive Norris got out of that left-hander. Again, keeping the feet high, keeping the leg up out of those ruts. Making a drive one final time down through the rhythm section. Headed for the finish line, going to be Norris on the number 4 machine.
Brock Norris taking the win on the Minton Cycle Driven MX Thor PR2 Dirt Care Hydropower Tri-Straight Power Sports MX Tire Senji Graphics Fly Cobra. So waiting for Mason Atwood to bring it in. 13 seconds back. Brock Norris running a 2:29 on that last lap. Atwood bringing it in right now at a 2:40. Goodness gracious, 11 seconds Maverick Manzer in third, Jace Hollaball in fourth. And we're looking for Bryce Hollinger in fifth. Race number.
Manzer and Hollaball had good pace last time around, 2:36 and 2:35 for them. So at the end of the race, really keeping a good effort and a good pace alive.
All right, 250C Limited, 10 riders on the line for race number 9. We've got Ian Washik, Cade Coombs, Jay Potter, Brayson Richard, Jackson Beck, Cash Ridgely, Parker Shalowski, Carter Tunstall, Jake Souter, and Trenton Meyer. So I think this is the first race where we've only had 10 riders.
There we go, yeah. Had big gates all the way through so far, race number 9.
Life is great. Of course, we're doing Moto 1 today and Moto 2 tomorrow, except for the Open Pro-Am. They will be running both their motos today. They're going off 25th and 42nd, and we're going to take it down to Andy Folk on the podium.
Brock Norris, congratulations and welcome back to the podium. It's the second time you're up here today. 65cc, 7 to 11C class. Tell us about your race.
It was good, had the worst start possible, but just charged back, got to first, and just rode my race.
Who do you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, Dirt Care, Driven MX, Mitten Cycle, Thor, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. Everybody else, thank you.
That's Brock Norris, guys, your 65cc 7 to 11C winner.
All right, thank you. And here we go underneath the Plum Contacting Bridge. And it is the 99 of Parker Shalowski out of Canadenas, Pennsylvania on the A-Glass Evo Suspension Scott Goggles Dunlop Tower KTM with the whole shot. And look at this battle for the lead already.
Yeah, down into that sweeper. Already have a race developing for the lead. Back to the inside. Who's it going to be, Kevin, as they come back into sight?
Let's see. Could be Jackson Beck, the 51. Yes, it is. Beck going after the 99 of Parker Shalowski. Too tall, Beck.
Yeah, Beck trying to get that thing to settle down in those ruts. Wants to get a good drive as they head back down the hill. Looks like the number 99 able to hang on right now.
Parker Shalowski in the lead. Jackson Beck in second. Beck's already got a win today. And this is one of those tracks right now where those long legs will help you.
Yeah, Beck doing a great job. As you see, he went into the deep rut around the outside, able to lead that Kawasaki way, way over. Using that lanky body to a big advantage right there.
And I like it. He's not forcing it. He's just he'll let the race come to it. You know, don't go jacking yourself up, which is saying a lot for the 250C class, but there's some good racers out here. I've seen Shalowski a lot over the years, working his way up.
Yeah, good defensive move right there. No question about it.
A little bobble there by Jackson Beck. Loses a little bit of time, but they come across the Pro Action finish line.
Yeah, it looked like Beck had the pace on the first half of the lap, and then Shalowski found some good lines on the second half of the lap. So see if it plays out that way this time. See if Beck's able to close back up on him on this side of the track here. He had some good lines.
It could have been a little bobble up in that off camber, the cat off camber. So we see Beck right there on his back fender now.
Just like last time, they were side by side down through this area, basically side by side again. So Beck very comfortable, obviously, on this portion of the track. Shalowski is going to set him up to the inside of this next left-hander. Will he be able to maintain that position?
Yeah, Shalowski, good defensive move there. Blocked him off, made him go outside. Jay Potter in third, Trenton Meyer in fourth, Ian Washik in fifth, Jake Souter in sixth, Brayson Richard in seventh, Carter Tunstall in eighth, Cash Ridgely ninth, and Michael rounds out the top 10. That's brought to you by JWF Industries. What a battle for the lead we have going around the pond turn, headed towards the MX6 triple-double.
Shalowski got a little bit of wheel spin there, was closing up on that rear fender. Or actually, Beck was closing up on the rear fender of Shalosky as he got a little wheel spin.
Now Beck goes to the inside, try to push him out. Of course, Shalosky smart enough to just close that inside off.
Yeah, the number 99 riding a real smart race right now. Shalosky being very defensive, goes back to the top of the track. Knew Beck was going to head up there as well. Now it's going to be difficult for Beck to drop down lines.
Oh, yeah. Jackson Beck trying to close it up here, see if he can use that first part of the track to an advantage. He's got to be close as they come over the Dunlop Tower Tunnel and into the LMR first turn.
Making an advance again is Beck. Does he hold it on down the hill one more time? Shalosky done a great job so far. Caution flag is out.
Right in the middle of the track.
Beck not able to take advantage this time around, was side by side the last 2 laps as they came into the lower portion of the track, worked their way through that fuel factory launch and the Tom's Dragon back.
Shalosky on the KTM. Beck on the Kawasaki down that Himmler excavating downhill. Into the team green for switchback. Oh, there's Potter and Meyer going at it. That's the 3rd and 4th battle right there as they head down the Hillman downhill.
Yeah, not much separating Potter and Meyer. Those guys locked into a heated battle here on lap number 2. Going to pick up the white flag next time around. Definitely one of the closest races on the track right now.
Oh, there we go. Shalosky had enough room that he could ride the outside. Did not lose any time to Beck, who went to the inside. So Beck not able to take advantage of it.
Now Beck actually giving up some time right now, giving up a few bike lengths.
Jackson Beck last lap was 156.365, and Shalosky was 156.421. White flag is out last lap. 13 seconds behind them is the battle between Jay Potter and Trenton Meyer. And that is a tight battle for 3rd. There we see Shalosky bringing it under the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LMR Tire first turn. Jackson Beck right there with him.
Yeah, he's trying to tighten things up just a bit and knows he has to take full advantage early. Has less than a lap to make it happen here, Kevin.
Absolutely. Last lap action as they come around to the fuel factory launch. And you can see the gap. Oh, Jackson Beck trying to get back up there. As they make the turn exiting the tail of the Dragon. So you see the gap there. You can see Shalosky absolutely pulled some time on him. But you know what? I've seen a lot of 2-1s beat a 1-2.
Oh, absolutely, Kevin. You better believe that, my friend.
And
many times.
He's probably looking at it right now. It's like, okay, I'll concede the first moto, but there's Potter making that downhill.
Very nice.
Souter just behind him, and he's back off the pace now. So Souter about 6 seconds back, and there's our leader, Parker Shalosky, up over the Fly Racing triple. Makes the left-hander one last time through the off-camber. And that is Beck in second.
Beck, you see, had a little issue through there. Had both feet off the pegs.
Beck ends up with the win.
I didn't see Shalosky.
I didn't either, but I didn't see him go down. So Beck pulls the win. Shalosky ends up in second, and I apologize. I thought they were just showing a second.
I thought I thought he was still in it at the downhill.
Yeah.
I thought at the Himmler downhill, Shalosky was still in it. So he comes through in the number 2 spot. Potter in 3rd. So, wow. Great ride by Beck. Beck kept the pressure on the whole time, put in good laps, and was in position to take advantage of it. And there you see Beck, Shalosky, Potter, 1, 2, 3. Souter in 4th. Brayson Richard comes through in the number 5 ride.
Now, speaking of challenging. 85, 12 to 15. This is going to be, we'll call it technical.
You better believe it. No doubt about it.
All right, so we've got, and this is going to be great.
Jackson,
all right, down to Andy.
See limited Moto 1 winner. Why don't you tell us about your race?
Yeah, I didn't get the start I wanted, but I just rode consistent and put pressure on Parker in front of me, and it paid off, and he went down.
Who do you want to thank?
Beeline Racing, Team Green Kawasaki, Factory Connection, PR2, and everybody else in my corner.
That's Jackson Beck, your 250C limited Moto 1 winner. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Andy. We've got the barn burner going, the 85, 12 to 15. Didn't get to see the first turn, but we're seeing the third turn now as they head towards the Fuel Factory launch. There's a 4-way battle. Let's see. Trying to get a number for you. At 57, maybe 59, Logan Turner.
Saw some 2s on the one up front. Looked like to me. So now we got a new leader.
Oh. Look at this, 3 wide. Coming through that bold turn.
Unbelievable. Look at that battle, Kevin.
Oh, my goodness. Around the palm turn.
Wow, look at it. Oh, man down in the number 2 position. The guy who was in 4th is now in 2nd. Wow. The rut's definitely taking hold of one of those riders down there just before the 6-pack.
85, 12 to 15. Race number 10 on the track. And 23, yeah, Nathan Schlegel
That's
out of
what
Pittsburgh.
I thought. Yeah, I thought I saw some 2s on there.
So Nathan Schlegel, look at this, second place taking the top line. So now we can give you some numbers. Carter Gray, the number 13, is your leader. Lenny O'Toole, the 71, in second. Carson Sebastian, the 72, in third. And then it's Cooper Rhodes, the 14, in fourth. Bennett Weiss, the 94, in fifth. Keegan McDade, the 334, in sixth. Jackson George, the 922, in seventh. Max Santiago, the 338, in eighth. Logan Turner, the 59, in ninth. Landon Hollinger, the 17, rounds out the top 10. And that is brought to you by MXTire.com.
Wow, Kevin, I got to tell you, there was a lot of action on that opening lap.
Yeah.
A lot of position changes, a couple lead changes, had a couple riders down as well.
Carter Gray out of St. Clairsville, Ohio on the Gas, sponsored by Driven MX Training, AES Oakley, PR2 Canvas, EVS Elite, Dunlop, MX Tire, 6D, 4PL Solutions. Just an incredible ride. Lenny O'Toole in second, the number 71 on the KTM out of Springdale, Pennsylvania. They've only been doing this just a couple times.
Right. 12 to 15 years old, these kids been racing, 9-10 years.
Oh, my goodness. When we started out, I was 17 before we got to race motocross.
There you go. I got on the mini bike. I got on the mini trail at age 5, but first race wasn't until age 10.
Wow.
Yeah, for me, that was late. A lot of the kids in the neighborhood, 5, 6 years old, they were already racing.
Oh, my goodness.
Cleveland Brothers Cat giving us a rundown right now. Carter Gray, Lenny O'Toole, Carson Sebastian, Cooper Rhodes, Bennett Weiss, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Keegan McDade in 6th. Jackson George in 7th. Max Santiago 8th. Logan Turner in 9th. And Landon Hollinger rounding out our top 10 here, courtesy of our friends at Defiance Racewear.
All right, our view from the Dunlop Tire Tunnel jump There's Carter Gray. There's Lenny O'Toole. Lenny O'Toole pulled a few wins last weekend on our PAMX MDRA Summer Clash, which was also the Travis Pastrana warm-up. And it must have helped, but I'll tell you what, the track was, at the end of the day last week, was never as deep as it is right now.
Yeah, it's deep. As a matter of fact, we just saw our third place rider, Carson Sebastian, have some issues with those ruts down the hill.
There's Carter Gray as he heads down the Himmler downhill.
Carter Gray, always a gamer.
Oh, yeah.
One of those guys, he is going to race to the finish line. He's going to give it 110%. Might not get the greatest of starts, but one thing about Carter Gray is he's going to keep the pressure on, going to race forward.
Does not give up. So Lenny O'Toole in second. Carter Gray running a 157.680 on that last lap. Lenny O'Toole to 2:01. And he is the second fastest person on the track. Carter Gray not giving it up.
Oh, nice move.
Yeah.
Nice move.
So there's 7 lines through that bowl turn now.
Oh, my gosh.
Look at this battle.
I tell you, Bolts is doing a great job on that 116 Yamaha, man. Bolts hanging right in there, bringing the heat.
Wow. As they come up into the Cernix Racing bowl turn, 2nd through 5th. White flag is out for Carter Gray. Carter Gray. Look at that. That's third place went down.
Was that third?
I think so.
So O'Toole checks in. So Carter Gray, O'Toole. There's Carson Sebastian.
Right. So that's got to be Weiss, George, and Santiago.
That's who's battling it out right now. Should be getting an update. Yeah, Weiss was able to make that pass. He was on the KTM. Santiago as well. Jackson George back to the number 6 spot on the 922 Yamaha.
Brandon Hollinger up into 7th. Austin Bolt 8th. No, Turner now moves up into 8th. Cooper Rhodes 9th, and Austin Bolt's back to 10th.
Bolt's having a tough time of it. Was making some time on lap number 2 and then gave up several spots on lap number 3.
Kusic all the way back to 12th now. Keegan McDade also back there in 14th. Keegan's been he's having a pretty good year. He's also moved up into the C class.
Mm-hmm.
So glad to see that.
Less than a lap to go. Carter Gray still out front leading the way on that number 13 ride. The number 71, Lenny O'Toole, still holding down the number 2 position.
Up over top of the Fly Racing Triple, Carter Gray. You see him come through the off camber. Look how deep that is. I like that middle line, though. That's at least consistent.
Yeah, it looked to be about the straightest, like you said, consistent, and it doesn't look like it's going to grab your foot pegs quite as quick.
Right. So Carter Gray taking the win in the 85 12-15 Moto number 1. Moto number 2 coming tomorrow. Lenny O'Toole coming in second. Carson Sebastian, Bennett Weiss, Max Santiago, 3rd through 5th. Let's see how they're going to make it on that last lap. Santiago was close on Bennett Weiss. So Sebastian comes in 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
Weiss-Santiago battle. Let's see how they do. So Weiss comes in 4th, Santiago in 5th. Race number 11 is on the line, getting ready to go. 30 plus A class. Welcome to the Go Fast boys. All right, we're going to throw it down to Andy Folk as he gives us a podium.
Carter Gray, 85cc, 12-15, your Moto 1 winner. Why don't you tell us about your race?
I didn't get a very good start. I spun a good bit and then got a little sideways and then just had to pass a couple people, got to the front, and then rode my own race.
Tell us who you want to thank.
I want to thank my mom, my dad, God for keeping me safe, my whole family that came out here, everyone that helped me that came. Oakley, Scar, PR2, HDS, Canvas, everybody else, thank you.
Moto 1 winner Carter Gray, congratulations, Connor. Back to you.
All right, thank you. So 30 plus A, 30 plus B is on the line right now. And the 30 plus A, keep an eye out for the 731 Steve Roman and Alex Waskob. Had a great time last week. Nathan Kronk also out there.
Kronk always in it, no doubt about it. Washcobb, he's going to be one to keep an eye on.
So there is the 50 of Michael Boyd and the 731 of Steve Roman. And Roman, I believe, in the lead right now. Oh, no, the Racer X is Ben Nelko. So that Nelko out of Aliquippo on the Yamaha in second place. You see Steve Roman leading in this race. Ben Nelko, always like to see him come out.
Yeah, I love watching Nelko ride.
Been at it a long time.
Absolutely, one of the regulars. Got a four-man battle right now, Kevin, starting to shape up.
Nelko, I'm sure that Alex Waskob and Nathaniel Kronk also in that battle.
Always.
That's the easiest call.
It is. Those guys have raced together so long, so many years, and swapped positions so many times. It's absolutely insane. But starting to see just a bit of a breakaway here. Top four trying to make a break for it. They work their way up over the big triple.
So Steve Roman on the Hillview Motorsports MX Tire PR2 FXR Scott Dunlop Fuel JRMX Fast Track Motos Sokol Performance Department of Power FMF KMS Heating and Cooling Kawasaki. And of course the integral part of the Jones and Roman school. I tell you, one of the best schools on the East Coast.
Yeah, they do a good job there. As a matter of fact, one of their riders taking top spot KTM Junior Supercross Challenge in Vegas last week.
Wow. Steve Roman is your leader. Ben Nelko second. Darren Durham in third. Alex Waskob in fourth. Matt Holtentogler in fifth. Shane Kelleher in sixth. Casey Clark in seventh. Sean Kelly in eighth. Keegan Labonte ninth. And Nathaniel Kronk in 10th.
Shane Kelleher bringing it now. Shane Kelleher from up in New England. Great big guy on the bike, the number 887. Does a great job all over the country. Just most recently saw him down at Loretta Lynn's. And Shane made his way up to the podium down there as well.
Here's a battle for second. That's Nelko and Durham going at it. Darren Durham, he's only been around a couple of years.
Yeah, you know, Darren Durham first met that guy back in the 1110 Mods days. Handed those guys a bunch of Hondas. Had a lot of fun with them. Had a good relationship. Had a guy named Alex Martin on the team as well.
Oh, yeah.
Back then. And been a great relationship. Had a lot of fun watching the careers of the Durhams and the Martins.
All right, up over the top of the MX6 Racing triple-double. Steve Roman. He's only got about 110 kids that he trains watching him and critiquing him around the track. Well,
I thought you were going to say he's only got about 110,000 laps on this track.
That too. Look at this battle. And that's Durham putting the pressure on. Steve Roman, he's like, you know what? I'll take the inside. You want to go on the outside and pass me? You go right ahead.
And Durham's got some pace right now. Look at this. He's going to come to the inside. We know the outside's been working.
Oh, and Steve Roman drops to the middle. Just an intimidator there. A little bit of intimidation.
Great move. Cut him off. Went to the inside. That's racing. You know, took control of that race line. And Roman Jr. right now having a lot of fun with the number 59 Darren Durham out there. Nelko's still in the number 3 ride.
And neither one of them takes intimidation very well. So they're not going to give up. They're not going to give in.
Not these guys by any means.
Steve Roman already coming up on lappers.
That's like you and I at the Saturday night buffet. We're not going to give up. We're not going to give in, bro.
Well, and Wes Kane's going to pass us on the outside.
Oh, lap number 3. Lap number 3. You better believe it. That'll be for the dessert line.
All right, around the pound turn they come. What a battle we have. Steve Roman goes around the lapper there, but watch out. Here comes Darren Durham. Nelko in third. Alex Waskob in fourth. Holton Togler in fifth. Casey Clark in sixth. That's another one that, a long-time Western Pennsylvania rider.
You bet. So right now, Roman just kind of settling in a bit. You see Durham, he's dropped back off the pace a touch, and there comes Nelko all of a sudden up onto the rear fender of Durham.
Oh, yeah. Steve Roman, you got to watch him. His lines through that off-camber, always fantastic. White flag is out, 1 lap to go.
Is that McClellan? Yeah, that's going to be McClellan in our plus 30B. He's leading the way. Going to be Wheeler and or Wetzel will leave in that number 2 ride. And is that
Krapovich in third?
There we go.
Tuttle in fourth, Jones in fifth.
You got a great battle there in the B class as well. Plus 30B, plus 30A.
As they make their way around to the Fuel Factory launch, Steve Roman in the lead. Durham hanging in there second, and I believe, look at, they're all top 3 riders all running 150s. So
That's
Roman at a
impressive.
150, 332, 150, 979, and a 983 for Durham and Nelko. And only a 2-second gap between Durham and Nelko, so Nelko's got his hands full right now.
Yeah, that's really impressive when we talk about this level of competition. These guys be that consistent. And top 3 riders all on a 150 lap time.
Yeah. Steve Roman going through the triple-double. No trouble.
Big double, no troubles.
Drops in. Hanging the inside there. It's like, nah, shortest way around. I'm going to take it. Last lap. Steve Roman up to the top. And that Caterpillar off camber.
That thing's brutal right now.
Oh, it is.
Holy cow.
Again, that's why I say I like that middle line.
Yeah.
I would never take the bottom unless it was either slick mud or everything else is clogged up.
Yeah, one or the other. Yep. Good call on that one.
So there we go. Steve Roman with the win. Darren Durham in second. And Nelko in third. Waskob in fourth. Hogan-Togler in fifth. Casey Clark in sixth.
And on lap number 4, Roman goes sub 2 minutes.
Wow.
149.8. Well, these guys are all sub 2 minutes, but he went sub 150.
Wow. Age and treachery. All right, Super Mini 2 and 85 911C. In the Super Mini 2, the 94 of Bennett Weiss, the 100 of Hudson Vagel, the 213 of Hayden Dupuy, and the 998 of Caleb Likens. In the 85 911C, the 7 of Lincoln Miranda, Chaz Atwood, Hunter Rowe, Kent Griffith, Braden Maturko, Jace Hollaball, Mason Bennett, Bryson Dameron, Dylan McDonald, Tanner Wells, Remington Newth, and Jax Maturko. And that's the 94 Bennett Weiss, I believe, with the whole shot, at least on the inside.
Yeah, good catch on that inside right there.
But Hudson Vagel on the outside. Now look at this. They're battling side by side down that off camber.
Who's it going to be, Kevin?
All right, we're going to take it down to Andy, right in the middle of a great race.
Guys, I'm down here on the podium with Steve Roman. He's your plus 30A Moto 1 winner. Steve, great race. Tell us about it.
Yeah, got off to a decent start. Grabbed the lead in the second turn. It was definitely technical. The track's deep, it's soft. I was riding way tighter than I wanted to ride, but I held it together and still got the win, but I know I can improve a lot from that.
Who do you want to thank?
Jeff for putting this race on, Hillview Motorsports, PR2, Fast Track, Rob and all the guys at MX Tire and Dunlop, FXR Gears, Scott, all the Jones and Roman family for here, and our kids are doing good, and glad to see that with everything we're doing with them. So there's tons of people, but I couldn't do without all of them.
That's Steve Roman, your plus 38 winner. Congratulations, Steve.
All right, thank you, Andy. Back to Super Mini 2 in the 85 911C. And that is Hudson Vagel and Bennett Weiss out there battling. And it's Hudson Vagel in the lead, Bennett Weiss in second.
We've seen that number 100 up there before today.
Oh, yeah, and we'll see it a few more times.
Yes, sir.
Green flag is out. So after this is race number 13, which is the open street, and then race 14, the micro E 3 to 5, 4 to 8. I think that we're going to be seeing a little
track
break
prep
there, a little track prep coming. Because right now, I don't think they can make it.
Why, I hope we get a little track prep. I'm going to need to go check the gray water myself.
Oh, yeah.
So,
all right, down to Andy.
I'm down here on the podium with Brad McClellan. He's your plus 30B Moto 1 winner. Brad, tell us about your race.
It was good. The track's rough right now. Deep ruts, big bumps, but it's a lot of fun. It was a good moto. I'd like to thank MX Tire, Pro Action, Elite Decals, and Bentleys.
That's Brad McClellan, your Moto 1 winner.
All right, thank you, Andy. Back to the track. There's the number 100. Hudson Vagel on the Fox Oakley Bell Factory Connection 139 Designs, Parker MX, Cedar Hill Trucking, my brother Henry, KTM, out of Selkirk, New York.
take a look at that 85 911C. Going to be Bryson Dameron out front on the number 500 Gas. Kent Griffith in the number 2 position on the 38 KTM. It's going to be the 95 KTM of Braden Maturko in third. Dylan McDonald rides in fourth. And Chaz Atwood on the number 17 Gas holds down the number 5 spot, 85cc 9-11C.
Look at this on the screen. That's Chase Dashel and Hayden Dupuis as they head up into the off-camber, the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off-camber. Lap number 2.
Looks like Dashel going to have to get busy.
Oh, yeah. Hudson running a 153, 274. Hayden at a 153, 377. Dashel at a 158, 503. So, yeah, 5 seconds off on that. And still up there, so.
Yeah. 5 seconds, big number, and you're still in the game.
Yep.
Close call right there as they worked their way around that lapper. That lapper was going to work his way to the left. Had no idea riders were still coming up behind him, so close call right there. Everybody able to navigate that cleanly, though.
So Caleb Likens in 4th. Bennett Weiss now back into 5th. The 214, so he must have made an excursion on the
last
lap.
Exactly. Must have found an extreme left turn.
There's our leader, Hudson Vagel, up over the MX6 triple-double.
Dashel doesn't use a lot of wasted motion.
No.
By any means. Lets the bike do the work. We talked about a couple riders today. Good body position, good line choice, this and that. But Dashel, as you notice, chin bar stays right out there past the handlebar. Shoulders square all the time. Head, not a lot of movement. And uses a lot of lower body. You see right there, uses the hips, the legs, and right now, there you go. A little more lower body. Vagel does a good job, no question about it.
White flag is out, last lap.
Ooh, big whip.
Running a 153, 940. Dupuis and Dashel coming up. And Hudson Vagel is all the way up into the 4th position of the 85 911C.
Yeah, he's absolutely just crushed it here. Last time around for Vagel, 153.9. Some of you guys in that 85 911 up in the 220s, 230s. So Vagel absolutely just working his way right around this track, up in through the traffic.
See, Ryder was like, oh my God, who is that?
Right. Vagel does a good job, too, keeping the bike percolating, keeping the bike in the sweet spot. You don't hear the bike bog. You don't hear him.
Oh, and he drops it.
Just as we said it. Small mistake. The announcer's curse.
Yep, we did it.
But did not give up the lead.
No. A 4-second lead that was an 8-second lead ahead of Dashel. So he cut it down to 5-second lead. All right, look at this. Down in the valley's so low.
We keep talking about those ruts. Keep collecting some of these smaller riders. Vagel takes a little check up from the neck up right there. Looks back to see what's going on with Dashel. Sees the number 96 a little bit back there. Knows he's on the white flag lap right now, number 3 lap. Vagel just a few more corners going to take this one home.
Checkered flag is out. So Hudson Vagel takes the win out of Selkirk, New York on the KTM. So checkered flag is out. Dashel brings it in second. Hayden Dupuis in third. Caleb Likens fourth. Bennett Weiss in fifth. In the 85 911C, Kent Griffith will take the win. Braden Maturko second. Dylan McDonald third. And we're looking at Jace Hollowball coming in fourth and Chaz Atwood in fifth. Next up, Open C. 38 riders.
Woo. Look at that line, Kevin.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at that. Wow.
That looks like an outdoor national.
It does. I love it. Going to get interesting under the bridge.
Blade Swope, Cade Coombs, Carson Platzi, Zach Sickles, Ethan Jarvis, Braden Huff, Colin Rettenauer, Cole Smith, Gabriel Clark, Michael, Mason Mills, Dawson Speedy. And we're going to take it down to Andy on the podium.
Hudson. Guys, I'm down here with Hudson Vagale again. Congratulations, man. This is the third time you've been up here. This time it's on Super Mini 2. Why don't you tell us about this race?
Got a good start and just rode my own race, but I fell in the back but got back up quick enough.
Who do you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, Oakley, Fox, Bell, Factory Connection, Parker, and everyone else. Thank you.
Hudson Vagale, your Super Mini 2 Moto 1 winner.
All right, as we look down the Jones and Roman start line at this Open C class, 38 riders. But no divisions. As we get ready to go.
Yeah, this one going straight up, 38 riders.
Yeah. Yeah. The divisions go 16, 16, and 8. So 16 from Division 1, 16 from Division 2, and 8 from the LCQ. That'll be coming up. All right, back to Andy.
9 to 11C Moto 1 winner. Why don't you tell us about your race?
I didn't have the greatest start, but I went around everybody on the first lap and then just held my race.
Awesome job, buddy. Who do you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, God, since MX school. 100%. I think it's all.
That's Kent Griffith, your Moto 1 winner. Congratulations, guys.
I like watching Moto Mom in the background,
Heck
just
yeah.
laughing. Mom, Dad, God. That cracked her up. That was good.
Heck yeah.
Hey, we got to keep Moto Moms happy, you know? If Moto Mom ain't happy, the day
Nobody's
will
happy.
be miserable.
Yeah, nobody's happy.
Oh. All right, so Open C is on the line. Parker Shalowski out there. Let's see if the 51, no, the 51's not out there, so watch out for the 99 of Parker Shalowski out of Canadasis, Pennsylvania. And it's the 25, and I believe the 99, so the 25 of Gabriel Clark. And I think Parker Shalowski up there also.
Gabe Clark, no stranger to being up front. Normally
No.
gets good starts. Knows how to go to work once he gets up there.
Side by side coming over the Fuel Factory launch.
Yeah, see, both riders wanting to set those wheels down and get that drive, Kevin, but almost identical timing through there.
And I think that I'm seeing the 451, 411, 951, Jackson Beck. So Jackson Beck is out there on the 951 instead of the 51 this time. He's up there doing battle. Triple dab on that turn there.
Making that climb back up. Everybody's still in close formation here early on lap 1. See, we have micros coming up next, minis coming up next.
Yeah.
All right, so maybe a little track prep after this one.
I'm thinking that. I'm hoping that.
Kevin, the Dirtman's so consistent here so far today. We talk about the overcast. We talk about the clouds.
It's
really
beautiful.
keeping the moisture. Yeah, keeping the moisture in. Temp's not overbearing by any means today, so track going to remain this way most of the afternoon.
All right, so I think that's Parker Shalowski out in the lead. Jackson Beck in second. And Gabriel Clark in third, so it's consistent.
It is, absolutely. Shalowski, Beck, Clark. See Rowan Schaefer now up into the 4th spot, and that's going to be Holderbaum in 5th. All the usual suspects up front,
Yeah.
no doubt about it.
Lucas Lakorchik in 7th. Colton Weegan in 8th. Cole Smith in 9th. Caden McCaffrey rounds out the top 10. Ethan Jarvis all the way back in 15th. Then imagine he'll be moving up a little bit.
Yeah, he'll probably find some lines here again, only on lap number 1. Not going to take any chances. We want to kind of let things sort themselves out a bit.
And Beck has taken the lead. So Jackson Beck now on the lead. Parker Shalowski in second. I believe that's Shalowski in second. We'll find out. It could be Clark too.
Yeah, Beck wasn't going to be denied earlier in the day.
No.
Had a great ride going on. Found himself up front.
Twice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he might not be in B. Might not be in C class for long. B is beckoning.
There you go. I like it. I see what you did there. Coming up on the close of lap number 2 here. We work our way into that off camber. Anybody using a different line here yet? No, the big bikes still continue to pretty much go up top.
Little bobble there. The reminds me of Mike Too Tall Bell. See those feet going out.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this battle as they head under the Plum Contracting Bridge into the Yellow Air Tires first turn. Beck and Shalowski going at it. Shalowski taking the outside this time. Beck defending the inside.
Yeah, Beck right now, he just has to have clean laps. Shalowski, it's up to him. He has to make the work. He has to catch him. But then once you catch him, Kevin, you have to make a move.
Yep.
It's one thing to get up there, but it's another to have that momentum, have
Absolutely.
that racecraft in line to be able to make the pass.
And you know what? In the other two races, it was Shalowski that was up front.
Yes.
And Beck that had to make the move. Now, it's, let's turnabout's fair play.
Exactly. Bit of role reversal here. See how it works out.
Down that Himmler excavating downhill into the Kawasaki green team switchback.
And see a couple slower riders, one rider being attended to down there.
Ooh.
Looks like everybody has been taken care of. That's good. Great job by our medical team here this weekend.
The people that we appreciate and hope are bored the entire weekend. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen. But you know what? A deep technical track is actually a safer track as a referee.
Yes.
I'd rather see it technical and deep. There's a bunch of riders that would slap me right in the head for that. But
so here comes Shalowski. Got Gabe Clark behind him.
Oh, Clark is, look at Clark on the top there, trying to make a move.
Oh,
gaining a little bit of time.
And Clark knew it too, didn't he?
Yes, he did. White flag is out, 1 lap to go. Clark he's smelling blood in the water. Got a lapper in there. There goes Jackson Beck, Shalowski, Clark. Rowan Schaefer, see if he can hang there in 4th with Grayson Richard in 5th.
The white flag should be out right now.
So Jackson Beck at a 157.120. Parker Shalowski at a 158.732. Gabriel Clark 157.736.
1 second quicker.
Watch out. He's a-coming.
Better believe that. Here we go. Got a little battle going on the screen. Business starting to pick up a bit, Kevin.
Jackson Beck coming through the tail of the Dragon. Heading towards that downhill. He's leading the train.
Ooh.
Yeah.
A little bit of a move right there. Not able to capitalize.
Look at Beck. It's not that he was that much faster. It's that 2nd through 4th or 2nd and couple lappers in there. We're hanging up.
That's exactly right. So working back over to the triple, of course, going to be up into that off camber. All going to come down to this.
My enemy's enemy is my friend.
Into the off camber one more time. Beck still in control. Shalowski trying to find it.
He thought he had it there for a second.
I did too, to be honest with you. He had a great pace going. And that's going to do it. Checker flag will be out.
Jackson Beck undefeated today in his C-Class debuts here at Pleasure Valley. Parker Shalowski gets past. Gabriel Clark got him. So Gabriel Clark comes in 2nd. Shalowski in 3rd. Rowan Schaefer bringing it in 4th. Hopefully. Now, let's see what's going to happen here. Yeah, Schaefer brings it in 4th. Grayson Richard in 5th. Next up is the Micro E 3-5. All right, we're going to take it down to Andy.
Guys, I'm down here on the podium with Jackson Beck. He's your Open C Moto 1 winner. What a race, man. You said you didn't have the best gate pick, but you pulled it off. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I had a 35th gate pick out of 38. It's way on the inside. Came out to start like 3rd, and I just hammered down, made some moves, and got the win.
It's not the first time you've been up here today. but tell us who you want to thank again.
Beeline Racing, Team Green Kawasaki, Factory Connection, PR2, Lord Jesus for keeping me safe, and everybody else.
That's Jackson Beck, your Open C Moto 1 winner. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Andy Folk. And we got Micro E 3 to 5, Micro E 3 and Micro E 5. That's the 4 to 8 limited. And they are on the line. Looks like they're going to go. So, of course, they're going to be riding on the short track. So that'll clean up somewhat. But God help them in that first turn. And it's the 88 of Cole Caldwell on the inside that had the whole shot, but it looks like the Kate Schwartzweger or Kingston Natali that came up with the second place. As they make their way across the Tom Cycle Dragon back. Tom Cycle, what a great place out in Indiana, Pennsylvania, which is so happy that they came and stepped up this weekend to help sponsor this event. Cole Caldwell out of Knox, Pennsylvania on the Hex Motorsports Carolina Cobra AOT Fuel Factory Podium Works Donks Design Shop 9 Cobra. There's your top 4 riders. And they're not taking the short track. They are doing the full track. Wow. So it looks like we're going to be taking a break after the Pro-Am. So we're going to keep on going. I see the 14 up there, and the 44 of Maverick Manzer. Right now it's Cole Caldwell up over the Fly Racing triple. Makes the left-hander. Let's see where he goes on this. Oh, my goodness. He's like in between lines there. Look at this battle. Wow. Thank you, Sky King. That was beautiful. Cole Caldwell, but look at this. I think that's the 18, no, the 13. Let's see. Carter Renneker, the 29. Kate Schwartzweger, the 26. Maverick Manzer, the 44. That's third. Cole Caldwell, the number 88, in fourth now. As they come through the LMR Tire first turn. As you see from Sky King shot, the downhill. Cole Caldwell in fourth. Max Russler, the 66 in fifth. Liam DeLowry, the 603 in sixth. Jacoby Hollaball in seventh, the 515 rider. Declan Roque, the 961, rounds out the top 8 right now. There's our leader coming through the tail of the dragon. There we go. Look at this. Wow. These guys are doing really well. Carter Renneker, Cade Schwartzweger coming down the downhill. Ooh, he's lucky he made it through there. That's even a nice line for Schwartzweger up at the very top of the bowl. Down around the pond turn they come. There's Renneker and Schwartzweger. Around the pond turn, up over the MX6 Racing triple-double. Looks like a video game. So up into the Cernix Racing Bowl turn. Renneker and Schwartzfeger. Up over the Fly Racing triple. Both taking the top side. Oh, and the leader goes down. So Renneker's down. Schwartzfeger takes over the lead. So Schwartzfeger, the 26 rider, now your leader on the Jones & Roman PR2 110 Racing 100% Minton 60 Cobra, takes the lead. Renneker, I hope he can get back up into second. Maverick Manser, yes, Renneker does come through. He's in second. Manser in third. Cole Caldwell in fourth. Rustler in fifth. So watch Schwartzfeger come through that first turn. Into the head of the Dragon. Caldwell is in fourth. Schwartzfeger running a 2:29 on that last lap. Renneker was right up there also, but with that fallover comes in at a 2:35. Maverick Manser at a 2:39. Cole Caldwell at a 2:50. .28 riders. And there is Carter Renneker. As you see him coming through, he's got a lapper just ahead of him. Gets through clean. And there's our leader as he makes it through. So Kate Schwartzfeger made the pass on the last lap when Renneker went down in that off-camber. Manser in third, Cole Caldwell in fourth, Rustler in fifth, DeLowry in sixth, Hullabout in seventh.
Kevin, I stepped out back just a moment ago to watch these youngsters, and it was amazing how this rode between the ruts.
Oh, yeah.
Found that smooth line, went to the edges of the track. You know, again, using racecraft at 4 to 8 years old.
Oh, my God.
Incredible, man. Look at the speed.
Yeah.
Doubling up and over. That's insane to me, Kevin. That's just ridiculous.
Absolutely.
Heard
4 to 8 years old.
Heard Jeff Cernick out there talking a minute ago about the Dirty 100 in Ponca City coming up. Looking forward to that. October 15th, I believe, when that goes down.
Yep.
Always one of those big events. My goodness, look at that overhead shot. You're only going to get that from a qualified drone operator like our friend Sky King, man. And incredible shots right there. I feel like I'm just sitting at Pro Motocross Nationals right here in the booth.
Absolutely.
I love it.
So white flag is out for Cade Schwartzfeger. He's got one lap to go. Renneker still hanging in second.
So working our way right through here, Kevin. Race number 14 on the track. Race number 15 coming up.
It looks like we're going to be taking a break after the Pro-Am.
Oh,
so
okay.
we're going to go
Very
a while.
good, yeah. Going to let this thing roughen up for the Pro. I mean, you don't have a groomed track for pros.
No, you don't.
Anybody
no,
can go fast on a smooth track, Kevin.
Yep.
You and I can go fast on a smooth track.
For one lap, yeah.
Yes, exactly. I didn't say how long. I just said we could.
I'd like to see a heads-up race. Yes?
Yep, for sure. Hey, want to thank Rob down at Defiance. Jeff was out there talking to him just a moment ago. Defiance Lifestyle. Those guys always supporting the event here and come up with a great design each and every year. I love the blue shirt this year.
Yep.
Looks fantastic. So all you folks at home, be texting your friends. Tell them make sure they pick you up an event shirt here.
Is that Schwartzfeger
that our
went down?
leader? Our leader goes down, I believe.
That is Schwartzfeger that went down. Let's see if Renneker can make up. I know he's making up time, but and of course the man.
Oh my goodness.
Picks him up. He's always there. Right where he's supposed to be.
So was that Renneker just ahead? There was about a 4-second gap.
Yeah, I don't know whether he made that up or not. We'll find out.
Even if he did, Schwartzfeger's back out front.
Yep.
because he just went around that rider. So it must not have been Reneker.
Yeah.
Reneker, of course, on the number 29, Maverick Manzer on the 44, Cole Caldwell on the 88, and Max Russell on the number 66.
You know, you're buzzing along, your adrenaline's running, everything's good, you fall over, and then you got to pick up the bike, and suddenly that adrenaline is not your friend.
All of a sudden, it's the enemy, no question. And man, just the veins are pumping, the blood pressure's through the roof, the heart rate's through the roof, the adrenaline just takes over, and again, not a good thing to be living on.
Oh. I remember back at Budds Creek, and it was the last race of the year, and we had 4 rubber band restarts in one race.
Gosh.
4 of them.
Oh, my gosh.
Checkered flag is out, so let's see if we got it. Yeah, Reneker takes the win. Schwartzfeger second. Maverick Manser hopefully third. Cole Caldwell coming up for 4th. Max Russler 5th.
So Reneker was that first bike by.
Yeah.
When Schwartzfeger went down and takes full advantage of the situation. Puts in a good lap, too, as a matter of fact. A 2:27.6 for Reneker.
Next up, race number 15, 65-7-9 Limited. The Daxter's out there.
There he is.
Serial motocrosser Dax Dingfeld, along with Brock Norris, Silas Vren, Raiden Riley, Hudson Utz, Jet Allen, and Nathan Tucker. And in the girls' class, 10 entries, Riley Forrest, Brianna Griffith, Addison Platt, Izzy Likens. I like watching Izzy. Brindlin Lopes, Stevie Keika, Macy Newth, Michaela Tuttle, Taylon Bladel, and Addie Likens.
All right.
We're going to take it down to Andy on the podium.
Carter Reneker, Moto 1 winner. Congratulations. Why don't you tell us about your race?
Yeah, it was good. I pulled off the whole stride, got around. I made a lot of mistakes. Ruts are really hard to get around, the lappers, and then, you know, Cade was riding really good. He passed me, and I just couldn't find a way. In that last lap, he fell, and I don't know. I didn't even know I won.
Tell us who you want to thank.
My mom, my dad, my brother, Let's Ride, T-Rex, Bell, Seven, and everyone else. Thank you.
Moto 1 winner.
All right. Down on the line, as we said, race 15 going to be our 65-7-9. Going to be our girls 9-16 as we get finished up with our Micro E classes. See the remaining riders working their way across the finish line right now. Going to make sure everything is safe out there before we drop that next gate again. Race number 15, 65-7-9 limited girls 9-16 coming up. That is race number 15. So far, an unbelievable day here as we're working our way through these motos. Track is in amazing condition, holding up really well. Starting to get rough in all the places you would expect. Just getting a bit of a breeze out there, nice and overcast still this afternoon. Going to be just about 70 degrees. Going to be ideal conditions, again, for the track, for the bikes, for the bodies. Everybody going to benefit here this afternoon from this amazing weather. Again, just about to drop the gate down there on race 15. Do want to make sure that we have all of our Micro E riders in a safe position before we do that. Looks like the remaining riders are working their way through that finish line area right now, so going to be just moments away from race 15. Coming up next is going to be the race 16. That'll be our plus 35, race 17, 65, 10 to 11, 18, our 125 all-star race. Again, continue to work our way right through. Going to be looking at 41 races here today, actually 42 races, with our Open Pro Sport going to conclude the day's activities. Going to take care of that Open Pro-Am. First time out, there'll be race number 25, and then second moto will end the day. That is going to be race number 42. Guys, want to remind you to watch more awesome free sports content at rmgsports.net. Make sure you share a link to the channel and all your social medias. So here we go, just about to kick it off, and that's it. Start is underway. Race number 15, our 65 7-9 limited, and our girls 9-16. Try to get an ID. Got a little side-by-side race, and as they work their way down off of the bottom of the hill, who's it going to be as they come into that fuel factory launch, working their way into that Tom Cycle Dragonback. Looks like that might possibly be the number having a tough time getting a read on that one. First are our Gates working their way down around the pond turn. Leader starting to make a break for it. Might possibly be Vrend. Now starting to see a battle shape up here just a bit in this number 2 battle, number 2 race. So that is our battle for second right there. That's going to be our leader out front. So back to the second place battle right now. Starting to shape up as they work their way up over the triple. Here we go. Going to work their way into that off camber. How's it going to play out? I believe that's the 747 possibly of Allen there, taking the low road. Has a much smoother line. Going to take that left-hander, work their way back down into that finish line. That's going to be Caverick Stort out front leading the way on the number 73. Thought that was a possibility out there. So Daxon Dinkfeld, the 404, finds himself in the number 2 ride. It'll be Declan Stort in the number 3 ride. Brock Norris. We saw Brock up front earlier in one of his motos. Brock finds himself in 4th right now. Going to be Nathan Tucker in 5th. Hollinger in 6th. Dameron in the number 7 ride. These guys, no stranger to each other. Going to race each other multiple times today in multiple classes. Raiden Riley checks in. Going to be Hayden Utz in 9th. So Caverick Stort, just about 7 seconds was the gap last time around over Dinkfeld. The number 404 Dak still sits in that number 2 ride. Declan Stort trying to close up onto the rear fender of Dinkfeld. Dinkfeld on the Cobra. Declan Stort riding that gas. So race 15 on the track. Race 16 coming up, going to be your plus 35. Back down to the bottom of the hill. Look at this. Riders going to the inside. Riders going to the outside. Got to defend right now. Checking in with the girls 9-16. Addison Platt out front. Going to be Macy Newth in that number 2 ride on the 323 Husqvarna. Back over to 65 7-9. Still Caverick Stort on the number 73 making it happen. Dinkfeld trying to hang in there on that number 404 ride, the number 114, Declan Stort. Trying to make a move up and over that triple. Here we come into the off camber. Which way is he going to go? Brianna Griffith checks in 3rd place in our girls 9-16. Addison Likens in 4th. Stevie Kaika in that number 5 ride in our girls 9-16. Here comes your leader, Caverick Stort, down into the finish line area. Going to pick up the green flag, all good to go. Out on lap number 2, going to be a 202.1 for Caverick Stort that time around. Caverick back under the bridge into turn number 1. Absolutely on fire right now. Caverick Stort This time around 14.7 seconds. Dax Dinkfeld in that number 2 position on the number 404, waiting on the number 3 right there. It is. That's the number 114. Declan Stewart makes his way through. Brock Norris now through in that number 4 position. So 2:12 for Caverick Stewart, 2:19 for Dax Dinkfeld, 2:22 Declan Stewart. Norris comes in with a 2:24. Nathan Tucker, 2:21. Hollinger checks in that 6th place. He turns a 2:27. Taking a look, I believe that was Dinkfeld working his way through. Now back to our leader. That's the number 73, Caverick Stewart, as he works his day down Himmler Hill. He goes to the inside, starting to see that inside line really widen out, starting to see it really shine in the bottom, getting extremely slick. There's the 404 Dinkfeld. Dinkfeld's going to go to the inside as well. Looks like Declan Stewart on the 114 is going to try to take the long way around. Taking a look back up at our girls 9 to 16, still Addison Platt as she checks in on lap number 2. That time around a 2:25, great lap for her. Macy Newth comes through with a 2:27, still holding down that number 2 ride in our girls 9 to 16. You see Caverick Stewart take a quick look over the shoulder, getting that check up from the neck up. Riders working their way, going to do that 180 right now into that right-hander, back into the triple. Look at this, starting to see some action up front. Starting to see a battle develop. White flag coming out. That's going to be your leader, Caverick Stewart, checking in. Addison Likens checking in the 3rd position in the girls 9 to 16. Last time around, Stewart had a gap of just about 14 seconds as we take a look, trying to find that 404 Cobra machine of Dinkfeld. Caverick Stewart, though, on his way on the white flag lap, less than a lap to go. Dinkfeld does check in. This time the gap 18 seconds. So Stewart picking up about 4 seconds. As you can see, that's about the difference in the lap time. 2:12.6 for Caverick Stewart, 2:16.8 for Dinkfeld. Declan Stewart checks in. Declan comes through on the 114. Nathan Tucker right behind him in 4th spot. So 65.79 limited. Caverick Stewart followed by Daxon Dinkfeld. Declan Stewart, Nathan Tucker, and Bryce Hollander, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on your screen right now, though that's going to be the 73 of Caverick Stewart. Caverick less than a lap to go. Just about halfway through this one. White flag continues to fly. Less than 1 lap to go. Caverick Stewart last time around at 2:12. Now Riley Forrest checking in. All right, in the booth with us right now. What's happening, DJ?
Nothing, man.
Our man DJ from Pro Action. Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, it's just I got to come out for everything Pleasure Valley.
I love it, dude. Of course you do.
And especially the Travis weekend.
Oh, of course. Absolutely.
It's just like a reunion of us old guys every weekend.
It is. Yeah, absolutely.
Every year, there's always good people you see from from Damon Bradshaw to
Doug Henry. Yeah, you never know.
And then even down to Robert Pastrana one year. The first year he came with Travis.
That's
it was
right.
good to sit down. For
bet.
years and years we hung out. At
For
Pleasure
sure.
Valley with at all the nationals and stuff.
That's exactly right. Darren Durham making his way back.
I seen him. He was back.
For sure, man. And how about the conditions? As we see the checkered flag coming out here, that's going to do it. Caverick Stewart taking the win. But DJ, we got a little bit overcast, just about 70 degrees, a little bit of a breeze out there. Ideal conditions today, and the track looks absolutely amazing.
It is. It's almost perfect. There's some sections they're real fast. There's some sections that are real rough. If you're not prepared, if the front end will start dancing on you, getting that right. It came across real nice. We had just enough rain.
Yes.
And, they haven't watered yet today. They may not have to till tonight.
And there's a good chance of that. We're going to do a little bit of track prep, of course, after our Open Pro race or after our Pro-Am race. And other than that, this thing is just in exceptional shape. It doesn't matter if it was our micro-electric bikes or our 250C. This track is in great shape for everybody today.
Yeah, everybody's been able to ride, and like I said, there's enough on there to separate the men from the boys, so to speak.
You bet.
There's some, it's a big deal today. You make sure your bike's good and balanced front to back. Some of those big holes that you're coming into, it's rocking back and forth on you. You need to have that setup.
Proper setup, always critical at Pleasure Valley, though, always. Yep. Taking a look at our 65-79, it's going to be Caverick Stewart with the win. Of course, Dax Dingfelt was able to hold on for that second place. Declan Stewart going to take the final step on the box there in 65-7-9. And our girls 9-16 going to be Addison Platt, Macy Newth, Addison Likens, and Brianna Griffith 1, 2, 3, and 4. Coming up next, race number 16. Race number 16, that's going to be our plus 35. And got 20 riders in that. DJ going to be another great gate.
Yeah, it's great to see some of these, plus 35, plus 40, these guys that have been around for a long time. They're smarter. I mean, we're getting older. You can't hang on like you used to, so you have to be a little bit smarter, So,
all right, down here on the podium with Caverick Stewart. He's your 65cc 7-9 limited Moto 1 winner. Caverick, tell us about your race, buddy.
It was good. I had a couple mistakes, but I fixed them the next lap. Almost went down a couple times, but I saved it.
Great ride. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Jesus for keeping me safe, Masco Motorsports, Driven MX, Clay Elliott, Cribble Excavating, Howland Industries, M&M Concrete Designs, Podium Works, and everybody else. Thank you.
That's your Moto 1 winner, Caverick Stewart, the 65 7-9 limited class. Congratulations, Cav.
All right, in just a few moments, I believe we're going to be making our way back down there for our girls 9-16 winner. That'll be Addison Platt. But right now, all about our plus 35. That's race 16. James Singer, Chris Colburn, Brad McClellan, Christopher Yothers, Chad Roselli, Matthew Holtentogler, Gary Neff, Jay Wetzel, Alexander Waskop, Kirk Rogers, Darren Durham, Cody Childers, Mark Mills, Bruce Cahill, Greg Tuttle, Dylan Tenney, Steve Roman Jr., Keegan Labonte, Nathan Kronk, and Jed Dye as they take off. Who's it going to be right there? Get an eye on them, DJ. Get that number for me.
I couldn't see.
Put them bifocals on, DJ.
I need them. I need them readers.
Exactly. Speaking of readers, going to be tough to read these guys' numbers as fast as they're working their way by. Coming through right now into that Fuel Factory launch. Just about to take to the Tom Cycle Dragons back.
Addison Platt, your Moto 1 winner in the girls 9-16. Tell us about your race.
It was pretty good. I was second off the start, and then I passed her in the first corner, and then another girl went outside, and I cut across on the inside on the next corner, and yeah.
Tell us who brings you here.
Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, Nate's Tire and Auto, Roost, GoPro, Renthal, ODI, 100%, TMR, Motocross.
Addison Platt, your girls 9-16 Moto 1 winner. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Yeah, there we hear it from Addison Platt, and great ride by her. Had to make a few moves early in that one, able to bring home the win there in our girls 9-16. Leaders now working their way across the off-camber. DJ going to bring lap 1 to an end. Look like we're looking at Steve Roman Jr. there on that 731 machine as he works his way down into the final set of rollers. Green flag is out, and in hot pursuit, I believe that may be Durham right behind. It is, yep, Darren Durham right behind him. So Roman, Durham, that's going to be Alex Waskob on the number 125 machine in that third spot. Matthew Hogentogler in that number 4 spot. Keaton Labonte rides in 5th. Chad Roselli 6th. James Singer 7th. Nate Kronk having a little better ride this time around in that number 8 spot. Bruce Cahill finds himself in 9th. That's going to be Zachary Klaptoski rounding out our top 10 in plus 35. And it seems like just yesterday was our first Travis Pastrana event.
It does. It was a few years ago now, but man, it just every year it just you look forward to it. You look forward to it, and it seems to come a little quicker. Boy, we got a battle going on here.
We do. That's going to be Durham and Waskob over that number 2 spot. Roman still the whoa! It looks like Durham went down. Waskob was playing follow the leader. And that's going to put Hogentogler, I believe, into the number 2 ride. So plus 35, a little bit of a shake-up here. And look at Durham. Durham back up on 2 wheels, going to try to get aggressive now. Washcobb was the benefactor there. Washcobb was actually behind Durham, fell, and was able to get up ahead of Durham. So Roman Jr. still out front. Hochenthaler absolutely able to take advantage of it, finds himself in the number 2 ride right now, and the battle continues between Washcobb and Durham.
Yeah, Darren's pushing him pretty hard here. I think he'll, kind of ride this out a little bit, stay behind him. This comes to the smart part. Kind of ride a little bit, kind of see their weakness, and then make your move.
Well, I was going to have an even bet on who's the smarter of these two right here. That's going to be even money. Both of these guys going to get aggressive. And there you see Durham make the move. Exactly what he needed to do as he makes the entry into that off camber. So Roman Jr. on 2. He turns a 147.9 last time around. Durham, of course, makes that move. Going into the off camber, finds himself in second. He turns a 153.9. Hochenthaler turns a 153.1. Washcobb actually back into the 4th spot, so I thought he was actually able to get himself up another position. So Durham back into the number 2 ride, Washcobb back into the 4th spot. Labonte comes through in 5th. Nate Cronk picks up 2 spots that time. He was back in the 8th position, finds himself in 6th. Rosselli now 7th, Singer 8th, Klaptowski 9th, and Bruce Cahill finds himself rounding out our top 10. Back to our leader right now, the 731. Steve Roman Jr. starting to open up a bit of a gap, about 7 seconds last time around. I believe he's increased that by a couple, probably up into about that 9-second range. See one rider picking himself up down there at the bottom of the hill, just above the pond. Battle for second right now. You still see Durham. Yeah, still see Durham in that number 2 ride. Not much of a battle right now as he's starting to open things up just a bit. Hochenthaler back there in that number 3 position, but not putting up much of a fight right now. The real fight's going to be if Washcobb gets back up on the rear fender of Hochenthaler. That's where the battle's going to be.
Yeah, the battle's going to be for 3rd.
No question about that. So Durham, again, starting to open up just a bit of a lead, but as soon as you say that, Hochenthaler starts to close the gap just a bit. Back to our leaders. He comes through the off camber. A great camera shot from above. Gives you a different perspective of that off camber than looking at it from down below. White flag comes out now for the 731 of Steve Roman Jr.
Yeah, and that off camber, that is squirrely coming through there. You don't realize how steep it is. Everybody needs to go walk up it one day. Start
exactly.
At the bottom, walk up the side of it.
Yeah, just try to walk across it after the final moto of the day.
Right.
Take a look at what that thing looks like at the end of the day. Right there, the 731 Steve Roman continues to increase that lead this time. Well, actually, Hochenthaler cut into that lead down to about 6.9 seconds here on the last lap.
It's good to watch Stevie with the school and everything that that he has. So every day he's preaching for him. He's preaching how to ride.
Yes.
So hopefully he pays attention to what he's saying there. That keeps you sharper when you're older, I think.
Yeah,
and you get into these next classes. So yeah, I mean he's been going fast for a long time, and he's really not slowing down any.
No, not at all. Got to practice what you preach, just like you
That's
said.
Right.
And it was good last week at Las Vegas for the KTM Junior Supercross Challenge. Top of the box, heard him thanking Jones Roman school. So, these guys have wide reach. And actually, 3 of the top 5 kids were Jones Roman students there in Vegas last week.
Stevie's always been fast. And, Mike's just
Mike's Mike.
Mike's Mike, man. He's just Jonesy. He's been around long. He's earned it. He's put the work in, and he's earned everything he has.
Well, less than half a lap to go in this one, and Steve Roman doing what he needs to do. We take a look back up front there. There's the 731 Yamaha. Cuts back across that rut. Real smart ride in there. Sends it to the top floor on that triple. Enters this off camber one more time. And he's just one corner and a couple obstacles away from putting another moto win in the books here in the plus 35 class.
Yeah, they're still going good. You got Roman out front, Durham still back there, Hochenthaler. You got a couple guys in the back. Singer's moved up a little bit. I think Chad Roselli's moved up a couple spots here in the last few laps.
And Cronk back up into the 5th spot now.
Yeah.
So Cronk started back in 9th, able to pick up 4 good positions there. So with the win, like you said, Steve Roman Jr. as the checkers come out, Durham able to hold on to that number 2 plot. Hochenthaler in the number 3 position. A great ride. Got to be happy if you're a Team Green guy right now. top 5 positions, all on green machines. Roman, Durham, Hogan Togler, Washkop, Kronk, and Singer going to round it out in the number 6 spot on his Husqvarna.
Yep, now wait and see on the podium here. See if Stevie's as good as the little kids were before. He knew all his sponsors. He wasn't even cheating looking at his fender.
That's exactly right, man. He didn't need a pit board, didn't need a sticker, either one. I love it.
Let's see how Stevie holds his own there on the interview part.
Coming up next, going to be race number 17, 65, 10 to 11. So 65, 10 to 11 coming up next. That will be race 17. Harrison Vagel, Kent Griffin, Trayson Waters, Jacob Day, Dylan Roke, Parker Reneker, Travis Bartley, Tate Bueno. Going to be Bryce Solosky, Bryce Duke, Kay Dupuis, Mason Bennett, and Jax Maturko.
Boy, this race brings them in. It's not even our local normal Pleasure Valley riders. There's I've seen a lot of New York plates, a lot of Maryland plates, the surrounding states, man. This is a great event for Jeff, and every year you see it spreads out a little farther.
Absolutely, DJ. We see Canada, we see Florida. This thing's just getting huge, and it was cool. Pulled in just about 8 o'clock this morning, a little after, and the place was packed. A line already out front. Here we go on our 65, 10 to 11. Is that the 101 Travis Bartley? I think Bartley may have got a good start. Bartley was on the inside. Not sure if he was able to hold on to that whole shot or not, but look at the gap we're starting to see already here. Just 3 turns into this one already, and we've got an established leader, one of our Cobra riders. See exactly who that is. The 101 of Bartley battling right now. It looks like Bartley now going the long way around. Can he make the pass, put him back into the number 2 position? I believe that. Whoa, Bartley with a foot off the peg behind him up on the Z. Almost doing a downhill knack right there, DJ.
Almost.
You might call that one the whack-knack is what that one might be.
He can smell him up there. He's cutting her loose a little bit.
No doubt. Take a look at the track again. Just incredible condition right now. Take a look how this thing's starting to develop. As we go down by the pond, really see those ruts have really kind of, I don't want to say subsided, but really changed direction, and they don't look as severe on the outside as they used to be by any means.
No, they don't look quite as bad, but I'll tell you what, some of the inside ruts are getting looks like they're gaining a little bit on them. They're getting a little bit bigger, and not really dragging the foot pegs yet, but it's close.
And that's what we always say, DJ. That line works until it doesn't.
Yep. It works right up until somebody blows it out, or
Exactly.
Whichever the situation. But it's nice. So look like right here coming into that corner. There's not one rut. There's not 2 ruts. There's 4 different ruts, and they're all pretty decent.
And they all look good. Yeah. Nothing really seemed to have a hook in it. You didn't see a hump in the bottom of those, which you're going to see later in the day. Some of these are really going to get beat. You're going to see some of these things start to get a hook, start to curve just a bit. Going to get really deep, and right now not the case. Parker Reneker on that 100 out front. Travis Bartley, as we said, he's in that number 2 spot. Had a great start, gave up a position early. Trayson Walters on the number 48 rides in third. Tate Bueno in that number 4 spot. Going to be Harrison Vagel 5th. Bryce Solosky in 6th. Kay Dupuis in that number 7 spot. Bryce Duke bringing it through in the number 8 spot on his number 225 KTM. Kent Griffith runs in 9th on the number 38 Yamaha. And our 65, 10 to 11 out front to Parker Reneker continues to put down good laps, hitting these marks right now, keeping that gap pretty steady with just about 3 seconds, DJ, first time around. Battle for second on the screen right now. That's going to be Bartley and Walters as they go at it.
Yeah, there's not much space in between there. It's sometimes when you get that guy in front of you, man, you just got that little extra you can put out, and that's one of them things. You can either put it out there and throw it a little too far, or you can put just enough to catch up,
No doubt. And DJ, we always talk, it's one thing to close the gap, but it's another to make the move.
That's right, man. You know, it just and a lot of times too, you know, and I kind of notice these guys, they're taking different routes.
Sure.
They're not, you know, somebody along the line taught them not to follow.
Yeah.
You know, so that's a good thing. You know, they're not afraid to go into the corners, take a different route. You know, try to make a move. So, you know, they're out there doing it.
We've seen it a few times early in this. Back to our leader up front, Parker Reneker. We've talked about it before. Not a lot of follow the leader in these youth classes, but yet we saw Durham and Washkov and those guys a little bit of follow the leader.
Yeah.
And you know, didn't follow the basics and got caught up in a little bit of drama.
Yep. Yeah. When one goes down and you know you're in the same line, when he goes down, there's nothing you can do but hit him.
It's
you know,
it.
Sometimes. So.
No way around.
But,
so.
Yeah. Sometimes you don't have a choice either, too. You know.
For sure.
But,
so still Reneker, Bartley, Waters, 1, 2, 3. Want to thank our friends at Race Awards for that rundown as we come through the finish line. Going to be still green flag racing. Going to be Reneker, I believe, still out front. Yep, on the number 100 machine. This time, gap last time was 2.99, so Bartley keeping him really honest. 2.98 is the gap this time. Walter's still there, and Buono as well.
Yeah, like I said, it's turning a good race. And, you know, running, all he needs to do is pick up that extra second and, you know, start gaining a little bit here, a lap or two, and it'll be a good finish.
All of a sudden, it's a new game when we look at it like that. Coming up next, let's see, going to be our 125 All-Star race, race number 18 coming up next. So looking forward to that one. And 65, 10 to 11 continue to rage a battle for this number 2 position between Bartley and Walters. Reneker pretty much in control right now, has about a 3-second lead up front. And the good news is has clean air and clean vision, has control of the race line, does Reneker. So next time around should be picking up the white flag as he works his way down to the bottom of the Himmler Excavating downhill.
I'll tell you what, Matt, I need to roll. I see some people. I've hogged your booth up enough. I've wasted people's time. I've bored them to death.
DJ.
So, you know, it's just, you know, I don't want to get in storytelling mode here while we're trying to.
Well, we could do that.
We could do that later, maybe. But,
we could do that.
No, I just want to thank Jeff for having us as always, and thanks to all the people for coming out. And you know, RMG Sports here. It's just great to have this and be able to watch the races like this.
Unbelievable, DJ Corzin. Thank you so much, buddy. Always great to see you. One of my oldest buddies here. And always a pleasure to have you in the booth. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
DJ Corzin from Pro Action Suspension joining us right now. As we work our way back through this 65, 10 to 11. Parker Reneker still out front leading the way. Travis Bartley in that number 2 ride. Walter still in the 3rd position. Going to pick up the white flag here as he works his way back down the hill. There comes your leader, number 100. Parker Reneker going to see that white flag here in just a moment. There it is. White flag is that. Trayson Walters picks up a spot. So Bartley back into the number 3 spot. Number 48 able to make the move. Finds himself in 2nd here. As we work our way out onto the white flag lap in 65cc 10 to 11.
I'll tell you what, Reneker having a great day today. A little bobbled early, but he's out there doing it right. One lap to go. Tate Buono up into 4th. That's best he's done today.
Yeah, Buono, he's another one of those guys. He's always in the mix.
Absolutely.
Always in the
Absolutely.
that guy is. So Walters back there is in battle for 3rd right now. I believe that's Bartley and Buono. Yeah, Buono on the Husky, the number 126. Buono trying to make something happen. Gives up a bit of space right there as they work their way back down Himmler Hill. Did he go down? Buono went down, yeah.
Ooh.
Lost track of him there, lost sight of him. So the 126 was on a charge, was setting out after the 101 of Travis Bartley, and unfortunately takes a soil sample there. Hopefully back up on 2 wheels right now as we continue on this white flag lap with Parker Reneker, the number 100 machine, just about to put a bow on this one.
Trayson Walters running a 2:11 last lap to Reneker's 2:12, but he's 3.5 seconds back in gap. It's just can't make that up.
Yeah, 3.5 seconds with less than a lap to go.
Right.
Simple math tells us that's probably not going to work out. One final look. There goes the number 100, Parker Reneker. Checker flag about to come out. There it is. Checker flag flies for Reneker. Walters makes his way through, holds on to that number 2 spot. And after riding second most of this one, Travis Bartley going to come home in the number 3 spot.
All right, 125 All-Star is on the line right now. We're looking at Bobby Malloy, Oscar Joseph, Caleb Carter, Lincoln Bartholomew, Nolan Murphy, Owen Luzier, Landon Shank, Gruyere Moir, Briar Stesick, Robert Nupp, Travis Schneider, and Joe Shipley. Joe Shipley on the 812 Yamaha. And this should be a fun one to watch. You know, back when they called them tiddlers, I guess it's not a tiddler anymore. So we're going to send it down to Andy on the podium.
'65cc winner, 10 to 11 class. Parker Reneker, congratulations, buddy. Tell us about your race.
It was good. On the start, me and somebody else kind of collided into each other, like almost took each other out, but then I just holded it on more and then got to the first turn first and tried to run away.
Tell us who brings you here, bud.
My mom, my dad, Reneker Surfaces, Let's Ride, Scott, Arma, T-Rex, Dunlop, Seven, Bell, everybody else. Thank you.
That's Parker Reneker, your 65cc 10 to 11 Moto 1 winner. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Andy. Boy, I tell you what, Parker Reneker, that's a good interview right there.
Absolutely.
You know, he's talking to you.
He holded it wide open, and they almost went down and took each other out, and that's a great interview. We need to get that podium cowboy. We need to get Wes Kane back on the time clock. We need to get him to clock in.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Business will pick up then.
Oh, he's playing traffic cop right now.
That's exactly what he's doing down there.
So welcome back this afternoon. It's RMGSports.net live view of the Pleasure Valley Travis Pastrana World Challenge. And it is a world challenge. We got Canadians, we got Americans, we got it all.
You name it. And I got to tell you, a true international event here this afternoon, and it's a great time as it always is. Like you said, going to have our first motos today. Going to work our way up through 42, and that'll be our second moto of our Pro Sport class.
And then we have LCQs.
Yes.
So they're going to go also. But we're going to keep going. Here we go into the first turn. It's the 64 of Nolan Murphy with the hole shot. Nolan is headed out to Crawfordsville next weekend. He's going to be riding in the support class. So this is his warm up. Good people from down Southern Virginia ride for Triangle Cycle.
Mm-hmm. We know those guys for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Is that Vagel?
It could be.
Is he in this one?
We got the Landon Shank or Gruyere Moir.
Wasn't sure if Vagel
104 and 111.
Yeah. Old enough for this one or not?
Not quite. Well, there's two 14-year-olds out there, so.
Awesome.
Up across the MX6.
Battle for fourth.
What a battle.
Look at this. Top four all in the same camera shot right there.
Yeah.
It's going to be a three-way battle for second before it's over with. These guys are going to push each other up there right behind the leader, but the battle right now for the number 4 spot.
Murphy in second.
So 1 in the book. Green flag continues flying. That's going to be Caleb Carter. Joe Dirt from down in North Carolina. You see this guy ride a mini bike.
Oh, I'm
you
sure.
See this guy ride a pit bike. So Caleb Carter, he's adept on both the full-size bikes and the mini bikes. And I was looking for him in Vegas last week. Of course, Rob Bitus in Yamaha Moto Zealy pit bike race. Caleb Carter, normally a big part of those, wasn't able to make it, but making up for it here today. The number 6 machine out front and leading the way, coming from North Carolina.
Nolan Murphy in second, Briar Stesick in third, Lincoln Bartholomew fourth, Oscar Joseph fifth, Travis Schneider sixth, Owen Luzier in seventh. Look at this battle. This is the battle for third.
Whoa, big move right there.
Stesick, Bartholomew, and Joseph.
Man, I think that might have been Joseph making the move.
Yeah.
To be honest
on the
with
Yamaha,
you.
yeah.
Right ahead of them is Stesick. So actually that was Bartholomew, Joseph, and Snyder, I believe, battling it out.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 Yamahas back here and 1 ahead of them is Stesick. So Bartholomew right now, he's got his work cut out for him.
He's a sandwich.
He's under attack, no question about it.
Surrounded by blue.
Looks like that might be Schneider now. Schneider trying to work his way up. Joseph may have got by already, and that's going to be...
Oh! And he goes down.
Oh, man.
So that's Bartholomew. So Joseph and Schneider go by.
So it looked like he was a victim of the foot peg right there.
Yeah.
Just got in a little too deep, leaned that thing over a little bit too far.
There's Carter and Murphy going at it on lap number 2 over the Pro Action finish line.
Yeah, Murphy carrying the faster pace, no doubt about it. Caleb Carter got a great start. Last time around, Nolan Murphy almost a full second quicker. Briar Stesick in that number 3 spot. Bartholomew finds himself in 4th. Travis Schneider now back into the number 5 spot after that fall over.
All right, Nolan Murphy putting the pressure on Caleb Carter as they come into the head of the Dragon, headed towards that Fuel Factory launch. Here comes Murphy. The pressure is on.
Yeah, Murphy got a great drive, had the motor in the sweet spot. Carter to the inside right there. Now he drifts outside. That's going to set him back up to the inside. Can he defend right here? You know Murphy's going to bring it with some momentum. Tries to get a little better drive. That's exactly what he does, side by side. As they work their way down the hill, you know Joe Dirt's going to have to defend. Goes to the inside. Is it enough? Murphy grabs a handful. Can't make it around. Murphy goes back to the outside again. Gets another good drive. Caleb Carter, though, able to maintain that spot. Still keeps the lead. And here we go. Going to be a drag race to the top of the hill, Kevin Bailey.
And what a defensive move there. Carter moves over, takes away the line of Nolan Murphy, so he has to back in the triple-double set. So now they go up into the bowl turn, and Carter just running a defensive run there.
Yeah, Carter uncorked it, sent that thing for 3, but had a great move, like you said, in the turn before. Just took control of the race line and didn't let Murphy in.
That's it. And Murphy frustrated, but he'd be doing the same thing if he was up there.
That's how it works. That's how this thing plays out. So going to be 3 laps in the book right now. Caleb Carter still out front. This time he turns a 154.4. Murphy a 154.7. These guys literally fender to fender, Kevin Bailey.
Oh, what a race. Underneath the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LMR tire first turn. What a battle. This is epic. This is a 5-lap race, so they're going to be going into the white flag will be coming out this time around as they come into the head of the Dragon. And Nolan Murphy, he started to make a charge, but the depth of those turns, it just sucked the power right out of that, took the speed rate off of it. So now he's battling back as they come through the end of the Tom Cycle Dragon back into the tail. Murphy making a charge again, but every time he makes a charge, Caleb Carter has got an answer. So let's see what happens as they come down that downhill. Now we're looking at Bartholomew, the 3rd place, and then back up again.
Wow, what a battle we've got going on here. We take a look at that first and second battle. We take a look back into the third and fourth position. Of course, you mentioned this one going to go 5 laps, going to pick up the white flag back up to our leader right now, Caleb Carter. Opens up a bit of a gap over the 64 and Nolan Murphy. Nolan tries to ride the short track, though, comes back to the inside line. Carter's going to use that momentum, just doubles up out of there, doesn't hit the triple into that Cleveland Brothers off camber. Going to pick up the white flag here in just a moment.
All right, across the top of the Cleveland Brothers cat off camber, playing follow the leader, but you know what? That's the fastest line right now. If I was Murphy, I'd probably be saying the same thing. So, yeah, I'm not going to take a chance on losing more time. I need to make it up. White flag is out last lap as Caleb Carter and Nolan Murphy both running a 1:53, but Nolan Murphy 1:53.014, so he is 0.3 of a second faster than Caleb Carter. Schneider in third, Lincoln Bartholomew in fourth now. Schneider at a 1:54.946 and Bartholomew at a 1:59. Here we go, side by side.
Murphy tries to make a move, Kevin, around the outside. Joe Dirt says not yet. Work their way down through that rhythm section of the time cycle dragging back. Look at this. Caleb Carter goes back to the inside. Murphy says, I'm going to take the long way around. Can I carry the momentum? Not enough to make it happen. Carter,
Not
one
this
more
time.
time, going to have to defend down to the inside.
Murphy has got to keep doing different lines. He can't just keep doing the same. There we go. What a move. Just enough to get by.
Absolutely. We've talked about it all day long. And look at this.
Here
Caleb
come.
Carter answer. Here comes Joe Dirt back to the inside. Carter hits a bump, though, throws the bike out of balance, allows Murphy to get a better drive.
Now who's doing the defensive moves here? It's like, go ahead. You try to pass me on the outside.
Yeah.
Nolan Murphy, man in charge of his own destiny right now, as he brings it around the Cernix Racing bull turn up over the Fly Racing triple. Let's see if Carter has another charge left in him.
Carter come up a bit short on that triple. You see he bounced, lost a little bit of time there as they worked their way across that Cleveland Brothers off camber. Joe Dirt has essentially thrown in the towel right now. Checkered flag is out. And it's going to be all Nolan Murphy.
What a race. That was great. Loved it. So Nolan Murphy, great win. Caleb Carter, he's thinking, yep, I'll go 2-1. Not a problem. So Travis Schneider, let's see if he can hold it on. That looks like him coming through there. In third, and then it's Lincoln Bartholomew and Oscar Joseph. I don't think that Joseph could make up that 9 seconds. So Lincoln Bartholomew takes fourth, Oscar Joseph fifth, Briar Stesick sixth. No, Stesick does make it. He gets into fifth. Oscar Joseph in sixth. And we're getting ready for race number 19. First step after the pros, plus 25.
There we go.
Oh, Racer X bet. We're going to take it down to Andy as he gets a podium ready.
Down there in the podium with Nolan Murphy. He's your Moto 1 winner and a 125 All-Star. Nolan, why don't you tell us about your race?
It was good. I just got off to a good start. Caleb didn't make it easy. It was a fight the whole moto, and I just did what I needed to do on the last lap.
Who do you want to thank?
Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad. Rusty at Triangle Cycles, Donnie at Triangle Cycles, Jimmy Weiner at MX Gate Drop, Factory Connection, Dunlop, Legacy, Liat, ODI, OGO, and Engine Ice. Thank you.
That's Nolan Murphy, your 125 All-Star Moto 1 winner. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Andy. And we are back on the track with the plus 25 class. Steve Roman out there, along with a lot of other TJ Lamphere, Alex Panzarella, Corey Karsten, Matt Bailey, Darren Durham, Alex Waskob, Jay Wetzel, Hogan Togler, Marshall Welton on the 35, and I believe he's got the lead right now. No, that's Kawasaki. So a lot of fast riders out there. Zach Kaplotsky, I haven't seen him for a while.
Close call right there at the bottom of that Himmler excavation hill. One of our riders jammed up on that inside line. A couple guys hit him from behind. Nobody goes down amazingly.
Yes, that is amazing. And that's I think that is Steve Roman up front. It's Kawasaki. Rides like him.
Well, Steve Roman rides a Yamaha.
Nope.
The last couple races he did.
Yeah.
Just like we had our KTM listed as a Kawasaki a little bit ago.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shoot. So that is...
Oh, it's Vinny Lahovey.
VLJ, Vinny Lahovey Jr.
Yeah, I didn't even have him listed in here. No wonder I didn't see him.
And we still have Roman. He is listed on a Cowie, but I believe he is going to be on a blue bike as he works his way through. Yes.
No, that's green.
Is it?
Darren
him
Durham.
back there?
Yeah, all three of them.
Okay.
All three of them on Kawasaki. Four of them. Hogetogler on Kawasaki. Ben Nelko in 5th. Tony Yusko in 6th. Corey Carson in 7th. Marshall Welton in 8th. Alex Waskob in 9th. And Panzarella rounds out the top 10. That's brought to you by JWF Industries right here in downtown Johnstown.
So VLJ, Vinny Lahovey Jr.
I told Vinny yesterday he's got to come up and see us this weekend. He says, yeah, maybe Sunday.
You know, been a lot of fun watch Vinny ride mini bikes.
Oh, yeah.
You know, been a lot of fun watching all these guys grow up. You know, we even talk about Durham and these guys. A little battle going on back here now
back to
with
5th place.
Nelko and Usko. Actually, that might be Welton in there as well. Looks like he might have picked up a couple.
Marshall Welton, I'm surprised he's back in 8th. He must have had a really bad start. Another one of the MX6 race team, along with Tyler Steppick. And, of course, he's also on the Gizmo Mods riding for Conrad Eigenman and Rock River Yamaha. So, Marshall Welton, glad to see him out here.
Yeah, always good to see Marshall on the track. Another one of those guys out there doing it for the love of it. Works it every week, you know, works it every week, man, makes it happen. Yeah. Marshall now finds himself in 5th, picks one up that time around. Nelko back into number 6 spot.
I like that. Ben Nelko riding on Racer X.
I love him.
Yep. And people look at him like, well, who is this guy? Yeah, wait and see. You'll find out. Yusko all the way back to 12th now.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. 13th, so definitely something going on with the number 689 KTM of Tony Usko. That moves Sean Kelly now up into the 10th spot, so Sean rounding out our top 10. Lahovey still out front, leading the way, about a 4.5 second gap right now.
Vinny J.
Doing a great job.
And I mean, look at that. Steve Roman, Darren Durham, Hogan Togler, Marshall Welton, Ben Nelken, Corey Karsten. What a bunch of people to have behind you.
Right. To say the least, huh?
Whoa.
Plus 25. Working on lap number 3 right now. VLJ still out front leading way. Got a battle on our hands, though, right here. That might be Carson and Nelko.
Oh.
There's Carson right there. So who's he working on now? Might be Waskoff got by.
Could be.
But we're going to find out right now. As they come back through, VLJ still leading on that number 437 machine. Going to be Roman Jr., Steve Roman Jr. in the number 2 spot. Durham still rides in 3rd. Welton picks one up. Welton finds himself in the 4th position now. Hogan Togler gives one up. Ben Nelko still in the number 6 spot. And that is going to be Waskoff picking one up in the number 7 position. So Carson right behind him. Carson able to work his way past Panzarella as well. Panzarella in 9th now.
Sean Kelly rounding out the top 10. Brought to you by the Whole Shot Cafe and Diner.
In beautiful Johnstown, PA.
Not sure who that is.
Yeah, trying to figure that one out right now.
He spun us around the track, and I was like, uh-oh. That's the that's a lapper there. And there's Vinny. Up over the fly race and triple. Because he can.
You know, Vinny spent all summer chasing the nationals out there, made a lot of them. You know, it'd be fun to watch him in the mornings during time qualifying, watch the lap times come down, and maybe get into an LCQ situation and this and that. So a lot of fun watching Vinny all summer long, chasing his dreams in the nationals.
Speaking of dreams, he's got the win in the plus 25 class. And here comes Steve Roman. Darren Durham just behind him. I wonder if Welton, looks like Welton might have got him.
There we go.
Marshall Welton picks up third.
Third place.
Wow.
Great job. Welton was flying out there.
Nelko, look at that. Nelko makes it up into fourth.
Well, he was battling the whole time. Nelko had somebody on him the whole time.
Hogentogler in sixth, Walskop in seventh, Corey Karsten in eighth, Panzarella in ninth, and Sean Kelly will round out the top 10. Plus 45. Let's add 20 years to him.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. So Adam Russler, Alan Alford, the Mason out of Danville, Virginia.
Yep.
One of my favorites. I've always liked racing with him and always liked being around Jim Dobbs, Rory Whibble, Neil Hart, Barry Karsten, the Iron Man, out in the 45 plus, Jared Gantz, Curtis Valdesari, Greg Simon, Shane Keller, and Galen Dixon, another one I battled with many years.
Yeah, I don't see a Suzuki for Carson and Alan Alford.
Alan Alford is on a Kawasaki. I saw that this morning.
Up till Loretta's, he was on Suzuki's.
Yeah, and it shows Suzuki.
Wow. And Carson made the change too, huh?
I don't know. Carson's still listed as Suzuki RM Army.
You know, Barry Carson's won so much contingency. He's won more contingency than anybody in the country from Suzuki. They just start giving him shares in the company. You know, it's like they sent him a business card, you know.
Yamaha in the lead. And the only one I'm showing would be Roy Whibble, the 23. But nope, that's an 84. Don't have him on here. We'll find out. Of course.
Interesting.
When it shows up, it'll be like, oh, I knew that.
Right. Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
There's a taste of dirt.
That was awkward, wasn't it?
Oh. That's that slow motion upside down split. They hurt.
Yeah.
They hurt a lot. You get a taste of dirt, and then your legs decide to do a ballerina thing that you are not capable of.
Yeah, that looked pretty uncomfortable. I'd like uncomfortable like Easter dinner at your girlfriend's aunt.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's where you get up on the
That's
guy
uncomfortable.
and you're going, I'm fine,
Yeah.
I'll be okay.
Exactly. Yeah, that's uncomfortable, friends. Believe me.
All right, now let's see who's up there.
So that is Murph.
Nolan Murphy, number 64. Oh,
man, that is Vagel, man. That what? You got the wrong. I thought so. I thought you did, bro, because I didn't see them Suzukis out there.
No, well, again, it's.
I thought you did.
This is race 20, not race 19.
To everybody at home, we apologize.
Yeah. Kevin being a dumb person.
And Mega being polite because I didn't argue with you. I was like, okay, everybody's riding cowies now. All right.
I'll show him.
And then I specifically said that kid looks like Hudson Vagel the way he rides.
Yep.
Wow.
You sure he's not on the plus 45?
There's there's our little faux pas for the day.
I'm
rest
sure
assured,
I got more of them too.
Rest assured, we'll make another one. We're going to pronounce some more names wrong. We're going to butcher some more names before the afternoon's over, and Hang in there with us, folks. It's going to get fun.
More fun than right now. Third place.
Oh! Was that Luzon that got stuck down there?
Could be.
Looked like Lex might have really dug into that berm. Almost brought that Yamaha to a stop.
All right, back to the lead. There's Nolan Murphy and Hudson Vagel as they come up through the Cernix Racing bull turn.
Vagel got the mojo working right now.
Oh, look at that.
He's in a good spot. He knows it. Wow, crossers from the bottom top. Lost some time there. I don't think he meant to do that.
No, that's a Stevie Roman line there. I've been watching the last 2 weeks pulling that. Look at Vagel keeping the pressure on. Nolan Murphy still in the lead, but he's getting an earful. He knows. He knows he's back there.
Now here we go. Here goes Vagel around the outside. A little far back to make that work, though, I think. Still gets a good drive.
Yeah.
Vagel tries
setting
to close
up the inside. Oh, Nolan Murphy swaps it over there. Defensive move.
Murph knew exactly what to do, like he had mirrors on that bike, man. Knew exactly when to pull over in front of Vagel, and that's what he did. Murphy going into D mode right now, full defense mode. And Vagel, that guy's on the attack.
Yeah, he is. Takes the outside again. That's one of those ones I'd have to try the outside. And we got a lapper up in there.
Oh, got one in the mix, huh?
I think there's another one just had. Oh, and that takes away Vagel's line there.
It did.
As they come up the triple-double.
Impeded progress there just
There's another one up ahead.
Murph able to make his way around just fine. There comes Vagel. He tucks in, so both of these guys able to clear that latest lap.
Oh, look at this. Vagel's got a good run there. And he takes it.
Nice move. Literally jumped into the lead right there, Kevin. Got a good drive. Was no denying it, and there was no way Murphy was going to defend against it.
Well, because he took away that left-hand turn.
Yep.
Jumped in there like, yeah, go ahead. See what you're going to do now.
Now look at Vagel immediately start to check out. I told you he had the pace. He had the speed to make this happen. 151.7 for Vagel last time around. 153.5. So almost 2 seconds quicker with Vagel.
All right, so Vagel and Murphy going to the. We're going to take it down to Andy at the podium.
Guys, with plus 45 winner Shane Kelleher. Shane, looks like you had a good race, man. You got out to a good start and finished it off. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I got the whole shot and led the whole race. Had free sailing, so pretty easy race.
Tell us who brings you here and who you want to thank.
Yeah, my wife made the trip with me, so I got to thank her first and foremost. FXR Moto, Hydro Earth, 139 Designs, BA Suspension, Kelleher Sealants, and anyone else that I forgot.
That's Shane Kelleher, your plus 45 Moto 1 winner. Back to you guys.
All right, and we are back up here. Thank you very much, Andy. As we see Vagel come around the pond turn, headed up the MX6 Racing triple-double.
I believe he's on the white flag lap now.
Yeah. And Nolan Murphy not even on the screen.
Nah, Nolan Murphy faded away on this one for us. Just about 3 seconds back there for a bit. Now he's not even in the same section as Vagel, so definitely had some kind of bobble.
Tell you, that's some intense racing. I can see where you're done at a certain point of that is how much you can do. Checkered flag is out, so Hudson Vagel with the win. I was going to say Nolan Murphy.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
No, the screen jumped.
Exactly. Let it set.
Nolan Murphy comes in second.
Yes.
And they're pretty much evenly spaced. Shipley, then Lex Lauzon, Briar Stesic, Keegan McDade. Look at Keegan McDade. He likes being on the big bikes.
Yep, and Stesic made the move on Luzon on the last lap, too. So that puts Stesic into fourth, Luzon back into the number 5 spot.
Race number 21, WMX. 8 entries. The 9 of Cynthia McCowan. The 14 of Brittany Major. The 29 of Alana Folk. The 32 of Tiffany Finala. The 94 of Kiana Kurtz. The 367 of Delaney Haynes. The 386 of Jenna Schulteis. And the 808 of Madison Musquire.
And here we go, off and running.
And that looks like the 29 of Elena Folk with the whole shot. I see the 94 of Kiana Kurtz right up there.
89 in the 3rd place.
And I'm not seeing the 89.
Must have jersey numbered one way, bike numbered another.
Of course. You've been mired in the pros too long. Yeah, it's amazing when you get to the pro tech inspection. They look at the jersey, they look at the helmet, and everybody else walks away.
You better believe it. That's exactly right.
Oh, second place goes down.
Who was that?
I'm not knowing. Yeah, I'm surprised that not more of the majors made it up here for this.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, the Lala and JJ.
I tell you who impressed me, Charlie Cannon all summer long. Charlie coming from Australia. She did a great job. Picked up a win this year. WMX really stepped the game up on the
absolutely
the pro level, and it was a lot of fun to watch this summer.
Here's the battle for 3rd. And I think that's the Atlanta Folk back in 4th place now. Here's the number 14 of Brittany Major out of Preston, Connecticut on the Honda. She is your leader.
She's out of Connecticut?
Yeah.
Interesting. Brittany Macher.
Cheshire. No, Preston. Cynthia McCowan's out of Cheshire.
Okay. Gotcha.
Got that smile. So Kiana Kurtz, the 94 in 2nd. Alana Folk, the 29 in 3rd. Alexis Huber, the number 20 in 4th. Jenna Schulteis, the 386 in 5th. Cynthia McCowan, the number 9 in 6th place.
Well, the gang's all here, no doubt about it. When we take a look at that rundown, we recognize all those names. There's Finala right there. Who's coming up next?
Next up after this is race 22, Mini Senior 1 and 85 911 Limited. There's the battle for 3rd. Alana Folk and Alexis Huber coming through the tail of the dragon. Saw a terrible towel in the background.
Oh, right on. Plenty of those will be waving this afternoon.
Oh, and tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning they're playing in Ireland.
Mm-hmm. Making the big trip.
So there's Folk and Huber there. Elena Folk and Alexis Huber as they come up the MX6 triple-double.
Looked like Folk almost come to a stop in that rut, like she lost momentum or missed a gear or something.
There's Kurtz and Folk.
Huber wasn't able to take advantage of it, though.
No. Kiana Kurtz, Elena Folk, the Husqvarna and the Yamaha going at it. Brittany Major, Kiana Kurtz right there. There's Folk and Huber, Elena Folk, Alexis Huber.
Should be picking up the white flag this time around.
And we're 4 races away from moto number 1 of the Open Pro-Am.
Ooh, yeah. Looking forward to that.
The girls are back in town.
They certainly are right now. It is all about WMX. Major, Kurtz, Folk, Huber, Schultes, McCone, Myers, Finella, and Haynes.
That should be 29 Atlanta Folk there. There's our, that's the battle for the lead. Major and Kurtz coming down that Himmler excavating downhill.
There it is.
Whew. The pressure was on.
Yeah, it was. I had to find that cheat sheet. I'm with you. For sure.
There's our leaders. This time around, the white flag will be coming out. If you see them exiting the triple-double. Where's Dean Dye says, the 6-pack.
Dean's a good guy.
Yes, he is. Always proud to work with him.
Yep.
Came up here a couple times this summer.
Mm-hmm.
Love seeing him.
He did a quad thing up here, didn't he?
Yeah.
This year, yep.
Yeah, I couldn't make it, so he had to step in and take that one. Natural born announcer. All right.
So, yep, 3 laps in the book for Major right now.
"27 years old on the Honda. Oldest one out there. I know it's not proper. I'm going to do it anyway, but it's Tiffany Finala, 32,
right.
on the 32 bike.
There you go. That works.
Battle for the lead as they come through the Tom Cycle dragging back. Kiana Kurtz making a little charge there. Down the Himmler downhill. Turn at the bottom. Into the team green switchback.
Yeah, I like switchback better than chicane.
Yeah.
There's
Andy
Gibraltar.
asked me that last weekend and said, what's the difference between a switchback and a chicane? I said, road racing and motocross, I guess. That's
Pretty much. I mean, dead serious. That's what I would have said, too.
All right. Major makes it through the Cernix Racing bowl turn. Up over the Fly Racing triple, double single, either way. Uh-oh, we got a, oh good, the lapper went down the bottom.
Oh.
That could have messed things up.
Man, that off camera just getting rougher and rougher and rougher.
White flag comes out, so it's a 5-lap race. Brittany Major, Kiana Kurtz have been this tight the whole race.
Well, the reason for that is they both turned 213s. A 213.4 for Major, a 213.5 for Kurtz. Folk comes in with a 213.8. Look
at that. And Jenna Schulteis is 2:14 in 5th. Alexis Huber 2:15 in 4th.
Right.
The top 5 riders are consistent within 2 seconds. That's amazing.
That's called in the groove.
That's in the groove.
When you're focused, when you can hit that same lap time, in traffic, out of traffic, despite whatever. It's amazing.
All right, Kiana's closed up. She's all over Brittany's back fender. Here we go. Out of the tail of the dragon, headed towards the Himmler downhill.
Final time, white flag is out. Less than a lap to go in this one here, our WMX Moto.
Oh, we got traffic up ahead. Let's see what happens here. And the lapper goes outside. That's where Kiana is. Kiana gets through clean. Up over the triple-double. Kiana tightens it up. They are fender to fender now.
Wow.
Oh, nice block. Nice block. She goes outside.
It's as good as it gets, Kevin.
Wow. Brittany Major up over the fly racing triple. Here comes Kiana Kurtz. She takes the outside, and Brittany slips outside to make the block. As they come across the top. Ooh.
My goodness, Kevin.
The cat off camber. Oh, my goodness. Here they come, and Brittany Major will take the win just barely.
Wow. Did she?
Yes, they gave it to her, but that was a half a bike length.
And second place had a quicker lap time. Wow. How about that?
Alana Folk in 3rd, Alexis Huber in 4th. Maybe. Schulteis was right there. And Schulteis gets 4th.
Wow.
Alexis Huber in 5th. Madison Musquire 6th. Cynthia McCowan 7th. Tiffany Finale 8th. Jalen Myers in 9th. And Delaney Haynes rounds out the top 10. Race number 22 on the line. Mini Senior 1, 12-14, and 85-911 limited. So we've got Judah Vren, Penton Morris, Cooper Rhodes, Austin Bolts, Mason Yeager, Holden Himes, Keegan McDade, and Mason Kelly in the Mini Senior 1, 12-14. 85-911 limited. We got Blake Jensen, Braden Maturko, Travis Bartley, Tate Buono, Zach Reimer, Beckett Utz, Cade Dupuis, and Nathan Tucker. As we look down on the Jones and Roman start line. And now on to Vendors Road, and of course the Plum Bridge. Defiance Lifestyles, Rob and the crew. He's got grandson here this weekend, and oh, what a cutie. Granddaughter and grandson, or no, 2 grandsons, and the first grandson could not go because of school. We're going to take it down to Andy on the podium. The 868 to Mason Kelly and the 334 Keegan McDade battling it out in the first turn for the lead. We'll be hopping down to Andy in just a moment.
Guys, I'm down here on the podium with your WMX Moto 1 winner, Brittany Major. Brittany, it looks like you had a good battle going on during that moto. Come out on top. Why don't you tell us about it?
Yeah, the track is very tricky out there. There's a lot of deep ruts. I just tried to stand as much as I could and try not to make any mistakes.
Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my sister, my husband, Dirt Care USA, Factory Connection, Mike at Factory Connection. He's always hooking me up. FXR, 60 helmets, so many people. Thank you so much.
That's Brittany Major, your WMX Moto 1 winner. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you. And we've got a battle going. Keegan McDade, Mason Kelly. Let's see if they keep it up. As we see him come through the MX6 triple-double.
Kevin, we're looking for much of the same kind of weather tomorrow. Going to be just a touch warmer, but still going to be, mid-70s. Still going to have a little bit of cloud cover and stuff. So it's just going to be an amazing weekend, man.
Well, you're welcome. I brought it up from Florida for you.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that.
And I'll tell you what, this is, people look at us like they don't see bright sunshine, but this is a promoter or a track owner's best weather you can have.
Yes, absolutely.
You don't have to water. It doesn't dry out. You don't get dust. And here we go. Underway. Grady Mansfield, the 750, is your leader. Keegan McDade in second. Austin Bolts at 116 in third. Cooper Rhodes the 14 in fourth on the KTM. Mason Kelly, the 868, back to fifth now in the Husqvarna. Judah Vren, the number 1 and 6. Holden Hines, the 311 and seventh. Penton Morris, the number 12 and 8th. In Mason Yeager, the 125 on the KTM in ninth.
Nice. Mansfield doing a good job up front.
I like that. Penton Morris. Just losing John Penton, it's means a lot. That's the first person I raced for.
100 years old.
100 years
Made
old.
it to 100.
Oh.
Take a look at that 85 9-11 limited. They're checking in. Travis Bartley, we've heard his name today.
Oh, yeah.
He's out front leading the way. Look at that. Aiden Held in the number 2 ride. Cameron Blair sits in third. Going to be Beckett Utz in fourth. Zachary Reimer in the number 4 spot. Tate Buono rides in. Reimer in fifth. Buono in sixth. Dupas in that number 7 spot. Blake Jensen in eighth. Nathan Tucker in ninth. And Julian Lubinsky in 10th. That's brought to you from our friends at Mercedes Motorsports.
All right, look at this battle as they come up around the pond turn. Up the triple-double. Up through the Cernix Racing bowl turn. That inside's getting so deep. So
we're coming up close to a pro moto, aren't we?
Yes, we are. Next one up is the 40 Plus BC and the Warrior. Then we have the Micro 1, 28 riders on the PWs on this track. And then we go Pro-Am.
All right. Bartley, last time around, the 9-11s. Had a little bit of a gap overheld there. Going to be interesting to see. At about 2.9 seconds last time around. Mansfield, on the other hand, he got about 3.5 seconds over McDade.
Yeah. Keegan McDade running in second. Glad to see that, Mike McDade's son. Austin Bolts third. Cooper Rhodes fourth. Judah Vren in fifth. That's Mini Senior 1. But I'll tell you what, look at the 85 911 Limited, and they are rolling just as well.
Yeah, Held just chopped off half of the lead of Bartley. It was about 3 seconds.
Yeah.
So now it's down to about 1.9. So just about half of that lead shaved off.
And there is Keegan McDade. You see the leader up there ahead of him. Grady Mansfield. Austin Bolts about 8 seconds back. So Mansfield, then 3 seconds to McDade, 8 seconds to Austin Bolts, and another 7 seconds to Cooper Rhodes. Just tells me that Grady Mansfield is riding the wheels off that bike.
That's right. That's exactly right. We're just about 2:30 here, Kevin. So moving right through our races this afternoon. Again, coming up next, got 2 more races, I believe, before we get into our pro race.
Yeah.
White flag is out. Grady Mansfield makes his way through on that number 750 machine. Underneath the bridge, here comes your leader. Flags flying in the breeze, crowd lining the fence. Great day to be a racer.
Yes, every day is a great day to be a racer. It's even a great day to be a commentator.
You bet.
Not propertators. We're not Idaho. We're commentators.
That's exactly right.
So there's Mansfield and Keegan McDade. Look at McDade making a run. That's got to be a lapper.
Yeah, that wasn't Mansfield.
Yeah, that was. I was going to say I saw that and it was like he came out of nowhere. So Grady Mansfield
making a run for it right now, doing everything he can do.
He's trying to make that track look really smooth. And, I mean, not a bad job of it, is
Not at all.
Look at him, very, very neutral.
But Kevin, taking a look at some of these lap times, like you said. For Mini Senior, 2:02, 9 to 11, 85, 2:06. Very competitive with a lot of our big bikes, a lot of our schoolboy classes, our C classes, very competitive.
And the checkered flag comes out for Grady Mansfield. He will take the win. Keegan McDade about 9 seconds back. Mansfield ran a 2:03 that last lap. There's McDade. Comes in second, ran a 2:07 on that last lap.
On the last lap.
Yep.
Yeah.
Austin Bolts brings it in third. Cooper Rhodes should be next. Judah Friend in fourth, and Cooper Rhodes. Yes, Austin Bolts in third, Rhodes in fourth, Judah Friend in fifth, Mason Kelly in sixth, Mason Yeager in seventh. Travis Bartley will be taking the win in the 85 911. He did not.
Whoa.
Aiden Held, where did he come from?
Yeah, lost him on the camera there last
Ran
lap.
a 2:07.
Mm-hmm. That's quick.
Bartley at a 2:12 comes in second. Tate Buono should be coming in third now. And then Zach Reimer, Beckett Utz, Julian Lebensky. Race number 23, 40 plus BC and Warrior class.
And Buono was turning 210s there as well. So it's just incredible to watch these 85s and these Supermans put these kind of laps down.
Wow. Be headed out to, I got Kawasaki Race of Champions next weekend.
Okay, K-Rock.
At K-Rock. Yep. And then
Englishtown.
Up in Englishtown. And then I'll be Congress out on the 23rd.
Oh, there you go, yeah.
So 40 plus BC coming off the line. And it's the 21 of Brad McClellan with the whole shot. Wow, what a shot. All right, we're going to take it down to Andy at the podium.
Guys, I'm down here on the podium with race number 22, which was your mini senior in your 85cc 9 to 11 limited class. Start off with mini senior. Your winner is Moto 1 Grady Mansfield. Grady, good race out there, man. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was pretty good. The track's in a little rough, so I just tried to get around that kid like the first lap and then rode smooth from there.
Tell us who brings you here.
My mom, my dad, D&D Motor Products, TMR, OGs, MD Distribution, Lynx, FMF, and the Turner family for helping me fix my bike, and then everyone else, thank you.
That's Grady Mansfield. He is your Moto 1 winner in Mini Senior, and our Moto 1 winner in 85 9-11 Limited is Travis Bartley. Travis, tell us about it.
It's
Aiden, sorry.
it was good. I just rode behind him the whole moto and then passed him in the back section.
Tell us who brings you here.
Mom, Dad, Podium Works, T-Rex, 60, OGs, Monty's Motorsports, A-Training, Ashwick Knee Braces, Moto Muck, and everyone else that I forgot, thank you.
Okay, guys, back to you.
All right, thank you, Andy. There's Brad McClellan bringing it in here, getting the green flag at the Pro Action finish line. Troy Wilson, the 101 rider, in second. Jared Gons, the 33, in third on the Suzuki. As we watch them make their way around, that's 40+ BC. Jared Gons going through the LMR tire first turn. And the Warrior class also out there. The Chris Yothers, Jonathan Cleary, and Alex Fornow.
Love that Warriors class.
Yes.
You know, just such a great opportunity for first responders, veterans, both active and past and current military service, first responders, police, man. It's just a great opportunity for them to get out there, have some fun together, low pressure situation, but still bring the heat.
Yep. Well, and a lot of them went through so much, and to have some place to vent.
Yes, together.
Together,
they share common stories. They have a common lifestyle, and although the stories are written different, they still have that brotherhood, that camaraderie, and what a great opportunity to come out and share their love of dirt bikes together.
Band of racers.
Yes, you better believe it. Better believe it.
All right, up over the top of the triple double. Brad McClellan.
McClellan always rides good here.
Oh, yeah.
Just talked to his dad just a little bit ago, and of all things, we were talking about the deer population.
and his personal quest to have less deer.
Well, you know what? Craig's like myself. I've got deer all over the property. I haven't shot a deer in 30 years.
Really?
Oh, yeah. But still spend hundreds of dollars a month feeding them. But
your neighbors love you.
Yeah, they do. But Kevin, as long as I'm feeding them, that keeps them out of U.S. Route 50.
Yeah, amen.
And I told Craig, I said, what was interesting this year, as I'd see the deer all of a sudden start to move away. And about a month ago, Kevin, I got new neighbors. 3 cubs and a mama bear.
Oh.
3 nights a week, spending the night literally in my backyard.
Hey, they'll eat the same feed.
Yeah, you better believe it for sure. But all the while, McClellan, great to see him all the time. Always good to see Craig. Brad up there running. Troy Wilson in that number 2 rod. Gaunt's in the number 3 spot. Davison rides in 4th. Dobbs in that number 5 spot. Take a look at those Warriors. Jonathan Cleary, Alex Fulmer, Adam Hicks, Christopher Yothers having the time of their lives out there in that Warrior class. And I got a little bit of showing of all our manufacturers between these 2 classes as well. We got some Huskies, Suzukis, Yamahas, Cowies, Hondas, KTMs, a little bit of everything out there right now.
And here we go through the tail of the dragon. Brad McClellan working his way around on the MX Tire Suzuki.
Going to have to talk to Jeff. We're just going to have to put you and I are going to have to rent our own portage on.
Yeah.
Put up here on the second floor. We're just going to have to rent our own, yeah.
That are a really, really long pipe.
That in Johnstown, that'll be considered indoor plumbing.
Not like home.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank God to live on the river.
Now, that house in Florida finished?
Oh, yeah.
You were putting some finishing touches on it last year, so
yep.
Right, I can't wait to come down and visit next month.
Oh, absolutely. We moved
awesome.
in March and just living on the river.
I will be down next month before Minio's.
Come on down.
Where you at?
Down Sebastian.
That's what I thought. Sebastian Inlet?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Yep. Can't wait.
I've traded in.
I'm wearing my shoes inside. you know better than that.
Oh, yeah.
You know better than that.
I know better than that.
Oh, shoot.
But it's like your truck. It's that clean.
I guarantee it. I love it, man. I expect that out of you for sure. I'll bring Wes and we'll eat breakfast at your house.
Oh. Hey, Wes helped me build that house.
God bless him, man. That's right.
He lined me up with a bunch of people down there. Wes.
That's right.
Wes Kane, he is the king of concrete down in Palm Beach area.
He is, man. He's the concrete king, man.
And not a lot of people know this, but the Vanilla Ice Project is Wes Kane sponsored.
Oh, yes.
Built the house down there.
Yep, VIP project.
Yeah.
What we got going on down there?
Oh, we got a battle of.
Holy cow!
Oh, the lappers are in the way. Come on. It looked like a battle.
It did.
If they were 50cc bikes, it wouldn't matter. It's always a battle.
The guy told me one time, man, said, listen, if there's not a battle, you got to make a battle. I'm not going to tell you who that was that told me that.
Oh.
So, a famous promoter. Said, Mega, if there's not a race, make a race.
Yeah.
And normally that's not the case. Normally there's a race somewhere on the track. I don't care. When we take a look at our races, when we take a look at our competition, our areas, you're going to find racers from front to back of the pack.
Yep. But sometimes you get the PW50s, and there's 4 of them on a 3/4 of a mile track, and that's when you start coming up with the mixed metaphors and everything that you and Lurch can come up with to describe action on the track. Or
you better believe it. Lurch, one of the best. Old Steve
Oh,
Scott,
he is.
man. You know, very, very blessed, you know, whether it's Lurch, whether it's Rob Bitus.
Oh, yeah.
Mikey hit it. The best in the business. And,
absolutely.
Everyone has their talent. I love race call when it's hot and heavy. You know, I love the action. You've got a hype man in Lurch, Mikey, another guy that likes to sell the business really well. And Rob ties everything together. So everybody has their little specialty in that group. And I'm very blessed each and every week to share a booth with those guys. And, of course, 4 or 5 times a year with you, Kevin, Rodney as well. So live a blessed life, bro. I'm very, very fortunate to put the headset on with you guys.
I am so proud. I'm so happy that you were going to be showing up this weekend.
Buddy, I will be your co-host anytime.
Oh, no, you're the host.
I'm the Ed McMahon to your Johnny Carson, all right? Yes, oh wise one. Yes.
I don't know about the wise one.
Yes.
All right.
Grab a little wild turkey.
Brad McClellan with the win. Jared Gott second. Troy Wilson in third. Andrew Davidson in fourth. And in the Warrior, Alex Fumal, Adam Hicks, and Andy on the podium.
Yes, Andy.
Guys, I'm down here in the podium with your plus 40 BC Moto 1 winner. He's not breathing real hard, which is kind of odd. It's as rough as he's telling me about the track. Tell me about your race, Brad.
It was a good race. Got the whole shot. It was way rougher than I expected. I've been coming here for a long time. This could be the roughest I've ever seen it.
Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Jeff at MX Tire, Pro Action, Bentley's, Elite Decals, SAG, Slacker SAG Tools, OGO Power Sports. That's all.
That's Brad McClellan, your Moto 1 winner, plus 40 BC. Back to you guys.
All right. Well, it was supposed to be Micro 1, but I'm sorry. This is the Pro-Am. So we're gonna move it back here. All right, and the Pro-Am. What a field! 37 riders.
Wow.
$20,000 in prize money.
That's awesome.
Just to run it down. Let's see. Let's go every 5. So the 575. No, my God. The 967 of Seth Huber from Lewis Run, Pennsylvania. The 959 of Alex Neff from Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania. The 809 of Braden Erleman from Westtown, New York. The 808 of Zach Garay from Mars, Pennsylvania. And the 800 of Preston Massiangelo out of Waterford, Ontario, Connecticut.
Yeah, then we got Reese Wheaton coming out of Irwin, PA. From Export, PA, Steve Roman Jr. Ian Karen comes out of Sanderson, New Jersey. Tony Usko from Doylestown, Ohio. And TJ Squibb coming to us from Derry, PA.
The 575 of TJ Lamphere from Preston, Connecticut. The 483 of Brighton Carroll from Vineland, New Jersey. The 477 of Jonathan Wells from Dayton, Pennsylvania. The 442 of Carson Walker from Binghamton, New York. And the 437 of Vinny Luhovi out of Greensburg, Pennsylvania.
That brings us to Christian McCauley coming out of Morgantown, West Virginia. From Mount Vernon, Ohio, that's going to be Seth Shaw. Alex Panzarella comes to us from Partysville, PA. Cooper Geppert comes from Grantsville, PA. From Pasadena, Maryland, that's going to be Cody Groves. From Mount Airy, Maryland, is Tyler Steppick. And from Shippensburg, PA, it's Travis Beam.
The 281 of Corey Karsten, the son of the Iron Man from Bayville, New Jersey. The 276 of River Row from Alliance, Ohio. The 271 Lucas Riley out of Appalachian, New York. The 1 mil of Jim Wenger out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The 148 Justin Rodbell.
Wow, there we go.
Out of Prince Frederick. The 108 of Braden Karpolk out of Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
And then it's going to be Clayton Stockstill coming to us from Millersville, Maryland. From Cairo, Georgia, Ryan Simpson. Derek Kelly comes from Riverside, California. From Wrightsville, PA, that's going to be Matthew Hochenthaler. From Midland, PA, Luke Fowler. All the way from Tallahassee, Florida, Marshall Welton. Going to be Old Town, Florida, sending us Jonathan Getz. Burnville, PA, sent us Casey Clark. And all the way from over in Aliquippa, Ben Nelko.
All right, and we're going to take it down to Andy for a podium before we get ready. They are doing a
Sight
hot
lap,
and here we go.
Guys, I'm down here on the podium with Alex Famel. He's your Warrior Moto 1 winner. Alex, tell us about your race.
Oh, it was pretty good. The start was super sick, and all of a sudden it was just survival at that point. Super ruddy. It's pretty choppy, and it's once you hop in one rut, you're just trying to stick there. Otherwise, you're kind of going for a ride. So,
who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank, honestly, all my fellow veteran friends that travel the country with, riding dirt bikes, OVN, Vetamex, the Scallywag, Pit Bike crew, and just anybody else I forgot. Thank you.
Guys, that's your Moto 1 winner. Back to you.
All right, Open Pro-Am. They've got their hot lap coming in. They're coming back to the line, and we are getting ready to go. Brighton Carroll. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. There's so much out there, and I mean, Justin Rodbell, Marshall Welton, Luke Fowler. There's so many that
got some hitters. Absolutely got some hitters in this, no question about it. And a great opportunity for these guys, no matter how their series or season ended up, no matter what series they were riding, no matter how that season went. This is a fantastic opportunity for all these guys to hit some top-level competition and earn some real money.
Yeah. Marshall Welton, Derek Kelly, and Tyler Steppick all on the MX6 Racing. And, of course, along with that, you've got, Rock River Yamaha for Marshall Welton along with Gizmo.
Oh, yeah.
With Conrad Eigenman. And really cool to see Conrad Eigenman supporting pro racing the way he is. I mean, that he's always come up with really cool stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But, to form up with Rock River Yamaha, just a really, really good meld there.
Oh, yeah, nice relationship, you bet, for sure. I'd like to see that that kind of stuff continue. And when we look at the support levels, hats off to him. Kudos to him.
And, of course, Luke Fowler with the KTM Orange Brigade, the Monster Army, Dunlop, Thor Bell, 100% TCD Racing, KTM out of Midland. Good to see his mom out today. I guess when you're in the pro pits, you don't get to see the moms much, too.
On and off, just depends on what the event is. It could be at Tech. It could be at registration.
Yeah.
It could be at Chapel even, You get an opportunity to see these folks, but just like them, on race day, my day starts at 7:50. At 10 minutes to 8, I'm in the booth, and I don't get out of that booth till after 5 o'clock.
Oh yeah, I've been there and done that with you, and
for
it
sure.
is. and they. People say, "Oh, it must be, it's so easy." I said, "No, you have no idea.
Oh, my
you got a
goodness.
producer in one ear, you got the other announcer in the other ears.
Yep.
And you got production meetings, 3 production meetings just to get through.
Oh,
just
yeah.
to get to the race.
And then we need to coordinate the live in-house show with television.
Oh.
So now, now you've got an added element. So, you know how we feel. You know how we feel about them producers, anyways. You know how we feel about them producer guys, always giving orders and directions. Holy cow! I feel like I've been beat up from the feet up. After a day with those guys. So
yeah, but you're
sure.
lucky. I'm the only one who has him in the ears today.
That's by design. Here we go, off and racing.
All right, and into the first turn. I think that's Marshall Welton. It's the 35 of Marshall Welton from Tallahassee, Florida, with the whole shot.
Well, Marshall absolutely got a great jump off the gate right there. Put that traction to the ground. As you see, puts himself right in the center of the racetrack. Has clear track ahead of him. And I tell you, Kevin, that's going to be dangerous for everybody else when you give him this kind of room.
3 wide for third place. Ryder in second. That kind of looks like Corey Karsten.
It kind of does, to be quite honest with you.
He's got that Karsten hang on the bike.
Yes, yeah.
Look at that turn. Oh, my God. That looks like...
I count 12 lines across there, Kevin. 12 lines just that quick.
That looks like a Motocross of Nations turn there.
It does at the end of the day, no question about it. But this is the track we were talking about. This is what we want for this Open Pro-Am. Again, anybody can go fast on a smooth track. That's not how these guys practice during the week, Kevin. That's not how these bikes are set up, and that's not how these guys are conditioned to ride by any means. The bikes are set up, the bodies are set up, and the minds are set up for the roughest conditions possible.
All right, up over the Fly Racing triple. True triple today. Now let's see. There's going to be some interesting lines. Welton takes the top. The second place even topper. So Welton brings it around. I think that's Vinny Lahovey in second.
That might be VLJ, the 437. Is that who that was?
No, that would be third. Let's see.
Yes.
Yeah, Vinny Lahovey in second. Justin Rodbell in third. Derek Kelly in fourth. Preston Masiangelo in fifth. Brighton Carroll sixth. Luke Felser seventh. Cody Grove eighth. Jonathan Getz in ninth. And Matt Hogenthaler rounds out the top 10.
Business is about to pick up Kevin Bailey. Look at the names inside the top 10. Now we've got Reese Wheaton just outside, Steve Roman outside the top 15. These guys going to have to punch in, go back to work. It is time for overtime.
I think Steve Roman, he made the Pittsburgh Supercross this year, and I talked to him afterwards. He was like, "Dude, I did not belong out there." And he's probably looking at this like, "Yeah, I'm out here racing, but."
He certainly did belong there.
I'm certainly happy to get top 10.
He's one of Pittsburgh's own, man. We were cheering for him, and we were so pumped to see him there. But take a look at this right now after one. Things starting to tighten up even closer in that third, fourth, and fifth position. Looks like that's probably Rod Bell and Kelly starting to duke it out just a bit.
All right, so Kelly making a move there. Kelly out of California. You see Rod Bell on the outside. Rod Bell... Oh, thank God they're pros.
Close quarters right there.
Yes,
Definitely,
it is.
That was grip to grip, literally elbow to elbow. Had the jerseys touching on that one, up and over the triple. These two guys still side by side.
They are.
1, 2, 3, and 4. All those guys basically single file. Back when you get to when you get back to Kelly and Rod Bell, that's when you start to see the separation.
Did you see Kelly's line dropping down there? Oh, my goodness.
Awesome line.
All right. The view from the Dunlop Tire tunnel jump. So Lahovey in second. Fowler now into third. Rod Bell in fourth. Kelly in fifth. Brighton Carroll in sixth. Masiangelo in seventh. Jonathan Getz in eighth. Cody Groves ninth. Hogenthaler still hanging in there in 10th. Stepik up in 12th now. He's moved up a little bit.
Well, gang, I was looking for him and couldn't find him, and I'll tell you why. Fowler turned a 1:46.4 on the last lap.
Unbelievable.
He was back in about 8th place, finds himself in third. after an amazing lap. Again, just about 1 second quicker than your leader, 2 to 3 seconds quicker than the guys around him.
Wow, look at this battle for the lead now. Welton, Lahovey, and Fowler. Welton has got his hands full.
Oh, and was that Rod Bell that just went down?
It looked like it.
Might have been Rod Bell or Brighton Carroll, one of the two that hit the ground back there. Unfortunate situation for them. Both had great rides going on. As you said, Welton up front. Welton last time around had about a 2 second gap. I think that's disappearing. Look at this.
Look at this.
Vinny Lahovey Jr.
And Luke Fowler.
Fowler made his way around. Yeah, Fowler made his way around. They're still battling. Fowler setting off after your leader again. Last time around, Fowler,
look at Lahovey.
Woo, answers back.
Tries to jam it inside on Fowler. Fowler's like, I don't think so.
Shots fired. Glad that didn't happen for sure.
Woo. Thank God they're pros.
Marshall Welton. Marshall Welton still out front and has no idea what's taking place right behind him as they cross the finish line. There comes Fowler. Want to see these lap times again.
It's funny because Marshall's probably like, God, here, Lahovey again?
Exactly.
Like, no.
Yeah, Fowler this time picks one up. 1:45.6, so Fowler 2 seconds quicker than your leader, 2.2 seconds quicker than Welton, 3 seconds quicker than Lahovey Jr.
So Rod Bell in fourth, gets in fifth.
There's the move. There goes Fowler.
Got him.
Fowler makes the move. You know, I was talking. You saw Amy was down there talking to us this morning. Fowler's mom loved that young lady. Have a long time relationship with her and Carl. Love those guys like family. And Luke just wasn't feeling right yesterday. Had some issues going on, coming off of an injury as well. And today, Luke, right on point, has himself exactly where he wants to be, out front, leading this one early.
And look at what he's pulled on Welton so far. Marshall Welton is not slow.
No, and I'm going to be anxious to see the lap time with nobody in front of Fowler. Fowler worked his way through traffic and was the fastest guy by 2 seconds on the track last time around. Going to be very curious to see what the lap time is going to look like when he has no traffic and has control of this race course.
KTM Orange Brigade leading the race. So it's Fowler in the lead, Welton second, Lahovey third, Rod Bell fourth, Brighton Carroll fifth, Jonathan gets sixth, Cody Grove seventh, Derek Kelly eighth, Ben Nelko ninth, Preston Massiangelo back to 10th now. Ran a 1:59 last lap. Oh my God.
I can't believe what I just saw.
How did he save that?
Incredible. And that's Welton, right?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Jumped from the top line to almost the bottom line by accident. Jumped over the bottom line and still saved that bike.
I'd have to empty my underwear. That would, oh my God.
Absolutely incredible right there. No doubt about it, what we just witnessed.
Rod Bell still in fourth, Brighton Carroll fifth, Jonathan gets sixth, Cody Grove seventh. Cody Grove's having a great ride this time. Derek Kelly now back to eighth place, the Californian going backwards. Massiangelo ninth, Nelko 10th.
So Steve Roman Jr. was 16th, now finds himself in 11th. Lots of time left in this one.
Fowler, 1:45.553. Marshall Welton, a 1:48.065. Well, we know why. And that Lahovey at the 1:47 in third.
So a 1:47.3 for Lahovey. Fowler still almost 2 whole seconds quicker than the cast behind him, and no doubt about it.
Look at Marshall Welton making a charge here. He's trying to reel Fowler back in. He's going to get a fast lap this time. I think that jump from top to bottom either awakened him or pissed him off.
Probably both, if you want to know the truth about it. Caught him by surprise and then said, hey, let's get our head in the game, and that's exactly what he's done. Welton has turned up the heat right now, twisting that throttle all the way to the stops.
Nice line.
Trying to get up there behind the...
Fowler, a little bobble coming off the top of that cat off camber.
Yeah, Fowler had a little bit of a dog paddle there, put the outriggers down. Still able to control the lead.
So Luke Fowler still in the lead. On lap number 5 is a 1:47.692. Marshall Welton, 1:46.892.
So about a half a second quicker, almost a full second quicker was Welton.
Lahovey still hanging on to third. Justin Rodbell in fourth. Bryant and Carroll in fifth. Jonathan Getz in sixth. Cody Grove seventh. Derek Kelly eighth. Massiangelo ninth. And Ben Nelko hanging in at 10th on Racer X.
Oh, Getz back here on fire, too. He's turning a 1:47.9. Definitely quicker than the next three guys up the trail. So Getz has plenty of time to put his head down and get back to work.
Look at Steve Roman up in the 9th now. He is making a charge.
Yeah, Roman doing a good job. He was sitting back in 16th. He was sitting somewhere on 1:53 lap times. He's dropped a couple seconds off of that as he continues to work his way through the field.
All right, so a rider in between. Luke Falzer, Marshall Welton, as they make their way down around the bottom.
The gap less than 1 second, about 0.83 seconds is the gap between Falzer and Welton.
Here's Lahovey, Rodbell, and Carroll, I believe. Man, what a tight race. Rodbell.
Oh, here we go. Things starting to pick up.
What a battle. Little bobble there by Welton as he makes the left-hander into the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. Falzer right there. We are 5 laps in. This is the 6th lap going on the books now.
And take a look.
Falzer and Welton.
Yep, Falzer still in formation. Turns a 1:49.0. Welton turns a 1:49.2. Doesn't get any closer. Look at this. Welton tries to go to the inside.
Look at Vinny Lahovey. VLJ comes in at a 1:48.787. Brighton Carroll now moves up into 4th. Jonathan Getz in 5th. Rodbell back to 6th. Cody Grove 7th.
Massangelo with that 1:47 sitting in the number 8 spot.
He is.
This thing is far from over,
No,
Kevin.
you got that right. You've got that right.
Here comes Welton on the attack again. Falzer going to have to answer one more time. Falzer racing forward, but goes into defense mode right now. Knows he has to protect those inside lines. Welton rode a gear high right there, came around the outside, hit a big bump though and lost all the position that he worked for.
Yep, but he's got it back as they head in to that Team Green switchback. What a race we've got. You guys have got to be on the edges of your seat. If you're in the garage, I know you're popping beers and having a good time. What a battle we have got going here.
Yeah, you definitely sit back and watch this one with a couple barley pops.
Oh, yeah, 6.5 laps in. And into the Cernix Racing bull turn.
Coming into some lappers right now, Kevin. Going to have some moving obstacles. And again, unbelievable coverage from our friends at RMGSports.net. Love these camera guys. Love our producer. Doing a great job today catching all the action here at Pleasure Valley.
Marshall Welton making it work. Lappers just in it on the inside of the turn there as he goes across that jump.
Welton almost could reach out and touch the fender of Falzer right now. And is that Vinny Lahovey that's made a move? No. Lahovey's still back in the number 3 spot.
Running a 1:47.339. He is 1 second behind Marshall Welton now. This is a 3-way battle. I don't know. I don't believe that. Got to be more than that. Well, there's the 2 of them, and I don't see Lahovey.
Right there's
Lahovey there.
Yep.
That's like 3 seconds back. Look at this battle. Falzer is keeping his head on his shoulders, and Marshall Welton is like pulling everything out to try to get back around him.
And here's where Welton tried to move last time. Hit a big hole out here deep, if you remember. Now here goes Falzer down to the inside.
Time.
Yeah, going to have to defend again. Welton knows that. Welton follows him through this time.
Here's Vinny Lahovey. He has now made it up to the 2. We got a 3-way battle for the lead as they come around the pond turn.
Kevin, last time around, Falzer turned a 1:49.3. Lahovey 1:47.3. Here comes Welton one more time.
Welton with a 1:48 last time. So Welton tries to he's got the inside. Can he keep Falzer outside as they go through that? No, he couldn't do it.
Fowler's so quick at the adjustments.
Yes,
Fowler
he
able
is.
to read the track, make the adjustments, and has uncanny race sense, dude. Without question, this guy putting racecraft.
Here comes Welton.
Here goes Welton down low.
Oh!
Has to give up the line. Look at this. Fowler has a lapper in front of him. He's got to clear him. It's what he does right now. Welton able to catch back up just that quick.
Wow, what a battle. We are now 8 laps in for Luke Fowler and Marshall Welton. So just about 16 minutes.
And Welton bringing the heat right here. Welton going to try that outside line. Can he keep the speed up?
That's Lehovey that we saw the little bobble there.
Yeah. Denny on the green by. Look at your leaders, though. There comes Welton again, trying to ride the wide line, trying to go the long way around.
Look at this.
Use
Look at
momentum.
this. He makes a charge. Across the Tom Cycle Dragonback, Welton is all over Fowler, and Fowler's not caving.
Nah, Fowler knows exactly what Welton's going to do. Going to go back around the outside again. Here goes Vinny. This time they're almost side by side. Look at that. Welton going to have to encounter another lap rider. Lap rider does move over. This time Welton going to go the long way around. No. Cuts Fowler off. Goes to the inside. Fowler tries to respond.
Takes it. Marshall Welton has retaken the lead. Fowler in second. Here comes Lehovey. He's going to the inside. And I don't know whether Fowler knows he's there yet.
Fowler's not concerned. He's trying to throw out a rope. Wants to get a tow from Welton right now. Cannot let the number 35 pull away.
All 5 riders, the top 5 riders, ran a 1:48 in this lap.
Absolutely incredible. We've seen that a lot here today, seeing our leaders run identical lap times,
Here we
and that's
go.
what we're seeing in our Open Pro-Am right now.
Fowler goes to the bottom to block Lehovey.
Amazing how those guys cross that line, Kevin, as they work their way back up, just jumping from berm to berm.
Yeah, I like Lehovey's, and the white flag is out last lap. Lehovey gaining on Fowler, got some pressure going. Here comes Marshall Welton. He's got lappers all around.
So I'll tell you who I like right now. Lehovey's in a great spot
Yes,
as
he
they
is.
come into these lappers. Welton's going to have to pick his way through. Fowler's going to watch that, and if either of these guys make a mistake, VLJ is right there to pounce. Vinny Lehovey Jr. sitting in that number 3 ride.
All right, there's a lapper as they come over top of the Fuel Factory launch. There's Welton. Fowler right behind him, and Lehovey just behind Fowler. Another 2 lappers there.
Oh, this thing's going to get crazy with less than a lap to go.
Thank God he pulled to the inside.
White flag is out, less than half a lap. There
Well,
comes
Bob's doing a
Fowler.
great job there with the blue flag.
Absolutely.
All right, into the Team Green switchback. There's Welton. You see 2 back markers just ahead of him as they come up the MX6 triple-double.
Look at this.
Oh, look at Lehovey. He is all over the back fender of Fowler.
Up beside Fowler. Here comes Lehovey.
He's got him.
Off the track just a bit. Fowler knows what he's got to do. Grabs a big handful. They're side by side, up and over the triple. Sets Fowler up to the inside. Can he take advantage?
Lehovey puts it past there.
With 2 corners to go, Lehovey Jr. puts himself into the number 2 ride. Fowler makes a small mistake in the ruts. And that's going to be all she wrote. Checkered flag out, and Marshall
You called
Welton.
that right. Lehovey sitting in the right spot, watching the lines. And you know that Fowler was worried about Welton. He didn't care who was behind him.
Nope, not at all. And sure enough, man, incredible finish here. Welton, Lehovey, and Fowler 1, 2, 3 in Open Pro-Am.
Look at that. Brighton Carroll in 4th. Jonathan Getz in 5th. Justin Rodbell 6th. Cody Grove 7th. Preston Massiangelo in 8th. Steve Robin in 9th. And Ben Nelko. Oh, wait a minute. It just swapped on me. Massiangelo in 7th. Groves in 8th. Roman in 9th. Nelko rounds out the top 10. Derek Kelly, the Californian, who was all the way up front, back to 11th. Reese Wheaton in 12th. Braden Ellerman in 13th. Hogan Togler 14th. Carpolk in 14th. And Clayton Stockstill rounds out the top 15.
Unbelievable.
All right, we're going to take it down to Wes Kane and Andy, and we're going to take a break after this.
Okay, guys, I'm down here in the podium with our Moto 1 Open Pro-Am winner, Marshall Welton. Tell us about your race.
That's what we came here to do. I mean, it's fun getting in a battle with Luke there, and Vinny's riding great. He's definitely a local here. He's got it figured out. It's honestly a great racetrack today. Super fun, and it's cool to get out front, get some clean air, and honestly feed off the guys behind me, kind of gauge my braking points, switching up my lines here and there, and it's good racecraft. So Jeff did a great job of the track, taking care of everything here, and stoked for him putting on the event, and cool for Travis Pastrana to be the headliner too. He's icon of the sport. So overall just super pumped to be here, and want to give it up to the MX6 racing team for giving us such a great program to go out here and do business.
Let's hear it for your Moto 1 winner, Marshall Welton.
Go ahead. You got something else? No, I'm good. Sorry.
Yeah, I just say you can talk all you want to.
That's all right. I already said it.
All right, so we are going to take a break. They're going to do some track prep, and we'll be back to you after these commercial messages. Thank you.
Johnstown's going through a lot of changes. Our community is turning into this outdoorsy town that's very welcoming. And our company at JWF Industries changing, looking at the progress we've made with high technology and a family atmosphere. If you're from Johnstown, stay here, see the opportunities. If you left Johnstown, come back and see the difference in our town, see the differences of JWF Industries, the technology, and a great future here. We're at JWF, we're all about faith, family, and country.
Honor
off the road, Honda builds it. You want it, and the new 5-star Power Sports Bedford County has got it. Conveniently located on Route 30, just across from the Bedford Everett Walmart. 5-star's got a huge selection of Honda bikes, quads, side-by-sides, and tons of parts and accessories. No one stocks more. 5-star Power Sports Bedford County.
5-star Power Sports. You were born ready for this.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
I'm Gavin Towers, Ride MX34.
I'm Drew Adams, Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
My name's Colin Humphrey, and I ride MX34.
My name's Adam Intignap, and I ride MX34.
Check out the all-new MX34 from Dunlop.
All-new MX34 from Dunlop.
Tom Young here, Ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Justin Cooper, Ride Dunlop MX34.
Just Moda, Ride MX34. I'm Hunter Lawrence, Ride Dunlop MX34. Ride Dunlop MX34. I'm Hayden Deegan, Ride Dunlop MX34. I'm Jet Lyons, Ride Dunlop MX34.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
ontrackschool.com. Check it out.
Valley Automotive Group and Valley Truck Centers are the proud supporters of pro supercross rider Jeremy Hand. We've been a motocross supporter for years and big fans of Pleasure Valley and its top-rated owner-operator Jeff Cernick. Good luck to all this season from Valley.
Hey guys, welcome to Cernick Cycle World, your premier power sports destination. Come on in and check it out. We stock the best products from Honda, Suzuki, Kawasaki, Yamaha, KTM, also Kia. That means we have something for the whole family. We also have a full-service parts department ready to help you with the newest parts, accessories, apparel, and gear from all the top brands. We have our 40,000 square feet showroom with over 500 new and used units, ready for immediate delivery. Easy on-the-spot financing, good credit, bad credit, we can help. And if we don't have what you're looking for, we'll get it. Come see why nobody beats a Cernick deal. Or shop online 24/7 at www.cernics.com.
That's good stuff right there.
6 in-demand brands: Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Ford, Jeep, Ram.
Catch big savings now at Valley.
Valley delivers better value to you.
ValleySuperstore.com.
The history of Loretta Lynn's deepens. 30 championships, all backed by Dunlop motorcycle tires.
That kid's got heart.
Win the title, Casey Cochran. It's Harry Stallings.
Got our GeoMax MX-14 ready to go.
Max Bennick.
Johnstown's going through a lot of changes. Our community's turning into this outdoorsy town that's very welcoming. And our company at JWF Industries changing, looking at the progress we've made with high technology and a family atmosphere. If you're from Johnstown, stay here, see the opportunities. If you left Johnstown, come back and see the difference in our town, see the differences at JWF Industries, the technology, and a great future here. We're at JWF, we're all about faith, family, and country.
All right, welcome back to Pleasure Valley, man. We had to take a break after that race. That was just phenomenal. It's everything that you wanted. We're back at RMGSports.net for the Travis Pastrana Pro Challenge, and we just finished up with Pro Open Moto 1. Marshall Welton with the win. Lahovey steals it on the last lap from Luke Valzer. He gets third, Brighton Carroll fourth, Jonathan gets fifth, Justin Rodbell's sixth. And Matt, I mean, what else can you say?
I got to tell you, we had all the cast of players in there. And when we talk about Welton losing some spots, tagging somebody from behind, coming back to the front, Fowler defending for 7 or 8 laps, Lahovey sitting back here in that third position, makes a move with 3 corners to go. Everything you could ask for out of an Open Pro race is what we got.
And hey, we got an exciting one coming up. Micro 1 4-6 shaft limited.
Always exciting.
With 28 riders.
Wow. Almost a full gate in that micro class.
And, of course, they had to completely redo the track because it's just, after that, they were not going to get around.
No, it wasn't going to happen. You let the track get to a point where with our Open Pro class, you want it rough, you want the ruts, you want the bumps, the braking bumps, that type of stuff. But when you're talking about 10-inch wheels, really have to rechange the program just a little bit. You have to change things up. Maybe we're going to have an abbreviated course, I'm sure. At one spot or another, these guys are going to do a connector. So anxious to see our micros. But, man, oh, man, this track has been amazing today.
It absolutely has. And of course, you can see the track work going on right now. We're just about ready to finish that up. That's looking at the Dunlop tire tunnel. Just saw Rob Fox out there, so he came down to take a look.
Sure.
And we are getting ready for Micro 1 Shaft Limited on the line. This is race number 24, race number 25, or race number 26. After that is 65-7-11. So it kind of, puts us right in the right neighborhood for doing some track maintenance.
You bet.
And, of course, they are going to run the abbreviated track, so that'll give the track workers more time. They can get the bottom done while these guys are racing.
You bet.
All right, so we've got Van Rustler, Lincoln Duffy, Colt Boone, Eli Labonte, Beckett Manzer, Lexi Schwartzfager, Bryson Bell, Nolan Rich, Mason Labriola, Cody May Lloyd, Nico Reimer, James Wenger, Declan Roque, Lucas Stevens, Noah Black, Ezra Ferry, Hayden Bolts, Nash Gardner, Hudson Whippo, Linnell Bussey, Otto Gardner, Sawyer Talbot, Cooper Salerno, Axel Krasnicki, Jack Fote, Alex Rurik, Bo Chan, and Skylar Wenger in this 4-6 Shaft Limited. They're on the line. And you talk about caged animals.
These kids are ready to go. They've been waiting all morning.
I know.
Here we are about 3:30 in the afternoon. Yep, just about 3:30, and these kids are ready.
And can you imagine they're standing there going like, I don't race twice today?
Right. Exactly.
They're going to be wired in the pits tonight.
Going to be a lot of fun for all the youngsters this evening, of course, hanging out. Got plenty of activities on and off the course, and we talk about the Moto family. That's when you see it really come together.
Yes.
Is once the racing stops.
I'll tell you what, tonight is an auction. There's an auction that's going off, and there's a band. So it's kind of, taking on the the whole Loretta Lynn thing.
Well, kind of a moto festival.
Yeah.
Is what we got going on here. You know, part Loretta's, part Baja Brawl. So.
Oh, yeah. Getting down towards the end of the season. Of course, we have Congress coming up, which is the Hall of Fame. Chad Reed, who's now on the Motocross Commission with us.
Yes.
Is he's being inducted, going into the Hall of Fame along with 5 others. That's just fantastic.
Yeah, I've got to attend a couple Hall of Fame inductions, and a lot of fun, you know.
Yeah.
Big honor to be there on that special night, no matter who's getting inducted. And always just incredible recognition for these athletes.
Yeah. Yeah, someplace I'll probably never get, but, you know, it doesn't matter. It's we do what we can for the sport.
You better believe it, man. I love it, and you know, just being involved, being part of what happens, what goes down. That's that's all a guy can ask for.
Yes, yes. And also this weekend is the sidecar cross and quad cross of nations.
Yeah,
over in the Netherlands, and Mike Burkeen's headed over there. But our team of Bryce Ford, who was the #1 rider in the world last year, Joel Hetrick, and Chad Wienen on his swan song of his pro career.
Yep.
He's going over there for one more time.
No question.
And just an amazing time. So our hats off and best of luck to our friends at ATVMX as we get ready for the sidecar cross and quad cross of nations in the Netherlands this weekend. All of that takes place tomorrow. Of course, qualifying is today. And we're speaking of qualifying. Look at our guys down here. That's the one time that none of them are napping.
Chomping at the bit
Can
too.
we go
Look
yet?
at
Can
them.
we go
They're
yet?
ready.
Can we go yet?
Absolutely.
It's like having 25 yellow labs there. Like, who's got the ball? Who's got the ball?
Right.
Who's got the ball?
All ready to play.
Oh, now they're starting them. Here we go. So we are ready. This is Moto 24, which is actually Moto 25.
Basically.
And there are 42 motos and I think 3 LCQs left for the day. Or 25 out of 42, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I could hear a bunch of people in the garage going, what? Producer just said, don't talk numbers. Please don't talk numbers. Of course, he's also the one that will always, towards the end of the race day, say, and tell our viewers how many races we have left. I say, okay, Mr. Producer, there are 5 races left.
Here we go.
Here we go. We're underway. And we got a lot of paddling Madeline out there as they head under the Plum Bridge into the first turn. And that is the number 28 of Nolan Rich, I believe, out of Kane, Pennsylvania.
And they
with
have
the
got
whole
a
shot.
perfect surface, Kevin. Look at that.
Yeah.
Lots of traction. Good hard pack for these youngsters right here. Going to be able to make adjustments as they race.
There's those rocks.
Gibraltar. So leaders up and over that Tom cycle dragging back. These guys will be making a cut here in just a moment.
Into the straightaway and then straight across. There we go. Hey, you know what? As far as they're concerned, it's a supercross track.
It is. It absolutely is. I couldn't agree with them more. Here we go, working our way across that off camber.
I'll show Marshall Welton in the lead.
Full gas, yeah, full gas right now. Look at this, a big
Oh,
move
yeah.
to the inside. Tried to hop across the bump.
Green flag is out. We have a race.
We do indeed.
And Nolan Rich, the number 28, is your leader. Eli Labonte, the number 19, in second. Jim Wenger, the 71, in third. Beckett Manzer, the number 22, in fourth place. Mason Labriola, the 32, in fifth. Otto Gardner, the 226, in sixth. Jack Fote, the 345, in seventh. Declan Roque, the 95, in eighth. Colt Boone, the number 17, in ninth. And Axel Rurik, the number 429, rounds out the top 10.
With that being said, Nolan Rich been in control of this one from the start. Starting to open up just a bit of a gap. Almost 2 seconds over Labonte. Going to see what that gap looks like physically on the track. Wenger, the third, still hanging in there on that number 71 machine.
Look at the lead he's got. Unless he's the leader and the other guy's a lapper, but both of them in light blue.
Right.
Love watching it. Especially when you got 28 of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Much, much better. There we go. Look at that. The two boys in blue. That's Nolan Rich, the 28. And he's on the Rich Gas Driven MX Lorenzo Trucking Podium Works 110 Racing Yamaha out of Kane, Pennsylvania. There's the battle for second through fourth. Second through fifth. I think that other one's a lapper.
Yeah, Kev, I think we got one in there in the mix.
So
Most
Nolan
definitely.
Rich still in the lead. He's styling. Up over top of that Dunlop tire tunnel jump.
Dude, he did a little one-footer there, the whole deal. Like you said, showing some style, man. Looking good.
Eli Labonte still in second. Wenger in third. Beckett Manzer in fourth. Otto Gardner fifth. Mason Labriola sixth. Jack Fote seventh. Declan Roque in eighth. So making our way around here, we're showing as many as we can so that everybody gets on camera.
Yep.
So now it went from the garage to the grandparents out in the living room. The grandparents are now watching the TV.
Exactly.
There he is. There he is.
They got college football muted so they can listen to this. Heck yeah.
There we go. I ain't scared of no first turn. There's our leader. Got his foot out.
You know, he doesn't let that foot hit the ground either. Holds
No,
that
no,
foot
he's
up
doing
and out like he's
good
supposed
training.
to. Yeah.
Good training.
Up and out. Look at that. Look how he carried that foot all the way around. Not one time did that foot touch any soil.
Wow.
Nice.
And I guess that's from Driven MX. Teaching them right.
Well, he's listening, no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
I've noticed that on several corners, done a great job of just a little bump and run. Just enough to do the damage, Kevin. Just enough.
Or intimidating run.
Right.
That
for
could be
sure,
it.
yeah.
Even without a touch.
Wow.
White flag is out. Nolan Rich. There he goes. Over top of that Dunlop tire tunnel. Wenger in second. Manzer in third. Otto Gardner fourth. Mason Labriola fifth. Jack Fote sixth. Bryson Bell now up in the seventh. He's come from 10th place.
Wow.
Up. Declan Roque.
Nice.
In eighth. Eli Labonte ninth. Colt Boone now in 10th.
Did the white flag come out?
Yeah.
Nice.
Look at this battle.
Look how good that track is.
Oh, yeah.
My goodness.
There's a lot of thankful parents out there right now.
I'm sure there are.
Oh, yeah, that was even better. Got the little hiney pump there to get the roost out. Little look over his shoulder because of Ken. If he could wheel stand, he'd be wheel standing right now.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. He is styling over the jump.
Wheel standing.
Nolan Rich brings it in. And he will take the checkers. He's like, well, if they're going to go, I'm going to go too.
I like it.
That should be Gardner, Labriola, Fote there as they make their way through. So Manzer comes in third. Beckett Manzer third. Otto Gardner fourth. Bryson Bell in fifth. Mason Labriola in sixth. Jack Fote in seventh. Declan Roque in eighth. Colt Boone in ninth. Axel Rurick rounds out the top 10. So I see Maverick Chan's younger brother there, the 817 Bo Chan.
Yep.
Just outside of there. Skylar Wenger. I got to check that. Are they twins?
I'm going to guess.
Skylar is 5. And no, James Wenger is 7. So younger. That's okay. Race number 26 is on the line. 65 7-11 Open. We're back. And we got Mason Breeden, Bryce Hollinger, Harrison Vagel, Kent Griffith, Trayson Wade Walters, Deegan Bartholomew, Jake Day, Zayden Reicher, Bradley Gardner, Caverick Stewart, Camden Finala, Angelo Palumbo, Raiden Riley, Dylan Roque, Parker Renneker, Declan Stewart, Tate Boano, Bryce Shelowski, Bryce Duke, Nick Smith, Jace Hollabaugh, Kay Dupuis, Bryson Dameron, and Nathan Tucker.
Nice.
24 entries as we get ready for moto number 26.
I'm ready.
You're ready?
Yes, sir.
He's got the knees pumping. He
moto
is ready
26.
To go.
Let's rock it.
Race 27 will be plus 25C. All right, we're going to send it down to Andy because...
Guys, I'm down here on the podium with race 24, Moto 1 winner in the Micro 1 4-6 shaft limited, Nolan Rich. Congratulations, buddy. Tell us about your race.
It was good.
You have a good time?
Yeah, the track was good.
Well, tell us who you want to thank, buddy.
My mom, my dad, Driven, Whippos Trucking, DeRenzo Trucking, Rich Gas, Podium Works,
Congratulations, Nolan. He's our Moto 1 Micro 1 4-6 shaft. You're our winner, buddy. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Andy. That's like trying to get juice out of a prickly pear. But now he's up there and on the podium. Good job. 65 7-11 ready to go. As soon as we get the track clear, I'll see our card lady up there. Card down, so they're trying to get people back and ready. Got to make sure the track is clear.
Speaking of the track, it looks amazing right now.
It
Holy
does.
cow. Going to get a full look at it now with 65s going back on the course.
Here we go. Watch out for Caverick Stewart, the 73. Under the Plum Contracting Bridge. And it's a 73. He takes the whole shot. Second's number 28. And that's 38 of Kent Griffith.
So Stewart out front leading the way.
Caverick Stewart out of West Sunbury on the dad and mom driven MX training, Hex Motorsports, Mascal Motorsports, Crebo Excavating, Howland Industries, Cobra.
Look at those youngsters just send it over that first jump.
Yeah.
Everybody clears it.
Down that long Himmler excavating downhill. Oh, look at that. That track is clear.
Yep.
There's some very appreciative parents and riders right now.
No question about that. Take a look at that lower section through the switchback around the pond corner. Absolutely pristine for these youngsters right now, Kevin. Yeah. Good as it gets right here.
And, of course, that's packed so tight that they didn't have to worry about the MX6 racing triple-double.
Right.
Look at that. Even the Cernix Racing bull turn, all clean. The Fly Racing triple. Let's see if they did. It doesn't look like they did too much there. Just the entrance. But you know what? That's something that should be left alone anyway.
Right.
Leave the off camber to.
I'm going to agree with that 100% for sure.
Racing's racing. So Bryce Duke, the 225 is your leader. Nathan Tucker, the 918 in second. Bryce Shalosky, the 218 in third. Caverick Stewart now back to fourth, the number 73. Trayson Walter, number 48 in fifth. Harrison Vagel, the 14 and sixth. Tate Buono, the 126 and seventh. Kay Dupuis, the 312 and eighth. Parker Renneker, the 109th. And Dylan Roque, the number 96, rounds up top 10.
Yeah, Duke trying to make a break for it right now, just about 2.5 seconds out. But, man, look at that battle between Tucker and Shalosky. Then right behind them, Stewart, Walters, and Vagel in another battle. So 3 different battles going on inside our top 6. Our leaders out front running away.
This is Stewart and Walters right here.
Yeah, man, take a look at this. I mean, this is a battle. And then right ahead of Stewart Walters, you got Tucker and Shalosky.
Wow. There's your leader. Bryce Duke, the 225 on the Schaefer's Motorsport KTM out of Quakertown. There's the battle for second. Tucker, Shalosky, and Stewart. And watch out, here comes Walters joining in. Up across the triple-double.
Kevin, did you say 28 in this one?
28 riders.
Wow.
24 riders in this
24,
one. 28
gotcha.
was the last
yeah,
one.
there we go. 24 in this one, 28 in that micro.
That's the health of our sport right there.
Love seeing these big gates in the smaller classes, in the younger classes, should I say.
Luckily,
here we go.
Everybody picked that upper. Ooh, almost everybody picked the upper line. The bottom clogged, and one rider stuck there because of it.
Able to pick up a position.
Bryce Duke still in the lead. Nathan Tucker in second. Trevor Walters now up into third. Caverick Stewart in fourth. Bryce Shalosky back to fifth. Tate Puano in sixth. Harrison Vagel keeps going backwards. So Kay Dupuis in seventh. Vagel in eighth. Parker Renneker in ninth.
Renneker, we've seen him up front this morning already, this afternoon already, for sure.
Bradley Gardner.
Like you said, these guys are going to race each other about 112 times over the next 2 days, for sure.
This is the battle for second. See Tucker's Walter and Stewart right there as they come across the Tom Cycle of Indiana, Pennsylvania Dragonback.
Man, that's absolutely incredible. Got their battle going on, yet all 3 of them trying to chase the leader.
Yeah.
Okay, each one of them got a different bit of strategy going through their head. using a little different part of their racecraft skills to set them up for that next position.
And that's 7 to 11 years old.
That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. So the back section of the track we talk about down by the pond couldn't be in any better condition for these youngsters right now. Able to set in their own race lines.
There's the battle for third. Walters and Stewart. You can see Tucker just ahead of them. So they come through the Cernix Racing Bowl turn up over top of the Fly Racing triple. Or at least a double.
Right. So who's coming up next?
All right, after this is race number 27. That is the plus 25C class.
There we go.
So we've got 2 LCQs plus the Open Pro-Am race number 2. I'll tell you, you couldn't ask for a better weekend. The weather, the racing, and the moto family. Just coming together as a celebration.
Everybody out there this morning just kind of waiting around on the orders and stuff, just having a good time. No stress, nobody out there complaining, whining about anything from weather to track to moto order. Everybody just chilling, having a good time.
Yeah. Plus, it's the end of season. You don't have all the theatrics of the regionals and the area qualifiers.
For sure. For sure.
There you go. There's Duke headed down that long downhill. Oh, no, that is Tucker.
Aha.
18.
Yeah.
There's the battle for third. Walters. That's second through sixth there. Tucker, Walters, Stewart, Shalowski, and Bolano. Renneker up to seventh now.
These youngsters already starting to reshape the track. Already starting to add some lines and some berms and some bumps already, even with these 65s. So as you said, 65, 7-11 open on the track right now. Coming up will be race number 27. That'll be our 25 plus. 20 riders in that one, 4 laps.
Well, I'll tell you what, you watch this guy. There's the checkered flag out. Bryce Duke will take the win on that Schaefer Motorsports. Let's see, I lost him.
Uh-oh.
Schaefer Motorsports KTM.
Nice.
Nathan Tucker second. Trayson Walters third. Caverick Stewart up to fourth. That was a long, long ride for him. A lot of people to pass. Bryce Shalowski in fifth. Tate Bolano sixth. Parker Renneker in seventh. Kay Dupuis in eighth. Harrison Vagel in ninth. And Bradley Gardner rounds out the top 10. Race number 27 plus 25C is on the line.
On deck.
Austin Myers, the number 1 rider. 07 of Jacob Ferry. The 21 of Dylan Phillips. The 28 of Christopher Yothers. The 32 of Dawson Speedy. The 48 of Jalen Myers, the 54 Andrew Davidson, the 111 of David Karpinski, the 124X of Cody Ernst, the 133 of Jonathan Cleary, the 137 of Travis Hurt, the 185 Josh McCool, the 187 Josh Saraceni, the 248 of Alex Falmo, the 525 Christopher Guter, the 558 of Michael Himmelstein, the 647 Sean Ingram, the 694 Dylan Turney, the 718 of Emmanuel Hinton, and the 856 of Dustin Parr. And let's take it down to Andy on the podium.
Guys, I'm down here on the podium with Bryce Duke. Bryce, congratulations, man. You're our Moto 1 winner. Why don't you tell us about your race?
It was great. The track was super wide open and fun. It wasn't ready, but it was super fun.
Who do you want to thank, bud?
my mom, my dad, my sister, all my sponsors, Pleasure Valley, all my friends, and thank you.
Okay, guys, that's your 65 7-11 Open Moto 1 winner, Bryce Duke.
All right, and looks like the number 54 of Andrew Davidson from Adrian, Pennsylvania, in the Dunlop Davidson's Excavating Yamaha with the whole shot. 40 years old.
In the plus 25C. Good for him. Absolutely.
Look at this battle for the lead.
He's racing down.
Yeah.
I love it.
There's Dawson in the lead. Watch out. Here comes in second place. Another Yamaha. Challenges, gets the inside.
Nice move.
Yeah.
Used the outside to make it happen. That set him up for the inside. Then he just took control of the line. So, yeah, excellent move right there as they worked their way, like you say, back down into that switchback.
Top 7 riders all in the group.
And yeah, they are 7 of them in a group. No question about it. Actually, a little further back than that. Might be our top 10.
Yeah. Look at this. And the second place rider just getting past. And that looks like the 28 of Chris Yothers. Yothers moves up into second place.
Yeah, Yothers doing some work right now.
And I think that's either the 137. That might be Travis Hurt, the 137. That's your leader in the yellow vest.
Oh, one rider goes clear.
Oh!
That may have been our third place rider. Let's see on the Cowie. Shoot. Lost a number. There.
Travis Hurt is your leader now. Andrew Davidson, the 54 in second. Chris Guter, the 525 in third. Dave Karpinski, the 111 in fourth. Emmanuel Hinton, the 718 in fifth. Austin Myers, the number 1 in sixth. Alex Fumal, the 248 in seventh. Dylan Turney, the 694 in eighth. John Cleary, the 133 in ninth. And Sean Ingram, the 647 on the KTM in 10th. That's brought to you by Automatic Distributors.
It's Automatic. So plus 25C on the track right now. Coming up next going to be race 28, our junior mini, 7 to 13. 26 riders in that. And then it's going to be our Stark Farg race.
This is the battle for second. There's Davidson and Guter going at it. Of course, Travis Hurt, he just took that opportunity to check out.
Yeah, Hurt, he's a couple seconds down the trail right now, so not going to be in the same section. But our battle's starting to shape up, yeah, for sure.
Amazing what you can do with a clean track.
Exactly. Guter trying to close up there. Gave up some space in that straightaway. Looks like Davison was able to pull away on the number 54 Yamaha. Number 137, Hurd, just absolutely trying to check out right now. He's trying to make a break for it. There he is back on our camera as you take a look on screen.
And Travis Hurt on the LoJack Cycle Sales Micah DT1 Achirby OGO Fast House Mobius W Works Connection Risk Racing Yamaha out of Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, starting to open up a bit of a lead as they work their way back in through on lap number 2. Get a lap time this time around. Of course, the first lap was abbreviated 2:01 for Hurt, 2:04 for Davison and Guter.
Hinton back to fourth. Karpinski in fifth. Fumal in sixth. Austin Myers seventh. Here's the battle for second. Look at the three-way. Davidson, Guter, and Hinton. And just back from him, Karpinski and Fumal.
Yeah. Just about a 5-second lead up front for Hurd. I believe that's in part due to Davison and Guter slowing each other down, battling.
Yeah.
That's going to allow that next group to work their way right up to him you just mentioned a moment ago. Going to be Hinton, Karpinski, Fumal. Behind them, Myers, McCool, Turney, and Cleary. But that next battle is going to be Hinton, Karpinski, and Fumal.
Yep. As they make the turn, exit the tail of the Dragon, down the Hembro Excavating downhill, and into the Team Green switchback. Oh, that was a nice shot there.
Wow, fantastic shot from our drone operator.
Thank you, Sky King. You see
Again,
the pond turn.
Really adds dimension to the viewing experience, you know, just gives a different perspective. Able to check those lines from above. You see exactly where these guys are going.
Yeah. Gooder and Hinton. Right now, as they head towards the bowl turn. That's Davidson there. Davidson, Andrew Davidson in second.
Gooder and Hinton still got their battle going on. Coming up to that off camber, looks like Hinton made a small mistake, spun out just a little bit. Hinton not really able to capitalize on, although he is getting up to the rear wheel now, goes around that bump. Not able to close up, but definitely not letting Gutter get away.
All right, white flag is out, last lap. Travis Hurt running a 2:02. The second fastest person on the track is Alex Fumal. And he's back in fourth place with a 2:04.
Yep.
Second and third both running 2:05s.
Yeah, Fumal's put down a couple good laps in a row right now. So.
Yeah. And look at Josh McCool back in sixth. He ran a 2:02 this past time. Same as
yeah, look at that.
As their leader. Yeah, I think his name should be Ryder McCool.
Ryder McCool. I like it. So 3 laps in.
White flag is out.
Plus 25C. Still and Travis Hurt out front.
There's Hurt you see on the top of the screen. There's Davidson and Gooder right there on the screen now. You can see the gap. 7 seconds separating the first and second. And Davidson and Gooder, you could throw a blanket over them.
Yeah, Gooder giving up just a little bit of space, but not much. Again, Fumal and Hinton back there in their own battle.
Travis Hurt right there on the screen. He takes a look over his shoulder. That's not a place to take a look.
By no means. You might end up on the first floor if you do that.
Yeah. And the hardest thing about that one is to be looking 15 feet out in front of you going through there.
Yep.
Checkered flag is out. Travis Hurt taking the win. Running a 2:04 in that last lap. There's Davidson and coming in, and then Gooder. There's Fumal right behind him, and look at that, Hinton and McCool. That could be, McCool could have gotten around Hinton. Let's see. Yep, McCool gets fourth. Fumal in fifth, Hinton in sixth. Yes. So great run by Josh McCool.
No doubt about it. Hinton gave up a couple that time around. Fumal able to get around as well, as you said.
All right, next up, Junior Mini 713.
26 riders in this one.
Wow. Nothing hurting in this sport. All right, in the Junior Mini 7-13, Judah Vren, Blake Jensen, Cameron Blair, Bradley Gardner, Caden Lazinski, Aiden Held, Carter Gray, Chaz Atwood, Landon Holliger, Julian Lebensky, Carson Sebastian, Bennett Weiss, Travis Bartley, Easton Rita, Ryder Stone King. It's first I've seen him today.
Yeah.
Austin Bolts, Tate Pawano, Zach Reimer, Eli Coons, Braden Wheaton, and Mason Bennett, Caden Brady, Keegan Lerman, Kyle McDonald, Mason Kelly, and Jaden Sipe.
Wow, nice save there by our leader. Swapped out pretty big. Thought he was off the track. A nice save.
Wow. There's a Sky King shot showing the head of the Dragon up over the Fuel Factory launch and on to the Tom Cycle Dragons pack. Let's see. I'm thinking Travis Bartley.
That may be. Very well may be. See him get on that rear fender.
On a gas. That's a red bike, so I think that is Travis Bartley in the lead.
Leader slid back onto the rear fender, trying to get as much traction as possible as he grabbed a handful of the cable.
As we watch our third through fifth places as they go up over the triple-double.
Knew he was going to get that momentum. Made a nice pass right there. Just kept the gas on. Just had good rhythm through there. Got a good drive and able to work his way around.
Oh, good move. Good
yeah.
move. Up over top of the Fly Racing triple.
Yeah, that was a nice move. Now you're starting
Look
to
at
see
this.
a little
He's
separation.
He's
Yep.
going to get another. A little too rough. That middle line's pretty smooth.
It is. I got to tell you, if you're going to the top, you better have a few bike links and better try to get all the way up out of the fringe.
All right, so Carter Gray, the number 13 in the lead. Travis Bartley, the 101 in second. Carson Sebastian, the number 72 in third. Bennett Weiss, the 94 in fourth. Jaden Scheip, the 912 in fifth. Austin Bolts, the 116 in sixth. Landon Hollinger is the 17 in seventh. Brad Gardner, the number 7 in eighth. Caden Brady, the 369 in ninth. And Caden Lazinski, the number 8, rounds out the top 10. Brought to you by Kite Racing.
Tell you, it's amazing. Everybody stepping up and wanting to be part of the program. Everybody supporting our broadcast here on RMGsports.net. I want to remind everybody, share the link to this channel and, make sure you subscribe. Hang in there. It is a great opportunity to catch all kinds of cool sports.
And we got, and tomorrow's 250 Pro-Am.
Mm-hmm.
But I tell your friends right now, they want to be back here for race number 42, the Open Pro-Am, Moto 2.
Certainly.
After the barn burner we had on that one, whoa, Nelly, we are going to be showing it up on race number 42.
He said, whoa, Nelly. I love it. Stark Varg's coming up next.
You know what? We won't be able to hear the race.
Nope. And Micro EE2 right behind them, so going to be a little quiet for a few moments.
Darn.
And you know what? I, like many other people, I'm going down to check out the concession stand here in just a few moments. Got all kinds of cool stuff. You said got chicken fingers, got burgers, got dogs, got all kinds of great stuff
Bean
down
soup.
there.
Got pizza.
Wow. If you have not done so, now is a great time to go get fueled up, get loaded up as we work our way through the late afternoon here.
What up? Look at these guys going
wow.
at it.
And who is this? Who in fifth that came up there so quick? Is that Scheip?
Scheip or Austin Bolts?
I mean, incredible on that top line. Kevin just came in there at full speed. Wow, everybody was moving down, and Scheip goes clear to the top.
So Carter Gray at a 153. Carson Sebastian in second at 155. Travis Bartley at a 159. Austin Bolts at a 157. And then everybody goes over 2 minutes on the lap. Look at that. Here's your top 10 riders.
And again, just what an amazing shot. Gives such a different perspective.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's always been a blind spot back there for us.
And now you truly get a perspective of the gap from overhead. When you see one rider make a pass or wonder how big the lead really is, that puts it into perspective for you when you get a look at that drone shot.
There we go into the Team Green switchback. That should be Sebastian Bartley, Bolts at Weiss.
I think, got a move going on right there.
There we go. Is that Bolts?
I wasn't sure if that was Bolts or Weiss. Nice move, though.
It looks like, no, it can't be Gardner. Could be, but I don't think so. It looked like a single number.
Starting to pour it on.
They look like ant trails.
They do. They absolutely do, Kevin.
All right, here we go. Coming through.
White flag is out.
So that's Hollinger and Gardner that went through. Then Weiss and Vren.
Wow. Gardner hanging tough in there. Doing a great job on that number 7 machine.
There's Vren right there, and then Kelly. Kelly coming through right now. There's our leader. Carter Gray, the number 13 on the Driven MX AES Oakley PR2 Canvas EBS Elite Dunlop MX Tire 60 4-peel HCS exhaust Maxima Tamer Whole Shot Guts Trex Scar Recluse OGO Gas out of St. Clair, Ohio.
Man, he got him covered.
He does.
Or they got him covered, one or the other,
That's
huh?
it.
How about that, man? Good support there. For sure. Oh, little battle starting to shape up here.
There's the 13 of Gray, and I guess that's a lapper he just went past.
Yeah, working his way through some traffic, so that's going to set some things up as the rest of the riders start to work their way into the traffic.
One more turn, and he's on the checkered flag straightaway, headed down to the Pro Action finish line. A wheelie just because he can. And the checkered flag comes out. So Carter Gray with the win in moto number 28.
Great job.
Carson Sebastian in second, maybe. No, that was the lapper. Okay, so it would be Carson Sebastian second. Travis Bartley third. Austin Bowles fourth. Landon Hollinger in fifth. As we get ready for the Starkvarg. 2 racers. Oh, and Zach Kaplotsky is on a Honda. Can't be. It's got to
Really?
be Stark. I don't think anybody's got a Honda Electric over here yet,
Think
do
of-
they?
yeah, I don't think a full size.
All right, we're going to take it down to Andy, and he's got Carter Gray on the Junior Mini podium.
Guys, I'm down here in the podium with your Junior Mini First Moto winner, Carter Gray. Carter, tell us about your race, bud.
I got the whole shot and then it's shucked out from there. I was trying to open up the turns a good bit. I was just kind of having fun out there. Wasn't pushing too hard.
Tell us who you want to thank.
I want to thank my mom, my dad, my nana, my papa, Clay for taking me to the line. Everybody else, Oakley, Canvas, AES, everybody else. Thank you.
That's Junior Mini Moto 1 winner, Carter Gray. Congratulations, Carter.
All right, so we're ready for race number 29, Starkvarg. The number 2 is Zach Kaplotsky out of East Stroudsburg on the Back 9 MX Bulldog Realty and Property Management, 5.9 Moto Adept, and EVO. We're going to say Starkvarg because I don't see a Honda being out there. And then there's Neil Hennefeld, the 727 out of Oakdale, Pennsylvania, on the Hennefeld Garage Doors, True MX Starkvarg.
Nice.
Man, what a shot.
That's a postcard.
That is a postcard right there.
No doubt about it. That is a postcard.
Yeah, Jeff, you need to do a single of that.
Greetings from Seward, PA.
Yes. Best thing that ever happened to this town.
Love it.
Of course, I'm also the guy that's wearing my old Extreme shirt that says every golf course should be made into a motocross
Yes,
track.
exactly. Yeah. I'll never forget at Brownsville when they did that. Luzerne Park, took the golf course right in the middle of Brownsville and got with the mayor and everybody else, Big Dave, and turned it into a motocross course.
Wow.
Yep.
Just once. Just once. I want to throw it into the sand trap and just nice curved berm.
And you and I have been in the sand trap, but just not on bikes.
Oh, I'm always in the sand trap, yeah. As a matter of fact, if I go to the beach, I'll take a sand wedge, because if I ever play golf, it's exactly where I'm going to be.
Yeah, plenty of practice. Absolutely.
All right, there's our view of Vendors Road. And, of course, we see Defiance Lifestyles, Ron Baumgartner there. He'll be headed out to Motocross of Nations next weekend. Glad to see that happening, and one of the true gentlemen of the sport. Always supports me, always kept me clothed very well.
Yes, absolutely.
And just salt of the earth. Love the whole family.
You bet, and hope Pops is doing well. Always love to see him. Rob's dad and stuff, always have a good time with him. Hope he's doing well, for sure.
And speaking of Pops, right across the street is MX Tire. And Joey, who played football last night, is changing tires all day today. The whole Starkvarg's out on the track. Klopotsky in the lead. You know what it is? The cameraman didn't hear anything, so they didn't know that we're out there.
Absolutely, yeah. Neil Hennefeld in that number 2 ride. Klaptopsky, though, out there setting it down.
So Klopotsky and Hennefeld, and no, I did not say NFL, that is Hennefeld, are out here on the track. This is eventually going to be week number 2 at Loretta Lynn's, because there's not enough room to run electric bikes during the first week. So guess what? Second week. So there's a look at the track from Broad Vision. There's Plum Contracting Bridge right there. And, of course, the Dunlop Tire Tunnel. And as you said, the American flags along the start straightaway just lets you know that you're here.
That's exactly right.
Never enough. So Zach Kaplotsky, 1 lap in. Neil Hennefeld in second. We saw him once on the track.
Yeah, we did. Yep, we did. Coming up next, race number 30, Micro EE2, 4 to 8 limited. And then race 31, 250 All-Stars. 100% payback on that one. They're going to be a good payday there as well.
Oh, yeah. There we go. There goes a rider. Going by. That's Klopotsky, I think. Hennefeld waiting on him to come through the speed trap.
Jeff out there on the microphone right now giving instructions. Taking full advantage of the silence out there.
There we go. Back to racing.
I believe still have one of those Starks over at the office, the Racer X office.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
one of the first versions, right?
Last year, yeah, we got picked it up last year. So yeah, of course we've had all the electric bikes so far over there.
Yeah,
and they've had a distinctly different feel, each and every one of them. The Stark, very unique itself.
Well, it's funny. A few years ago, Cobra came to make a plea for the E6s and the E8s. I guess he wants to do the other part of the portion of the track. Is it only a 2-lap race?
Either that or battery's running low.
Yeah.
Not sure what's going on there for sure, to be honest with you.
Well, we went and asked the Cobra guy. I said, well, your E6 and your E8, how many horsepower are they? He said, I have no idea. It's like
right.
Your E6 and your E8, the 60 and 80, and you don't know how much horsepower.
No. I know this. They got a bunch of torque.
Oh, my God.
I know that, and it's instant, too.
Yeah. Well, at the Timonium Indoors a few years ago, we had some guy show up, and he had looked like Rupp mini bike frames.
Oh, okay.
Being run by a drill motor.
Wow.
They took a DeWalt drill motor and hooked it up.
That's incredible.
And that was incredible.
No doubt.
Because it went into a chain drive, and I mean, it's like,
sure.
Whoa.
Sure. Wow.
Not enough brakes. We were riding around on concrete on that one. That was a lot of fun.
I'll bet. So full-size electric out there right now. Micro double E getting ready to kick off here in just a moment.
I don't know. It looks like Kaplowski got another lap in. Well, who's the third place guy? Somebody pulled off the track.
It'll be interesting to see exactly how
Checkered
that one
flag
plays
is
out.
out.
Yeah, checkered flag is out.
Maybe that was Hennefield no, that's Hennefield that just went in. I don't know.
Well,
I used to know.
Doesn't take much to confuse us, Kevin, and we are definitely confused right now. No question.
Oh my goodness! All right, Micro EE2, 4 to 8, and it's time. He's got to go down and recharge his battery. So, Matt Watson, he'll be back in a little bit. Micro EE2, the number 2 of Van Russler, the 3 of Lincoln Duffy, the 7 of Noah Black, the 19 of Eli LeBlanc, the 107 of Ezra Ferry, with the 121 Nash Gardner, Jax Hullaball, Cody May Lloyd, Liam DeLowry, and Benson Rich. Here's the number 2. It's Van Russler out of Lewistown. He is your leader. Oh, rider down. But it wasn't the number 2. Look at that, with their side by side as they go through the LMR tire first turn. As they head down the downhill towards the Fuel Factory launch. Zach Kaplowski gets credit for the win in the Starkvard class, with Neil Hennefeld in second. There's a number 2 of Van Russler. In the lead, coming through the tail of the Dragon. And they're going to take that short course like the P-Dubs. As they make their way towards the non-off camber. Lap number 1 underway. Van Russler out of Lewistown, Pennsylvania on the Husqvarna. Look at him. Butt off the seat, riding correctly. Gets the green flag. Oh, it's a 6:03. That's Liam DeLowry in the lead now. Nope, I got Van Russler. DeLowry maybe in second. Not showing up. There we go. Eli Labonte, the number 19 in second. Noah Black, the number 7 in third. Here's the battle right here. So I think Liam DeLowry is your leader and Van Russler in second. There we go. Now it shows up. So Liam DeLowry, they had to manually put him in, I guess, his transponder not working. Eli Labonte third, Noah Black fourth, Nash Gardner, the 121 in fifth, Benson Rich, the 813 in sixth. Yellow flag out in that LMR Tires first turn. There's the 813 to Benson Rich, back in sixth place. There's your leader, Liam DeLowry, the number 603. And Van Russler right behind him. We got a nice race there. Look at this. He's got his butt all the way back there over the fender, getting every bit of traction he can get. Good form. So yeah, man, I want it all. I want pure traction. Get me around this track. DeLowry. We'll bring it in. You can see the battle here. Van Russler out of Lewistown hanging in there. And we'll see who's got more battery power. DeLowry is looking over his shoulder. Van Russler running a 224. DeLowry running a 225. So second place, definitely faster. 0.5 of a second behind him. Eli Labonte, the number 19 and third, out of North Smithfield. Liam DeLowry out of Plymouth, Massachusetts on the South Coast Creations 110 Racing Cobra. As we see them going down towards the head of the Dragon. DeLowry Rustler, excuse me. Labonte, you could just see up at the top there. There's your first and seconds. They come up to the Fuel Factory launch. Onto the Tom Cycle Dragon back. There you see the third place. Just the head of him. Here we go. Look at this. DeLowry's got a challenge here. Here comes Rustler. DeLowry outbreaks him into the next turn. DeLowry Rustler down that long straight. Holding pretty even. They're both maxed out. They make the left-hander. White flag should be coming out this time around. There's first and second. Here we come. DeLowry brings it around. Rustler right there. White flag. 1 lap to go. Oh, look at Rustler. He makes a move to the inside and makes the pass. Or made the pass. Now, DeLowry back ahead of him again. Hey, come on. What a battle. Micro EE2. 4 to 8 years old. DeLowry is 7. Van Russler is 5. Van Russler, he will not give up. It's like a pit bull. Okay, pit poodle. And now you see Labonte. So Labonte has closed in a little bit. It's all on who's got more battery power right now. There you see the battle for the lead as they enter the head of the Dragon. Just see two heads bobbing. Okay, you see one head bobbing. There's the second one. Uh-oh, we got somebody in the middle of the track here. Across the dragon back they come to Lowry. Showing a bit more confidence there. He's pulling away. He's trying to pull away. Labante's got Nash Gardner. So Gardner in fourth is now challenging Labonte in third. Here's first and second right here to Lowry and Rustler. And look at the battle. Oh, just saw them. The Labonte and Gardner going at it. There's a battle for the lead. Makes a left-hander. And that's the Caterpillar Steamroller yeah. The non-off camber. Or the on camber. Okay, we'll give it a camber. No camber. But there's a checkered flag, and Liam DeLowry out of Plymouth, Massachusetts will take the win. Van Rustler out of Lewistown, Pennsylvania in second. Labonte, the number 19, out of North Smithfield, Rhode Island in third. Oh, and that was Benson Rich, the 7th place. So I guess they lapped somebody. I must have missed something in there. There's Nash Gardner coming through. And here we go. 250 All-Star is on the line. Race number 31, 10 entries. The 214 and Briar Stesic out of Colliers, West Virginia. The 223 Donovan Sante out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The 281 Corey Karsten out of Bayville, New Jersey. The 313 Travis Beam out of Shippensburg, Pennsylvania. The 329 Austin Dinkfeld, the old man, out of Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania. The 368 Christian McCauley out of Morgantown, West Virginia. The 731 Steve Roman out of Export, Pennsylvania. The 734 Reese Wheaton out of Irwin, Pennsylvania. The 809 Braden Ellerman out of Westtown, New York. And the 884 Jason White out of Killington, Connecticut. Killingworth. I got my mix all ahead of myself on that one. I thought he was racing ski slopes. I went up to Connecticut. There's farmers up there grow rocks. It's incredible. And they call it heaving rocks. And I was like, the only thing you can ride up here is trials. All right, we're going to take it down to Andy on the podium.
Hey guys, I'm down here in the podium with Liam DeLowry. Tell us about your race.
It was good. I almost got past, but I don't know how I passed them back.
Well, great job. Tell us who you want to thank.
My mom, my dad, 110 Racing, Clutch Media, Cobra, everybody else. Thank you.
Okay, guys, that's your Micro EE2 4-8 limited winner, Moto 1, Liam DeLowry. Great job.
All right, here we go. We've got the 250 All-Stars on the line here. Oh. And Steve Roman with the hole shot. The number 22 or 223 of Donovan Sante, second. Yeah, I think I'm showing a 22 rather than 223. as they make their way around. 250 All-Star. Steve Roman in the lead. I'm showing the 22. I'm not sure who that is. I'm thinking Donovan Sante, but we'll find out. Up over the triple-double, presented by MX6 Racing. Good run here. Up over top of the Caterpillar off camber.
Going to be side by side to the finish line, Kevin.
I don't know. I think it might. Steve Owen. Maybe it's. Reese Wheaton.
There it is.
Okay. He's riding on a 22 machine, but it is Reese Wheaton out of Irwin, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, you got to take it easy on us old guys. We're used to seeing you in one kind of gear on one color bike, one number.
Yeah.
When you guys do this borrowed bike and different number thing, that's tough on guys like me and Kevin, man. Holy cow.
Briar Stesick in third, Travis Beam in fourth, Michael Gerda in fifth, Donovan Sante in sixth, Austin Dingfelt in seventh, Braden Ellerman in eighth, Christian McCauley ninth, Jason White rounds out the top 10, and that's brought to you by On Track School.
Kevin, you were right. The concession stand is absolutely on point. They sold out of kibasi. They got just a little bit of that soup left that you love.
Oh.
I got to tell you, I had a chili dog that was absolutely amazing.
Wow.
You talk, chili dog. This is a racetrack
Oh,
dog.
no.
It was delicious. I mean, it was fantastic.
We are connoisseurs of
racetrack.
all thing Polish and all thing racetrack.
You better believe it. We understand racetrack fare, racetrack cuisine.
Yeah.
We get it. And if you guys are feeling a little hungry like I was, had a bit of a headache coming on, man, you need to make your way down there to the concession stand because they've got options down there, man.
Yeah.
I mean, options.
And look at this. We got a lead change. Reese Wheaton taking over the lead.
Again, not
Looks
used to
like
seeing
Steve
Reese on
Roman
that
behind
number
him.
22 machine out there like that, but it looks like Reese on the bike. So there you have it.
Oh, that's Getz. I was going to say it looked like Jonathan Getz, and he may not have everything on there because Stevie Roman just came in. So that's Jonathan Getz out of Old Town, Florida.
So is Wheaton still riding his Cowie? I don't see.
He's in.
Oh, there he must be right there. There we go. Just went by. That's him right there. Now I'm back in action. Now I got caught up.
I kept seeing a 22, and I was like, I know that Jonathan Getz is number 22, but I don't have him on the list.
And you know what? I normally say he gets it. I always recognize Jonathan, but I didn't recognize him right there.
Should have.
I should.
Just by the lead he's got.
No question about.
So Getz got as he goes down the Himmler Excavating downhill. Steve Roman, Reese Wheaton in third, Briar Stesick in fourth, Michael Gerda in fifth, Travis Beam in fifth, sixth, Braden Ellerman in seventh, Christian McCauley in eighth, Donovan Sante in ninth, and Austin Dingfelt rounds out the top 10. We see Steve Roman there and Reese Wheaton at second and third. Jonathan Getz. Smooth line on that middle.
No doubt. So I still don't even see Getz on timing and scoring.
Nope, still not there.
Yep, so. All right, we'll work our way through that one.
We'll call him Jonathan Show Me the Money Getz.
That's it.
Or Jonathan Gets Money.
Yeah, he gets it.
100% payback in this 250 All-Star.
Yeah, well, we got 11 riders.
Yeah, that's a good payback.
Yeah, you bet. You bet. Recognize everybody out here. Travis Beam, Ellerman, McCauley, Sante, Dingfelt, all the usual suspects in this one. Coming up next, 250C Junior 12 to 17 Limited. 11 riders in that, 4 laps. Some 65s following them, more micros coming up.
I believe this will be a 5-lap race.
That's what it says.
Reese Wheaton really putting the pressure on Steve Roman as they work their way around the pond turn. Headed up over the triple-double.
Yeah, Wheaton picking the pace up now, starting
Yes,
to push
he
the
is.
issue just a bit.
He's like, dude, you may have taught me, but I also learned.
Young grasshopper.
Ooh.
Whoa. A little,
Reese Wheaton, that's a slam down on, and he crowned that jump.
a little bit of a hard hit there. Didn't really come up short, just kind of cased it a touch.
Yes, just a touch.
Uh-huh. Able to rebound right off of it, though. Gathers it back up. White flag comes out.
All righty. And there's Jonathan gets money.
Jonathan gets paid.
Yeah, that's a long drive back to Florida. You might as well make somebody else pay for it.
You bet. Help with that gas.
Look at Wheaton on the outside making a charge at Roman as they go up over the Fuel Factory launch onto the Dragon back. Steve Roman, look at that. I'm just going to move over here, take your line out. You going to pass me? Good luck.
Go for it, he said. I'm going to make you earn it. You see Wheaton, you know, just sitting back there searching a little bit. He's got the pace right now.
Oh, look at that. Good defensive move.
That was a great move. Inside out right there, and here comes Wheaton again, back on the attack.
Uh-huh. Look at oh, I'm going to block you again.
Wow.
Oh, you can't block everything.
Yeah.
And there he goes. Steve Roman goes,
Great.
want to bet?
Yeah, he said, I beg to differ. There, Kevin Bailey, but, you know. And Wheaton again, inside out, just trying not to fall. Whoa, spins out a bit right there, not able to triple up, has to double up out of the valley. That cost him a bunch of time right there,
did.
Kevin Bailey.
Jonathan gets paid as he comes in, takes the checkered.
Nice job. Real nice ride right there. Very solid ride.
Steve Roman brings it in. Reese Wheaton, it's like, yeah, I'll go over and talk to you later.
For sure. Stesic works his way. No, not yet. Thought that was him coming through.
Goes.
There he is. Yep, Stesic does go through. Michael Gerda the fifth in that number 4 position.
250C Junior.
11 riders, 4 laps, 1 gate drop.
Jackson Beck out there again, along with Parker Shalowski and Trey Carter. And there's a Yama dog taking that whole shot. That could be Keegan McDade. He's about due. I'll tell you what, he's actually a lot faster on the big bike than he is on the small.
He goes good on the big bike, no question about it.
And there we go. There's Jackson Beck has taken over the lead. Yamaha in second. I'm believing that's Keegan McDade there.
Oh, little off-track excursion
Yeah.
for McDade there.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take a side trip here. I'll be back.
Easy to do here when you get bouncing out of those deep
yeah.
ruts. You know, if you're out on the edge of the track, you need to be real careful because it will just draw you right off the track.
Plus, he's a little dude.
Yeah, no doubt.
You get a little bit of rebound in those ruts, and it's like suddenly, uh-oh, what do you mean I'm going left? I didn't ask for that.
Here we go, starting to develop a bit of a race here.
Oh, yeah. That's for third, or for second.
For second.
Double pump.
Oh. Triple didn't really make a big difference right there.
No.
Just about the same difference they had coming out.
All right, so Jackson Beck out of Bel Air, Maryland, gets the green flag.
Looking good, solid up there, Beck. Putting in good lap.
Keegan McDade second. Parker Shalowski. So Shalowski in third place. Trenton Meyer in fourth. Jay Potter in fifth. Yep. And we're going to take it down to Andy at the podium.
Guys, I'm down here on the podium with 250 All-Star Moto 1 winner Jonathan Getz. Tell us about your race, buddy.
Yeah, I came out second, and then we battled for like the first lap, and then I got around them, and then I just rode my race.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad, Tutu Graphics, Gibson Tires, FMF, Fly, Monster, Fast Flex, Ithaca, Unruly, Flow, and Adventure Moto. Everyone else, thank you.
That's Jonathan Getz, your Moto 1 winner.
All right, and we're back on the track. There is Jackson Beck on the Team Green Beeline Racing Factory Connection Ridersville Cycle Kawasaki out of Bel Air, Maryland.
Over there by Butts Creek, Bel Air. Right up the street.
Oh, I love Ridersville Cycle.
Yeah, those guys, Harold and the guys over there.
They were always
great
good
dudes.
to me on Husqvarnas.
Yeah,
and
those
they
guys
had parts when nobody else could get them.
back in the day. You're exactly right. Yeah, when it was a tough proposition, those guys had it, you know, for sure.
I'm just proud they're still in business. Did you see this summer that Fredericktown Yamaha 50 years?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Was that cool?
Yeah, really cool. Yeah, they were over at Budds Creek this year as well. And
well, Ezra called up Ian and said, dude, I need a cart. Can you get me a cart?
Mm-hmm.
He brought down a side-by-side overnight just so he could be there to help Ezra.
He did. Absolutely, for sure.
Just
and
wonderful people.
Yeah, we had him in the booth with us for a good while in the afternoon and stuff. Just come up and hung out with us, and just good, like you said, good people, salt of the earth, and always good to have them around in your background for sure.
All right, look at this battle for second. McDade and Shalowski going at it. You can see the difference in the size of the riders right there.
No question. Look at that. Wow.
Keegan's a little guy. Shalowski's taller. And Keegan is riding hard just to stay ahead of him. All over that bike. Of course, it's a lot lighter. Shalowski got underneath of him. Look at that. Keegan goes back under him. What a battle.
Nice. Nice.
Michael, you should be proud of him today.
Absolutely.
And look, Shalowski coming back after him again. Keegan not backing off any.
No.
But Shalowski gets past.
Keegan going to keep the hammer down,
easier.
no doubt about that. Like you said, a little lankier, got that leverage over the bike, you know. Can get just a little more physical.
That's okay. Keegan is the youth and skill. Well, okay, he's got youth and skill too.
Can't remember who we're talking about.
Yeah.
White flag is
I had to look
out.
up, see 12-17. It was like, oh, okay.
No doubt.
So Jackson Beck, speaking of youth and skill, 15 years old. Shalowski is 16. Keegan McDade, 14. And Shalowski, look at him making a charge on Jackson Beck.
He is. Trying to close it up a bit here, trying to make something happen late in this one.
Jackie's back.
White flag is out. Limited time. Coming up next, going to be 65 10-11 limited, 65 7-9. That'll be race number 33.
Goodness gracious. Down to 9 races after that.
I'm seeing 30 riders in 65, 7 to 9. Wow. What I'm reading, 30 riders. Got several big classes left this afternoon.
Oh, yes.
Just about 10 minutes to 5. Been a great day so far.
We're going to use up every bit of that sunlight today.
You better believe that, for sure. No question.
And probably the same amount tomorrow. Maybe a little bit less. Look at that middle line. I like it.
Yeah, that's insane right there. Probably do sight laps tomorrow, get things rolling in the morning, and that is going to shave a little time first thing. Checkered flag is out for Jackson Beck right there. Sharlowski, a close second, was able to definitely close up some of that gap there on the final lap. So number 51, Jackson Beck, taking the win here. 250T Junior, 12 to 17 limited. Parker Shalosky in that number 2 position.
Keegan McDade brings it in the 3rd. Jay Potter just behind him.
Potter picked it up too.
Yeah. Trenton Meyer brings it in 5th. Hudson Burns 6th. Cash Ridgely 6th. 7th. Lucas Lakorchik in 8th. Ryder Conti 9th. And Braden Rader 10th. Race 33. 65, 7 to 11, and 7 to 9. And the 10-11 is the 14 of Harrison Vagel, the 100 of Parker Renneker, the 126 of Tate Buono, the 312 of Cade Dupuis, the 998 of Ryder Likens, and the 998 of Addison Likens. In the 65, 7 to 9, Brock Norris, Easton Owen, Bryce Hollinger, Silas Vrend, Johnny Schweitzer, Cash McKnight, Deacon Thomas, Cade Schwartzfager, Tucker Vance, Mason Atwood, Maverick Manzer, Indigo Spinacola, Deegan Bartholomew, Mitchell Bennett, Zayden Reicher, Bradley Gardner, Caverick Stewart, Camden Fanella, Angela Palumbo, Declan Stewart, Axel Elliott, Hudson Utz, Kane Delp, Miles Burgess, Nick Smith, Dominic Bentley, Daxton Dingfelt, Bryson Dameron, Nathan Tucker, and Grayson Bennett. 36 riders total.
I told you, off and running, got a big, big gate.
I think I'd put the 7 to 9 first just because there's so many of them.
Well, here we go. There's 7 to 9 taking off now. And look at that cluster going into the first turn. I love it. Stacked up. Everybody threw on 2 wheels, though, Kevin.
There's
Great
the
start.
73 of Caverick Stewart with the whole shot. See ya!
Yeah, we've seen him up front today. But, yeah, everybody made it clean through turn 1, hopefully through turn 2 as well. Looks like everybody on 2 wheels, Kevin.
All right, take it down to Andy on the podium.
Guys, I'm down here in the podium with your 250C Junior Moto 1 winner, Jackson Beck. Jackson, man, what a great day you're having. This is the 4th time you've been up here today. What a day, man. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I got off to I think I got the whole shot, and then I just rode my race from there. Didn't really have any issues out front the whole time.
Who do you want to thank?
Beeline Racing, Team Green Kawasaki, PR2, Factory Connection, and everybody else in my corner.
That's 250C Junior Moto 1 winner, Jackson Beck.
All right. Back on the track.
You heard him say Jackson up there 4 times today.
Wow.
Great day for Beck. No doubt the number 51 Kawasaki making it happen here at Pleasure Valley this weekend.
There's the 73 of Caverick Stewart out of West Sunbury, Pennsylvania on the Dad and Mom Driven MX, Hex Motorsports, Maskell Motorsports, Creel Excavating, Howland Industry, Cobra. 2nd and 3rd, not sure. We'll know shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. Tate Buono on the number 126. Parker Renneker, Ryder Likens all working their way through. Addison Likens in there, right behind Ryder. Okay, Dupas in there in that number 5 spot.
So they put them all in one gate, but 2 classes. Bradley Gardner is 2nd in the 65-7-9. the Daxter, Dax Dinkfeld in 3rd place. Bryson Dameron in 4th. Dylan McDonald in 5th. That's in the 7 and 9. Declan Stewart in 6th.
So both of these classes extremely stacked and running really tight.
Oh, yeah.
Like you said, Stewart, Gardner, Dinkfeld, Dameron, McDonald, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in that 7 and 9. And going to be Buono, Reneker, Likens, and Dupas in the 10 to 11. Riders making their way through the bottom of the course now.
There's your leader, Caverick Stewart. He's the overall leader. Whoa.
And looking good, too. Setting that bike right down in the rut, using that berm like he should, keeping that leg high. Doing a great job. Dirt still looks amazing, looks fantastic. Haven't put a bit of water down yet.
Nope.
Kevin, haven't put a drop down yet, and this thing still has moisture being brought up from the bottom from that one bit of track maintenance that we had. Incredible.
Yep, it is.
Look at this battle.
Caverick Stewart, look at him go.
You bet. Working right through that traffic. So one of our riders ended up on the water road there coming.
So Caverick Stewart puts in lap number 2.
Looking good. 2:07 is the lap time.
That's amazing.
That is incredible on a 65
Brad
cc
Gardner
machine.
at 2:11. Dax Dinkfeld 2:14.
Guys are sending 250C times.
Yeah.
Really close.
They are.
On 65 cc machines at age 7 to 9. One rider down in the middle of the ruts there had a little crossover for everybody.
Up over top of the Fuel Factory launch and onto the Tom Cycle Dragonback. Caverick Stewart leading in the overall, and I'm pretty sure that the Buono and Remeker are right back there just behind them.
Yeah, I'm going to believe you're right. I believe Buono right just a few spots back.
I like that they all started on one line.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
They don't care. The score is going to be taken care of by electronics.
Sure.
And we're just going racing.
We're going to let them go.
Yep. And Caverick Stewart's like, dude, I want the overall. I'm going to beat everybody.
No doubt.
I got your 10-11.
Coming up next, no doubt, race 34. Micro 2, 4 to 6 on the gate right now in staging. Race 35 going to be our women's 12+, our 50+, and our adaptive riders.
That's Gardner there, the number 70. He's just ahead of Dinkfeld. The 404, you could just see him come into the screen there. White flag is out, one lap left for Caverick Stewart. Leading the overall and leading in the 7 to 9 65s. Bradley Gardner second, Dax Dinkfeld third, Bryson Dameron in fourth, Declan Stewart in fifth, Dylan McDonald sixth, Maverick Mander in seventh, Zayden Reicher in eighth, Nathan Tucker ninth, and Dominic Bentley rounds out the top 10 in the 65 7 to 9. 65 10 11, Tate Buono's your leader, Parker Reneker in second, Cade Dupuis in third, Ryder Likens in fourth, Addison Likens in fifth. Leaders down. So Caverick Stewart trying to get the bike up. He's up. Let's see what he can recover there.
Doesn't look to be hurt, but not being able to get that bike picked up quickly.
Brad Gardner and Dax Dinkfeld. So that's Bradley Gardner there. Tough break for Caverick.
Yeah, no doubt. Had a great ride going. Just got down in one of them deep ruts. Had a little miscue. Rode up out of the rut.
Actually, I think that's Buono that went past him. It's a 126.
Really?
Yeah. So I think that is Buono that just passed him.
All right.
But there's others that got by.
We are on the last lap. White flag is out right now.
Half a lap left at the pond turn. $112. No. Not sure. And I'm thinking that's tape one of the 126 there.
Yeah, 126, yep.
And he is leading in the 65-10. No, he's second, and we'll find out.
I believe in the 10 to 11, he's in second place, I believe. Might be leading right now. Their checker flag's out.
So Bradley Gardner, the number 70, takes the win in the 65 7-9. Should be Dax Dinkfeld coming in second unless Caverick got it started and running. Now Caverick Stewart comes in second.
Mm-hmm. Now should see the 404 Dax. Yep, there it is.
There he is.
And then Declan Stewart.
So the Daxter in third.
Race 34, Micro 2, 4 to 6 limited. 23
right.
riders.
Woo! Colin Work, Kingston Natali, Colt Boone, Eli Labonte, Bryson Bell, Rivers Rice, Maverick Duffy, Def Tincher, Beckett Manzer, James Wenger, Franco Palumbo, Bennett Means, Declan Roque, Hudson Whippo, Linal Bussey, Otto Gardner, Cooper Salerno, Cody May Lloyd, Jack Fote, Axel Rurik, Nolan Rich, Liam DeLowry, Dayton Brown, and that's how they finish it up. So I'd watch the 603, Liam DeLowry. He's already got a win today. But there's a lot of other racers out there. Beckett Manzer, Rivers Rice. The 39 Rivers Rice is also another one to watch in this Micro 2 4 to 6.
To see some of them youngsters excited, ready to jump that gate down there, Kevin. I mean, ready to go, man.
All right, we're going to take it down to Andy at the podium.
Guys, I'm down here in the podium with our 265 class winners, Moto 1. Parker Reniger, your Moto 1 winner, 10 to 11 limited 65. Tell us about it.
It was good. I kind of slid off the start, and then me and Tate not collided, but touched each other a little bit, I think. And in the first corner, I slid again. And in one of the corners, I just dabbed my foot, and then I just kept rolling around, and Tate got me, but I was managed to get him on the final turn and pass him around the outside, and yeah.
Great job today. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my brother, my mechanic Robert, RSI, Let's Ride, Scott, Arma, T-Rex, Dunlop, 7, Bell, Factory Connection, Pro Circuit, and everybody else. Thank you.
Great job today, Parker. Our 65 7-9 Moto 1 winner, Bradley Gardner. Tell us about it, buddy.
It was pretty good. I got a good hole shot. I got like third out of a hole shot. I got Daxon Dinkfeld for second, and then Caverick Stewart crashed, so I got him in the back and just rode the rest of my race.
Well, great job, man. Who do you want to thank?
Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, Mag Unlimited Trucking Diesel, Black Mountain Enterprise, 100% Roost, Cal Stewart for getting Cal Coolwell for getting my bike really good, and everybody else, thank you.
Great job today, Bradley. Send it back to you guys.
All right. Yeah, we were just watching our guy on the stage down there. Thank God Andy's there, because Wes Kane is just kind of standing there.
That is the absolute consummate traffic cop. I mean, I've never seen anybody in a director's position do a better job.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely
Except he didn't get a donut today. He got a waffle.
No doubt.
Oh, boy.
Captain Pancake.
Oh, we're going to have to run with that. All right. Micro 2, 4 to 6. Look at that shot. The officials' quad is going almost as fast as they are. Look at the lead he's got already. That is amazing. That's got to be Rivers Race. Yep, it is 39 Rivers Race.
Nice.
Out of Fombell, Pennsylvania, on the podium works MX6, Cobra Elite, MX Tire, Dunlop, Driven MX, Catalyst, Thor, Cobra. Look at that run. Second through fifth right there. Don't tell me I'm only on a 50.
That's exactly right. Big boy style right there, Kevin.
You ain't
Okay?
lying.
Getting it done man style right there, buddy. I always like to see that's man size move.
That is.
It's a big boy pass. For sure.
Up over the MX6 Racing triple-double.
Just
there he is, Rivers
incredible.
Rice.
Yeah, just incredible to watch him downside that double.
Yeah, yeah.
Didn't land on top of it.
Knew exactly where he wanted to be.
Didn't jump into it or land on top of it. Downsided that thing, Kevin.
There's your second and third.
Second and third. Trying to keep it honest right now.
And fourth now.
Look at fourth sneaking into the picture.
That's a
He's
battle
going
for
down
third.
bottom.
Look
Look
at
at
that.
this.
Oh.
Look
New
at
third place.
that. He will never go to the top line ever again. All right. Fourth place rider will never even look at the top line of that off camera again.
Oh. So Rivers Rice in the lead. Jet Tincher, the number 44 in second. Dayton Brown, the 829 in third.
That must have been Brown that just came along the bottom of the off camera and just made
was
so much
Nolan
time.
Rich.
That's who was on the bottom? Okay, Nolan Rich. Thought he went from fourth to third, but he went from fifth to fourth. So
Yep.
nice job.
And there's Liam DeLowry in fifth. Otto Gardner in sixth. Beckett Manzer in seventh. 23 riders out there.
Yeah, big gate, no doubt about it.
As they said in the movies, we have a target-rich environment. There's their leader, Rivers Rice. Coming through the tail of the dragon. Yellow sleeves. Blue pants and helmet. Somebody dressed him good. We'll give it to Mom. We'll give Mom.
Yeah, here we go.
credit on
Give
that
her
one.
the credit for that one.
And that's Tincher just coming into the tail of dragon. Jet Tincher, the number 44, out of Elkview, West Virginia, on the Minton Cycles PR2 Troy Lee OGS SOBMX Tamer Cobra.
Again, lots of support. Glad to see that with these youngsters out
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Making
We'll give
it
that the
happen.
credit to Mom, too.
Yeah, you bet. You bet. You know, you got to have a manager early.
Yeah.
You know, you got to have somebody behind the scenes working for you, Kevin. And you know as well as I do, makes a huge difference.
It does.
Stepping out of these ranks and getting onto 65s, 85s, and such. You know, you already need to be established.
Oh, yeah.
And you got to have somebody that's working for you, no doubt about it.
And there's Rivers Rice. Blue and yellow. Little bobble as he heads off of that left-hander. right in the middle on that cat off camber. But styling, I'm telling you, up on his toes.
Squeezing that bike with his legs.
Yep.
Okay, doing exactly what he's supposed to do. All these youngsters
Oh,
really
it's amazing.
And you know, it's a different time. Everybody's doing compounds. Everybody's doing camp. You know, it's not a 3-day seminar anymore.
No.
You don't go for the weekend. You're living at compounds right now. You're living at schools and camps.
Absolutely.
Whether it's our guys down in South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, any of these places.
Yeah, Matt Walker in Georgia. The
love Matt Walker's
JW.
place. Our buddies at SOB down there south of the border. Of course, we take a look at Georgia Practice Facility.
Yep.
You know, all these
Lake
places.
Sugartree.
Lake Sugartree.
All
You
of
bet. Orlando, down in Florida.
Yep,
You know?
Dean Dice.
You bet.
There's our third place. That's Dayton Brown there.
You know, when we talk about compounds, you can't forget our buddies Mike Bonacci and them at Club MX.
Oh, yeah.
What a great job
Yep.
they've done down there producing just winter after winter after
Absolutely.
winter coming out of there. And, you know, hats off to Bonacci. Bonacci's always part of our compounds, our moto compounds at the pro races.
Sure.
And Bonacci, you know, he comes out and he puts the heat right on these kids in the classroom. You know, talk to me. Have a conversation with me. You know, a lot of these kids incapable of that, but yet they can send him a text or a message. They can explain themselves well through that, you know.
There's
and
Dayton Brown.
They want complete athletes today, just like we talked about
absolutely.
on-track school, just like we talked about, you know, we don't want to produce dummies.
No.
No, that's not what we're
No.
about. And I'm glad to see that the compound's not only educating these guys on the bike, on the track, but how to be young men and young women going into society as well, how to be productive members, how to be, you know, helpful, how to be good citizens and people as well as being great racers. And hats off to all of our compounds, all of our instructors that believe in that and want to make sure our kids are the best of the next generation.
Oh, there's a pass. Look at that. That tightened up the I think Tincher stalled it, and Dayton Brown came up on him. You know, it's funny because I talk to all the coaches when I'm out refereeing, and I say, dude, you got to spend 20 minutes a week on flags.
Oh, absolutely.
Yellow and red cross.
Yeah.
You have to do it. Because
No
if you
doubt.
don't, you're doing a disservice.
Yeah, absolutely. No question about it. You know, we talk about well-rounded when they're in the combine. You know, you have on class, you have the track, you have the coaches in the rank, but you also have media training.
Oh, yeah.
You also have podium training. You get with guys like Weege and myself and my pet peeve and everybody I forgot. Well, if you forgot them, don't even say it.
Right.
If you forgot them, because you've already acknowledged you forgot them.
That's second place went down.
So that was
on the off camber, I believe.
Tincture?
I believe, yes. That should be Dayton Brown there.
So white flag is out. Time to go
Rivers
to work.
Rice.
Yep. Time to go to work.
Dayton Brown now into second. Tincher fell over at the apex of that off camber, so he's going to be back a ways. There's Nolan Rich coming in third. Looks like Liam DeLowry probably be next in fourth.
Race 35 coming up. It's going to be our women's 12 plus, our plus 50, and our adaptive.
Back to the leaders, Rivers Rice. Entering the Team Green switchback. And he's got a half lap left. So Rivers Rice, the hardest thing he's going to have to do is get the bugs out of his teeth from smiling so much
You better
going around
believe
that track.
it, man. Yep. And Nod, you know, my good buddy Kevin Wyndham.
Oh, yeah.
Just had his first grandson a couple months ago named
God.
River.
Really?
Yeah. So I just thought that was cool. I like the name Rivers Rice, as a matter of fact. Flows good, sounds cocky.
Yeah.
You know, got a cool Hollywood vibe to it, Rivers Rice, you know. But
Dayton
makes me
Brown
think of my good buddy Kevin and his new grandson.
Oh, one of the most gifted announcers along with one of the most gifted riders ever.
You know what? We'll get with our guy tomorrow, and maybe we'll get Kevin Wyndham on the phone tomorrow Maybe we'll get Kevin. He'll do a little spot with us tomorrow live on the
would be
phone
good.
if that's possible.
I would be honored.
Awesome, yeah. I know Kevin will be all about it. Then we might call Wes Kane and get him on the phone.
Oh no, he won't answer the phone.
We might call we might call Wes Kane and get an interview from the podium.
No, he's too busy.
Yeah, he won't answer.
All right, so Rivers Race with the win. Dayton Brown will be coming in second. Let's see. Nolan Rich should be third. Liam DeLowry, fourth. And I saw John Natali out there. Kingston Natali coming in 13th.
Heck yeah.
So Dad's out there watching.
Love it.
Big smile on his face.
Love it. Again, just great folks. Love John.
Absolutely.
You know, salt of the earth people, and so pumped they're out here hanging with us and part of our family.
You know, I asked him if he was going to come back in the plus 25 in ATV MX, and he said, dude, if I come back, I'm coming back pro.
I love it.
I do too.
I love it.
I'm not playing that 25 plus. I'm either going for it or I'm not going.
I love it.
So Dayton Brown should be coming through. It was 41 seconds back behind Rivers Rice. Rivers Rice running a 2:30. Dayton Brown comes in running a 2:48. He does get second. Nolan Rich is coming in. He'll take third. Liam DeLowry in fourth. Beckett Manzer at fifth.
Nice.
And we're going to take it down to Andy on the podium.
Guys, I'm down here on the podium with Micro 2 4-6 Limited Moto 1 winner River Rice. Tell us about your race, buddy.
Yeah, it was pretty rough. I just kept picking lines. On the off camera, I was really ready and just, yeah.
Tell us who you want to thank.
My mom and dad, Podium Works, MX6, Cobra Elite, Roost, everyone else, thank you so much.
That's Moto 1 winner Rivers Rice. Congratulations, buddy. Back to you guys.
Great job, Rivers Rice.
Absolutely.
Showing some speed, some style, showing some poise and class on that podium. I love it right there.
Oh, boy. So in the women's class, we got Cynthia McCallan, Brittany Major, Alexis Huber, Elena Folk, Tiffany Finala, Brenna Griffith, Katie Goodman, Jalynn Myers, Addison Platt, Addison Liberoni, Madison Stankus, Kiana Kurtz, Izzy Likens, Macy Newth, Delaney Haynes, Jenna Schulteis, Michaela Tuttle, Ava Curry, Angela Valdesari, and Eliza Brennan. In the 50-plus class, there's my man Ralph Bentley on a Suzuki, Matt Sempa, Jim Dobbs, Alan Alford, Barry Karsten, John Swope, Dan Ferry, Neil Hennefeld, Greg Simmon, and Galen Dixon. In the adaptive, we've got the 133 of John Cleary out of Purlear, North Carolina. I remember a few years ago, we had 10 or 12 adaptive riders, and it was just amazing to watch.
Love it.
Doug Henry.
Yes. You know, at Southwick, we had Doug Henry as a special guest. Who's that out front?
That is the number 29 of Elena Folk.
Nice.
She comes up with some hole shots. There's the 14 of Brittany Major.
Wow, got a battle
Alexis
going on
Huber
up there. Yeah.
Also.
Ladies
Look at
not
this,
disappointed.
3 wide.
3 wide. I love it.
Of course, you can't say that in women's motocross.
No.
There's 3 side by side. And I believe that is the number 14 of Brittany Major from Preston, Connecticut, in the lead now. And that's Cynthia McCallan out of Cheshire, Connecticut, in second. Alana Folk in third, the number 29 rider. Well, I'll tell you what, that little bit of track maintenance they did really reset that track.
Oh, you bet. Different animal right now.
Yes, it is. This is the battle for second. The 9 of Cynthia McCown and the 29 of Alana Falk. Elena out of Wellsburg, West Virginia on the Egypt Valley Store.
Yep.
FCR Suspension of West Virginia. Arasich Heating and Cooling. Ryko Trucking 110, 100%. OGO, ODI, ASV. Twin Air, Engine Ice, Yamaha. Look at this battle. Oh! And it looks like Elena Folk made the pass there. Going up on the top of the... no bobble there.
Oh, no.
Oh, tough break.
Look at that. Gave the position back.
Ooh.
And we talked about those bumps inside the ruts. We talked about those hooks that you can't see in there, Kevin.
Yeah.
An absolute victim right there. Caught a bump at the end of that rut. Definitely slowed her down. Stopped that forward momentum.
All right. Brittany Major in the lead. Cynthia McCallan in second. Alana Folk in third. The 94 of Kiana Kurtz in fourth place. Fifth is Jenna Schulteis. Sixth is the 20 of Alexis Huber. Madison Stankus in seventh. Tiffany Finala in eighth. Addison Platt in ninth. Macy Newth rounds out the top 10. In the 36, or race 36 number plus 50 class, Barry Carson in the lead. Galen Dixon second. Alan Alford third. Ralph Bentley fourth. Greg Simmons fifth. And Jim Dobbs in sixth.
So, you know, Kevin, I was talking earlier about Carson and Alford. There's all them S's.
Yep.
There's that RM Army.
Yep.
We've got Barry Carson. Of course, that guy, he is the general of the RM Army, okay? That's the Schwarzkopf.
That's a 5-star.
You better believe it, absolutely. Alan Alford, he's a lieutenant, no question. Ralph Bentley, that guy's sergeant at arms. Greg Simmons been in there forever. Jim Dobbs, I love it, dude. We've got the entire front line of the RM Army with us here today.
Oh, yeah.
All in the plus 50 class. I dig it, man. I dig. Whoa, Ryder down. Is that 95, I believe?
That was the second place. The 94 of...
Or is there an 85?
No, Cynthia McCowan, I believe.
Is that who that was? Okay.
No, Kiana Kurtz, 94.
There we go. Bummer for her, definitely, because had a good ride going.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it. Coming up next, Micro 3. Getting those micros rolling here late in the day. Micro 3, 7 to 8 limited. 31 riders, Kevin.
Oh, goodness.
31 riders. Now, we talked about these youth classes having big gates. During the pandemic, we saw growth in motorcycle sales. Yeah, we saw growth in motorcycle sales. And I'm gonna quiz you real quick, Kevin. Guess which segment of motorcycle size had the largest growth in sales?
Motocross.
How about that? How about mini bikes, 90cc and under?
Well, you and I both had to do the super regionals back
We
then.
did, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, my goodness.
Yep, had a great time with that. But it was so encouraging to see so many kids that were never exposed to a bike got one. So many parents that hadn't rode in 25 years, they're riding again. They had time. They had a little change in their pocket.
Yep.
They had an opportunity to participate with the kids.
Oh, absolutely.
So you know what? Everybody needs to thank these plus 50 classes and plus 55 because they paid every entry fee today.
Yep.
All right, they bought every
did.
bike here today from micro on out. And you know, the parents and the grandparents, thank you to you know, spending the time with your kids, showing the involvement, showing the responsibility that comes with racing dirt bikes, and showing us this kind of growth. We appreciate you.
Brittany Major from Preston, Connecticut on the Honda in the lead. Kiana Kurtz in second. Elena Folk in third. Alexis Huber in fourth. Jenna Schulteis in fifth. In the 50-plus class, Barry Carson in the lead. Galen Dixon in second. Alan Alford in third. Ralph Bentley in fourth. Greg Simmons in fifth. And in the adaptive class, Jonathan Cleary. Just proud that he's out there.
You bet, man. Cleary doing a great job. You know, at Southwick, we have Doug Henry as a guest, you know, Grand Marshal on this net. And what does Doug start talking about? This race.
Yeah.
Doug starts talking about the fun he has here and the camaraderie he has and how much fun it is to come to Pleasure Valley and race the adaptive race.
Yeah.
And we have to tell him, Doug, you're leading by a minute. Slow down on the pit board. We're telling Doug, slow down on the pit board. And that's two words that guy doesn't understand.
No, never has.
White flag is out now.
All right, so Brittany Major gets the white flag. 1 lap to go on that Honda. Out of Preston, Connecticut. 27 years young. Kiana Kurtz second. Elena Folk third. Janet Schulteis in fourth. Tiffany Finala in fifth. Barry Carson leading in the 50-plus. Galen Dixon second. Alan Alford third. Ralph Bentley fourth. Greg Simmon in fifth. Oh, and I got to throw in Jim Dobbs because that's part of the Big S Army.
You know it, man. Absolutely.
Jonathan Cleary doing a great job out there in the adaptive class. That's another first that, this weekend that they would actually bring adaptive classes out there.
Uh-huh.
And watching Travis Pastrana go out there and ride back up to all of them.
Yes. Yep, for sure.
You wonder why he's in the Hall of Fame. Brittany Major, look at her. She's working her way in there. Brittany Major working her way through. Passing the old men. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. I have to win this race.
Allow me to make my way through. Excuse me. Love it.
That's actually, we're being adaptive on what we're saying. She's more like, hey, get out of my way.
Yeah, I'm glad we don't have her mic'd up. I can tell you that right now. It'll be about as entertaining as some of those NFL mics, I'm sure.
Oh, boy.
So this one coming to a close. Kevin just about to bring this one to an end. Going to work their way across that. Oh, who's down right up there? Just went over the bars. I believe, was that?
Looked like Alan Alfred, but I'd know better. He wouldn't do that. There's the checkered flag. So Brittany Major takes the win.
Man, I'm wondering if that was, nope, Kurtz
Kiana
made
Kurtz
it through.
Second, yeah.
I bet it was Madison Stankus. Let's see. Yeah, she just dropped another spot. I bet it was Madison, unfortunately. Hopefully not. We'll see who went down. I don't want anybody to go down for sure.
Alexis Huber comes in third. Jenna Schulteis in fourth. Elena Folk in fifth. Barry Karsten takes the win. Galen Dixon in second. Alan Alford comes in third, so it's not Alan. Greg Simmon should be in fourth there, the 741. Then Ralph Bentley, Jim Dobbs.
Race number 36 on the gate right now, Kevin. That's our Micro 3, 31 riders.
Oh, my goodness.
In Micro 3. 7 to 8 limited.
Micro 3. Tanner Dunmeyer, Easton Owen, Wyatt Ziegler, Rowan Stiles, Mitch Schott, Cash McKnight, Deacon Thomas, Kate Schwartzweger, Mason Labriola, Tucker Vance, Brock Norris, Maverick Manzer, Indigo Spinnacola, Dustin Dunmeyer, Max Russler, Camden Finale, Cole Caldwell, Raiden Riley, Nick Black, Carter Renneker, Oakley Harkins, Milo Klista, Nick Keika, Grayson Hess, Maverick Chan, Bryson Wygreff, Jacob Burgee, Jacoby Hollowball, Jet Allen, Connor McKinney, and Liam Carson. 31 riders.
That's a mouthful.
Micro
and that's saying something for you. Definitely.
Woo! Didn't know I had it in me.
I didn't know it either. Look at that. Full gate it looks like. Look at that.
Oh, my goodness.
Unbelievable, Kevin.
Whoa, Nelly.
Woo! Hold her down now.
10 something. Let's see. Carter Renneker, the 101, I believe. Las Vegas, Nevada.
Well, Carter, I was out at your place last week.
Yeah.
About 98 degrees for 3 days on the blacktop at Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
But now you're out here out east, and what happens here, we tell.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Look at this battle. Side by side.
What? Look at the answer. Not letting it happen.
I know.
Not letting it happen. Here comes third place trying to sneak up there. Look at this. Whoa, great drive by our third place rider. Moves into second. Sets off after our leader downhill. Look at this. My goodness.
And I think that's Maverick Chan.
Oh!
I think that's Chan in the lead right now.
Well, who's that in second?
That could be either Cole Caldwell.
Absolutely moved his way into the lead right now. Hit the NOS button as he makes his way up over the six-pack.
And also, Indigo Spinicola's out there.
Finding an extra gear in that automatic. Making it happen, Kevin. Holy cow, look at this. From
I
fourth
can see some
place.
teardowns on this one.
From fourth place to the lead in about 4 corners. Wow.
I bet that's Spinicola.
Might be, absolutely.
Out of Utica, New York.
Already had a couple great rides today. Spinicola definitely been part of it.
But look at this guy on the bottom line here. He is not giving in.
No, not in the least bit. And if you find that line down there, I'm not sure everybody realizes that's down there. It kind of looks like Water Truck Road line, this and that.
All right, going to Andy. Brock Norris, your leader. Carter Renneker in second. Braden Riley in third. And let's take it down to Andy. Indigo in fourth. Okay, back to live. We're having technical problems down there. Brock Norris in the lead. Carter Renneker in second. Braden Riley in third. Indigo Spinicola in fourth. Maverick Manger in fifth. Kate Schwartzfager in sixth. Cole Caldwell in seventh. Easton Owen in eighth. Maverick Chan in ninth. And Rowan Stiles rounds out the top 10. That's brought to you by the Dylan Schlusser Memorial 558 ride.
Wow, and just outside of that top 10, Kevin, look at that. Cash McKnight, Camden Finala, Tucker Vance, Nick Black, Jet Allen. All on the outside looking in right now.
What a stacked class.
This thing's a burner right now, bro. On fire is the Micro 3 7-8 Limited.
Look at him. He's using full suspension there. Brock Norris on the number 44. The Minton Cycle Driven MX, Thor PR2, Dirt Killer, Hydro Power, Tri-State Power Sports, MX Tire, Senji Graphics, Fly Cobra out of Burgestown, Pennsylvania. He is flying. Carter Renneker, the 101 in second. On the Renneker Services, Let's Ride 7, T-Rex Scott Cobra out of Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah, Renneker bringing it right now. Renneker definitely on the gas, trying to close that gap just a bit. Less than 1 second last time around. Trying to get up on that rear fender is Renneker.
I'll tell you what. That was a non-contact.
And it was one of our back markers.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what. Renneker's probably like, guys, you're not going to believe this East Coast stuff.
No, right.
These guys, first of all, it's wet. The ground stays wet. And they fly.
He said, we rode with hoodies on. He said, we wore hoodies.
Yeah.
His buddies are like, no.
No way.
Oh, shoot. If you ever been to the World Mini Grand Prix out at Las Vegas back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
They were always blazing hot, flat, dusty, sandy.
Oh, God, I went to the IJSBA, the jet ski races.
Jet ski stuff, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it was hot there.
Ooh.
And that was on the water.
I was going to say, and you had the reflection of the water coming at you, the glare. So 2 laps in, Norris out front in control of this. Look at our lap times, though. Norris, 2:15.4. Carter Renneker, 2:15.5.
Wow.
And it looks like it on the track. It looks like that or your lap time. That looks like the gap less than 1 second.
And look at that. Indigo Spinicola at a 2:23. So that's amazing. As fast as he was earlier, he's just not getting it done in this Micro 3 class.
Yeah, just missed a line or two here and there.
Sure.
Had a bad lap, now has to gather it up, Kevin. Has to hit that reset button and go back to work.
He's still in fourth. So, and he's only 1 second behind, or
right.
5 seconds behind Riley.
Yeah, 5. I looked at the same thing you did, 1.8. Yep. So, yeah, only 5 seconds back.
Manzer is 1 second behind Spinicola. So lots going on here as they come up over the top of the triple-double.
Norris just laying the fuel to it right now, making it happen.
Brock Norris, he's one of the fastest today. Just incredible riding all day.
Number 44 works his way up to that off camber. See if he picks that bottom line again. Him and Renneker both headed to the bottom. Norris stays up just one line, finds a few bumps in there. Renneker closes the gap by using, whoa, has a little miscue.
Yeah.
Off of that hump breaker. I've been waiting on that because that hump's starting to wear away.
Absolutely.
On the downhill side where everybody's cutting it short, yeah.
White flag is out for Brock Norris. 1 lap to go. Carter Renneker. Oh, the lapper there. Okay, I was going to say. So, Carter Renneker in second. Raiden Riley third. Indigo Spinacola in fourth. Maverick Manzer fifth. Cade Schwartzfeger in sixth. Cole Caldwell in seventh. Maverick Chan in eighth. Easterno in ninth. Cash McKnight rounds out the top 10. Brought to you by Podium Works. Race number 36.
Race 37 coming up next. That's our plus 60, our bomber class, and our open D. Plus 60, 6 riders. Bomber, 7 riders. Open D, 20 riders.
So we watch our Brock Norris coming down the Himmler Excavating downhill. Makes the turn. Goes into team green. There's Carter Renneker going into the team green switchback. There's a lapper right ahead of him. And you can see at the top of the screen, that is Brock Norris there. Renneker. So this is race number 36. We've got 42 races plus 2 LCQs to get through this afternoon. And of course, that race number 42, that is our second 20-minute plus 2 laps race with the Open Pro-Am. Those guys are probably chomping at the bit right now, just like the 50 riders.
Absolutely, ready to get out there.
Let's get this over with.
Let's settle this. You know, second moto, that's the decider, man. Let's settle this thing.
Oh, I'm sure Luke Falzer is like, I want to get back out there. I'm going to show you something. Checkered flag is out. So Brock Norris with the win. Carter Renneker in second. Let's see if Raiden Riley can make it in. He was 13 seconds behind Renneker. And Indigo Spinacola, who ran a 2:18, he was the second fastest rider on the track last lap. Let's see if he can catch Raiden Riley. No, Riley gets in there in third. Spinacola comes in fourth. Maverick Manzer fifth. Cade Schwartzfeger sixth. Cole Caldwell seventh. Maverick Chan eighth. Easterno in ninth. And Cash McKnight rounds out the top 10.
Good stuff. Race 37 plus 60 Bomber and Open D coming up next, race 37.
Now, I got to make a blanket apology to the riders in the 60-plus class. Somebody said that I was insulting to them. I apologize. Yes, it would be my class. I more than respect everybody out there, but you also have to get a sense of humor because I pick on everybody here. C-class riders, 50 parents, it's, you know.
Yeah,
I'm just an announcer.
Yeah, wah.
And it's,
I'm 58 years old. You're over 60. If we can't have a little fun with it, so be it. But no apologies here.
No, but
so that's just the
I'll
way
put
it is.
Out there.
No.
But again,
whatever.
You know, get a sense of humor.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just
or go fishing.
Or go fishing. Yeah.
That's how I see it.
All right, in the 60-plus class, Ray Niebel, Tom Nagel, Michael Esquino, Rick Barrett, Jeff Safran, and Curtis Valdesari. All good riders. Love them. In the Open D, Colt Tunstall, Briston Richard, Aiden Gray, Cohen Stahl, Cooper Riesman, Tanner Freshwater, Levi Solata, Spencer Freshwater, Addison Liberoni, Brett Barefoot, Jaden Lucas, Corbin Potter, David Karpinski, Michael Fiore, Ava Curry, Tom Hayes, Lane Brown, Cody Walsh, Cole Shannon, and Isaac Colangelo. In the Bombers, Eric Tautkus, Ed Keltz, Jake Ferry, Landon Shank, Matt Bailey, Bill Bush, and Ryan Bernheimer.
There we have it.
So that is 33 entries in race 37. 30 plus C is coming up after that. It's race 38.
20 riders in that one. As you said, we are approaching
critical mass.
Semi qualifiers, heat races.
LCQs,
yeah, LCQs. How do we want to describe them here today?
Oh, 2 of them. So out of all of that, only two of them going back out.
You bet. Tomorrow going to kick things off early. Here we go. Plus 60 Bomber and Open D.
There's
Jeff Emig out front. Yep, Jeff Emig in the lead. My good buddy Fro Daddy.
Oh, my goodness. I'm seeing an 03 of Eric Tautkus, but I'm not seeing a 3. We'll find out.
He is on a Kawasaki, so I'm guessing that's probably
that could
him.
be it.
Yep. What's he, 56 years young?
Yeah. Riding in the Bomber class. He's not even in the, well, he couldn't be in the plus 60 anyway.
Right. So who's that on our Suzuki?
Oh. Could be Landon Shank or Matt Bailey. Could be Matt Bailey, the 268.
We're going to find out here in just a second.
Yeah.
Trying to make a bid for it right now.
Yeah, that's 2 digits. That should be Matt Bailey.
So Bailey goes to the inside. Look at this. Is he going to get the drive as they work their way back up the hill? Yes.
Yes, he does.
Great move right there.
In the Bomber class.
You bet. Making it happen.
Tautkus in second.
So Bailey looking good on the old Zook.
And the 60 plus should be out there with him. So we'll look for Ray Nabel, Tom Nagel, and Mike Esquino.
Nebel probably riding a 125.
Oh, I hope so.
Just had a cigarette on the starting line. Had to burn one down real quick before the gate drop.
Because he can.
Because he can. Absolutely.
And it's a 125. He has to kick
That's
it. He can do that all day.
125. He'll start it with his hand. Nebel will. He don't care. Love that guy. Ray always takes time out of his day to find me.
Yeah.
Always takes time out of his day to come
Always,
say hey to us. And, you know, just when we talk about family, Ray's as deep as it gets as far as moto family around here.
So I'm showing Shank, the 104, then Tautkus, the 03.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Then Keltz, Ed Keltz, the number 9 out of Latrobe.
Jacob Ferry in 4th, Ryan Bernheimer in the number 5 spot, and Bill Bush in 6th in that Bomber class.
Love it.
Plus 60, Rick Barrett out front leading the way on that KTM. There's
Ray
Nebel,
Nebel.
Yep, on the number 40 machine. And
Mike Esquino.
Esquino, you bet, in that number 3 position. Open D, Cole Shannon, Spencer Freshwater, Corbin Potter, Dave Karpinski, Tanner Freshwater, Cohen Stahl, and Brett Barefoot.
Brett Barefoot. He's got to be part Indian.
You know he is. So race 37 on the track right now. Race 38 coming up. That's our plus 30 seat. 20 riders in that one.
Cole Shannon, watching him working his way in the Open D class. But the big one we're watching is the Bomber class. So Landon Shank just ahead of Eric Tautkus and Edward Keltz.
Look at Ava Curry running 10th in the Open D.
Wow.
She's out there putting it on them right now.
Love it.
Ava on that Kawasaki of hers out there on the number 421 machine looking good.
Look at the 3 at Talcus.
Talcus don't care.
Our bombers having a good time out there.
Yeah, Talcus not worried about it. He's bringing the heat. Found that low line down there, looking good. Bike sitting in there nice and solid, handling nice.
Landon Shank on the Suzuki. Eric Talcus on the Kawasaki. Oh, no, let's see. Ed Feltz moves on the Yamaha, now up into second. Then it is
there
Talcus.
We go.
There you go.
So 2 laps in, Shannon's still out front on the number 624 in our Open D class.
Ray Nabel up in second behind Barrett, and that's 60 plus. Life is good.
You better believe it. I had the opportunity to talk to Ray this morning and, caught up. Haven't seen him since Red Bull Day in the Dirt. Been about a month. And been about 3 or 4 weeks since I got to see him. So always great to catch up. Again, coming up next, be race number 38. That's our plus 30C. That one will have 20 riders in it. Open D, Cole Turnstile now up into the number 10 spot. Curry back into the 11th position.
Landon Shank headed up the triple-double. So I saw him in the upper left-hand corner. White flag will be coming out this time around.
Saw Rob Fox out there just a bit ago with one of his youngsters. Always good to see Rob. Of course, keeping things in check for Dunlop over there, making sure everybody's got the proper tires, proper air pressure.
Oh, yeah.
Representing, of course, Dunlop motorcycle tires.
And he's got his son with him, which is
That's
even
what I
better.
said. Had the boy with him. Yep, for sure.
White flag is out.
Always good to see Rob's dad, too. Always takes time out to come hang out with me, Mr. Fox.
Landon Shank in the lead. Up over top of the Dunlop tire tunnel jump.
There it is. Landon making it happen.
Doing a great job. Underneath of the Plum Contracting Bridge into the LMR tire first turns.
The white flag is out. Less than 1 lap to go in this one. Race 37 on the track.
I hear that 125 out there. You go, Ray.
Go get him, Ray. You got her, buddy.
It was funny because I was talking to Ralph Bentley. I said, what happened the other day? He says, well, I'm on my Suzuki. So I crossed the start line and stalled. I kicked it 7 times. I was going to walk away. He said, my mechanic came out and started it for me. He said, I couldn't do it.
Awesome. Ralph, one of those good guys, been around forever as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, bike on the side there.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that was. Hope everybody's okay. Don't see any flag. Yes, riders up on 2 feet. It was something 7. Or it might have been 77 there.
Or 17.
Could be.
Cooper Reisman. Or Addison Liberoni.
We'll continue to take a look. Our final lap.
Sky King shot of the Cernix Racing bull turn. And then up over the Fly Racing triple. That's our leader. Landon Shank on the Hillview Motorsports, Scott Goggles, Jones Roman MX School, TBD Department of Power, Bell Helmets MX Tire Suzuki.
Mm-hmm.
Cheater. He's 22 years old.
All right.
Does a 1-footer.
No footer.
No footer.
There we go. Yeah.
Hey, you're going to win big.
He said, that's for you, Kevin Bailey.
Make fun of my
Can you handle that? So race number 37 coming to a close. Race 38 on the gate. Again, that's our plus 30C in staging. Race 39 plus 40A.
30 plus C. Peter Worst, Chris Yothers, Ben Kiefer, Jake Reimer, Andrew Davidson, Gary Pareto, Troy Wilson, Shane Kovac, Cody Ernest, Kirk Rogers, Travis Hurt, Cody Childers, Greg Bladel, Kai Stiver, Chris Gooder, Michael Himmelstein, Chad Scheffler, Zebediah Scott, Sean Ingram, and Dylan Turney. Zebediah Scott.
How about that?
I'm loving it.
That's historic.
Oh, yeah.
It is.
Dude, I'm biblical.
No doubt. Plus 30C on the gate. Plus 48 in staging.
All right, let's take it down to Andy on the...
Guys, I'm down here on the podium with your Bomber Moto 1 winner, Landon Shank. Tell us about it, Landon.
Yeah, it was good. Got off to a pretty decent start. Pretty much put all my work in on the first lap, made it easy for me, and yeah, just rode my race from there.
Who do you want to thank?
A big thank you to all these people here, my dad, my girlfriend, my boys, all standing here. Jones and Roman, Luke Himmler with FXR, Scott Motorsports, Hillview Motorsports, Fast Track Graphics, Guts Racing, and everybody else I forgot, thank you.
That's Landon Shank, your Moto 1 winner in the Bomber class. Congratulations, Landon.
All right, and here comes 30 plus C up into the first turn. Great shot of Wes Kane there, working hard on the podium. And it's the 54 of Andrew Davidson, now to Adrian, Pennsylvania, on the Dunlop Davidson's Excavating Yamaha. All right, here we go. Good race going here. First and second, tight battle.
Wow, nice move around the outside. Able to pick up a position right there. New leader as they work their way down the hill.
And that's, let's see, 54, Andrew Davidson. I think that's a 5:58 in second. You got two 5:58s.
What?
All right, we're going to take it down to Andy on the podium again.
Guys, I'm down here with Cole Shannon. He's your Open D Moto 1 winner. Tell us about your race, Cole.
It was great. Pulled the whole shot and stayed in front the whole race. And our track was pretty nice, and it was nice and ruddy, and it was fun. So it was a good moto.
Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my parents, thank all my sponsors, thank TNDD Racing, FX, JBC, Chaos and Designs Go. Supporting me, getting me here. Thank Jesus for this beautiful day, and yeah, it was a good moto.
Congratulations, Cole. Cole's your Moto 1 winner, Open D.
All right, thank you, Andy. And here we go. Green flag is out. And Shane Kovac, the 124, is your leader. Travis Hurt, the 137 in second. Troy Wilson, the 101 in third. Andrew Davidson, the 54 in fourth. Chris Gooder, the 525 in fifth place.
We got a race up front, Kevin.
Oh, yeah.
No breakaways here.
These
look at this.
guys have been tight.
Absolutely. Oh, look at this.
Move to the inside. They're side by side as they go around the head of the Dragon and head towards that Fuel Factory launch.
Hurt's going to make the pass. That's going to put the number 137, Travis Hurt, out front in the lead right now in plus 30C.
And I'll tell you what, he's been running good all day.
Mm-hmm.
And last week also on the warm-up.
Look at this. Here comes Kovac.
Yeah, he hurt us. So don't count me out.
He says, I got something for you, Megawatt. Watch this.
Now this is where we find out the true 30 plus C. Who can hang it on down the downhill.
Nice job right there.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Woo! Kovac tried to make it happen. Couldn't get the KTM turned inside. Hurt holds on to that lead.
30 plus C. Older, smarter, and still in C-class.
You better believe it, man. Plus 40A coming up next. That's our race 39. They're loading into the gate right now. Race 39 plus 40A. In staging behind them, race 40.
Look out.
Open B. Oh, look at this. Kovac trying to make it happen. Takes the long way around.
Hurt doing the double dab there.
Oh, unfortunately, Hurt goes clear up to the top. You can see it just saps the speed right away from him. Almost comes to a stop. Kovac said thank you as he works his way through the bottom. Opens up about a 2.5-second lead now as they work their way through the finish line.
Shane Kovac out of Altoona, so that's kind of a local on the
bet.
KTM, 32 years old. Coming underneath the Plum Contracting Bridge and headed into that. LMR Tires first turn. Travis Hurt second, Troy Wilson third, Andrew Davidson in fourth. He had the whole shot. Christopher Gooder in fifth, Cody Ernest in sixth, Kirk Rogers seventh, Gary Pareto in eighth, Michael Himmelstein in ninth, and Sean Ingram rounds out the top 10. Brought to you by Dunlop Performance Tires.
Whoa, who went down? I think that was Kovac.
Looks like it.
Yeah, so Hurt back to the lead right now.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Kovac just loses the front end. Back up on two wheels right now.
Here he comes.
You bet he's on the gas right now. You know the heart rate's through the roof right now.
Yeah.
Anxiety's working. Adrenaline's pushing him. Kovac wants to take advantage, but now you know he's got eyes in the back of his head.
Oh, yeah, because there's a third place right behind him now. There's Travis Hurt. Oh, and Kovac.
Makes it work on the inside, dude. Perfect
this
execution. Yeah, perfect. Last time, not so perfect, but this time, perfect execution. Set that KTM right in the groove. Got a good drive, was able to make his way past Hurt.
And we see Kovac, Hurt, and Wilson right there.
Yeah, Wilson's not going anywhere on that 101. He's in it.
Yep.
Much like Vinny LaHouvie was.
Oh, absolutely.
In that number 3 position.
There you see them, all three.
All in the same section. Yes, all in the same section now, Kevin. You know what that means. When you can see a guy, when you're in the same straightaway or the same corner, that's just extra motivation.
Yep.
Hurt had the lead. He wants it back. Kovac had the lead, got it back, and he does not want to surrender it right now.
And he goes back up again.
I can't believe
Hurt.
Yeah, I can't believe Travis Hurt goes to the top of the off camber again. He has to see.
Dude, they were fast up there before. It's like, yeah, but they were open pro.
Yeah, but you ought to be able to see Kovac making that time up on you 2 laps in a row.
White flag is out, last lap. Kovac in the lead, Hurt in second, Wilson in third, Davidson and Gooder take out the top 5. Into that LMR Tires first turn. Travis Hurt, he might be worn out. I mean, I think he's got 3 wins today in the C class.
Yeah, he's been up on that podium a few times. No doubt about it. Looking to see him again, maybe.
Shane Kovac, I don't think so. Now, they're trying to decide who is the more local. Is it Beaver Falls or is it Altoona?
Ooh. I wouldn't know on that one.
Oh, the producer says, I think Altoona's closer.
Is it?
Oh, look at this. Oh, my goodness.
What? In traffic, making the move, all right. That's called splitting hairs right there.
That was splitting hairs.
I love
jump between the hairs.
Gray hairs.
Yeah, 30 plus, it could be.
Awesome.
There we go, up over the Fly Racing triple.
Nice.
Brings it around. Left-hander. So, yeah, I'm going to stick with that middle run. Worked for me all these other laps.
Where's Hurt? Where'd he go?
Oh,
up
he's
top again.
Just back there. Up top, yep. And checkered flag is out. So Shane Kovac with the win Travis Hurt, there he comes.
Nice job,
Hurt
man.
will come in second. Troy Wilson third. Andrew Davidson fourth. Christopher Gooder rounds out the top 5.
Man, that was a good one.
Absolutely. 40 plus A.
11 riders.
James Singer, John Natale, there we go. He's on 2 wheels.
Uh-oh.
Casey Clark, Alan Alford, Chad Rosselli, Gary Neff, Bruce Cahill, Dave Struble, Greg Simmon, Shane Kelleher, and Galen Dixon. I'm going to say Galen Dixon, Alan Alford, but I'll bet you John Natale's up there in the whole shot.
Hey, man, Kelleher's going to be in it.
Oh, you think?
I'm telling you right now, Kelleher will be in this thing.
All right.
Big, tough dude from up in New England. And
yeah, Rhode Island rider.
He's a bad dude, man, no doubt about it. Kelleher not going to give an inch.
All right, here we go. On the line, race number 39. 42 races plus 2 LCQs. So we are getting down to it.
Down to the nitty-gritty, Kevin.
4 races plus LCQs. I think the LCQs should probably be 3 laps.
Probably.
Unless there's less than 8 riders.
Probably green-white checker.
Yes.
Sounds like we're on the podium.
All right. Let's take it away to Andy.
Oh, that's
All
the
right,
West
here we
Kane
go.
whistle.
Kovac, my man, getting on the box. Tell me about it.
I crashed and I got back up. I crashed a lot.
Who do you want to thank for all this illustrious crashing?
My family for being here and my friends for helping.
Anybody else? We'll see you next time. Kovac. See you later, bud.
Wow, deep,
He's
compelling.
Kovac.
Boy, you lit a fire under it.
Yeah, that was deep and compelling, informative.
No wonder he's in charge of arena cross.
That is first-rate reporting from the podium right there. No question.
Oh boy, aren't you glad we're friends with Wes Kane?
Absolutely, dude. I've been buddies with Wes for like 20-some years, man. And
oh my goodness.
We touch, but like you and I, we touch base all the time on the phone and stuff, and we give each other crap, but it's all in fun, man.
Oh, absolutely. There's the 43
and the 13. I think the 13 actually had the lead.
John Natale.
Yeah, John Natale with the early lead. Then
I told you.
Lucky number 13.
He had the beautiful teeth before Deegan had the beautiful teeth.
I didn't notice. Thanks for pointing that out there, Kevin. Yeah. Whoa, what's going on here?
Look at this. On the outside.
Strong move. Wow, holy cow, checking out already. Strong move right there.
And that could be K-Hall, and that could be Casey Clark. I think that's Casey Clark.
Might be Clark, yeah.
Yeah. He would do that.
Yeah, it was a great move. Holy cow. Inside out, just use momentum. Opens up about 10 bike links in 2 corners right there. Great job.
But look at John Natale.
Natale not going anywhere.
Yeah, it's like, you want to come up and pass me, you go past me. I'll hold you off for 2 laps.
He's like, I like to dance. I know a couple steps.
Oh, yeah. And he'd carry that bike across the line
if
he
necessary.
Thought he could.
You better believe it. Like Kelleher, you see him before he's back there doing push-ups with a CRF 450 on his back. Back there doing military press with a CRF 450.
All right, Casey Clark out of Burnville, Pennsylvania in the lead. He's on the Action Motorsports France Construction, Bolts RV, Sick Recovery, Hart 360 Group on the Yamaha.
Casey Clark.
He's only been doing this
Look who's
a
in
few
second.
years.
Look who's in second. Shane Kelleher on that 887. Told you this guy'd be in it to win it.
That's going to be the battle.
You better believe it. Kelleher's a bad dude, man. He's a big, strong, tough guy, man. And you're not going to make him tired. You're not going to wear Kelleher out. I'll promise you that. And you're not going to move him out of a corner.
And we're getting ghosts of Natale and everybody going down.
Heck yeah. It's like freeze frame. I love it. I dig it.
Casey Clark, look at he's closing already. Shane Keller.
I told you that guy's no joke, man.
Look at that.
You'll see him at Loretta Lynn's. You'll see him at Day in the Dirt. You'll see him at Minio's. The guy's a gamer, loves it, and he comes to play, comes to win. Guy gets good starts, and again, big physical dude. Look at closing that gap right up.
Yeah. Shane Kelleher on the FXR Hydro Earth CSC Services Kelleher Ceilings Dunlop Honda out of Cumberland, Rhode Island.
And I love his podium interviews. Yeah, I want to thank my guys at home and, you too, Wes Kane, and you guys. Just a great dude, man. Love hanging out with him or listening to him and watching him ride. Look, he's closing that gap.
Up over top of the Fly Racing triple. Look at this.
Nice.
I don't think Casey Clark knows he's there yet. He's going to know it shortly.
You better believe that. Oh, Kelleher follows him into the pit.
And he doesn't care. Kelleher just stays on that line.
Never shut off. Drug his feet off the pegs and never shut off, dude. Clark's doing a great job up front. He's picking some really good lines. Knows he has to race forward. Not sure who it is, but he hears a bike back there.
Oh, yeah. It's like, I passed Natali. He shouldn't be able to come back on this.
Oh, look at Kelleher. What?
Wow.
You know, Wes Kane will definitely have this podium. Those guys have some history down at Loretta's together. And look at Kelleher closing as they come into the rhythm section, just about to get that fuel factory launch as they head to the Tom Cycle Dragon back. It's Kelleher all over Clark.
The LCQs have been canceled for today, so we're going to finish with the Pro, Open Pro Am.
Well, that's a great way to finish. And also, that gives them a little bit of daylight to work on the track tonight.
Sure.
That gives them a little extra prep time this evening. And Clark goes to the inside. Kelleher follows him through. Clark opens the gap up just a little bit. You saw Kelleher blow through that berm just 2 turns ago. Kind of just rode over the top of it. Gave up a bike link or 2, but, man, back on the gas, and here comes the 887 one more time. Galen Dixon on the 930 sitting back here in third. Going to be Rosselli in the number 4 spot. Singer still holding on to the number 5 ride.
K. Hall 6th, Alan Alfred 7th, Simmons 8th, John Natali 9th, and Gary Neff rounds out the top 10. Brought to you by Jones and Roman Riding.
Well, I'm not sure how it happened, Kevin, but we both ended up with the hiccups here on the microphone today.
Exactly.
I'm not sure how that happened.
It was like, how do we do this?
Oh, my gosh.
It's contagious.
Look at this white flag. My goodness. Might as well be the black flag at this point, man. These guys are bringing it.
Yeah, and then neither one of them backing off. They come onto the Plum Contracting Bridge into the Yellowmar Tires first turn. Kelleher goes to the inside. Casey Clark is like, I'm just going to stay on the gas. Wherever you go is where you're going to go.
Did you see Kelleher anticipate that?
Yep.
Smart riding by Kelleher, but also gave up just a little bit of time. But he anticipated that move. Going to try to reset right now, clock in, go back to work. Second shift right now for the 887.
Up over the fuel factory launch onto the Tom Cycle Dragonback. Kelleher right there.
Time for the swing shift. Here we go. Casey Clark just riding an amazing moto. Not succumbing to the pressure whatsoever. Has made very, very few mistakes, Kevin, and hats off to him.
Absolutely.
Not an easy thing out there leading.
No, it isn't. And he's been out there in a couple classes already, too, so he's feeling it.
Shoot, we saw Kelleher in plus 25, and he's also racing plus 40, plus whatever. So, how old is Kelleher?
He is 46.
Yeah.
Casey Clark, 41. Damn youngins.
Daggone kids. Did you say 41 for Kelleher?
No, 46.
Oh, 46. I am 12 years older than Shane Kelleher. I can't believe that.
Well, then I'll throw Casey Clark in there. That's 41.
There we go. Checkered flag is out. Casey Clark, amazing ride. Kelleher shuts her down a little early on that. He knows 1-2, 2-1. He knows he's still in the hunt on this thing. Saving a little bit of energy, saving the machine. Casey Clark, Shane Kelleher, one of the best races we've seen here today in our plus 40A class. Absolutely love it. The number 930, Galen Dixon, should be checking in here in just a moment. Rosselli was hot on his heels, just about 1 second back. Checker flag flying. Who's it going to be? Is it Galen? I believe it is.
Yep. Rosselli in the black comes in fourth. Open B is on the line. 19 riders. Bobby Malloy, the number 3, the 12 of Van Smith, the 12 of Drew Embleton, the 20 of Caden West, the 27 of Lex Luzon, the 34 of Jake Lesko, the 67 of Michael Gerda, the 100 of Hudson Vagel, the 104 of Landon Shank, the 128 of Andrew Calley, the 212 of Nico Holmes, the 214 of Briar Stesick, the 223 of Donovan Sante, the 268 Matt Bailey, the 559 Joe Shipley, the 636 Vince Rockwall, the 701 of Tyler Haggerty, the 884 of Jason White, and the 971 of Ryvan Audi. And here they come. The 67 and the 100. So Michael Gerda and Hudson Vagel.
Ooh. Vagel on the gas right there.
Nobody backed off on that first turn.
No, Hudson looked good. Nice. Gerda absolutely all over it.
Gerda and Vagel at it. Vagel in second, Gerda with the lead. Out of the tail of the Dragon as they head down. That's our third through fifth right there. That little stutter stop there threw everybody off.
Wow, it did.
Third through sixth right there.
A little bit of a checkup, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Wow, great drive around the outside.
Absolutely.
Now going to defend. Got to take care of those insides.
So Gerda and Vagel. There's Gerda right there. Riding the top. Drops to the bottom.
Yeah, actually had a nice line change right
that was
there
a
in the
nice
middle.
line
You
change.
bet.
And you see Vagel just behind him. There's our third place rider. There's a shot from the Dunlop Tire Tunnel. Briar Stesick in third. Nico Holmes in fourth, the 212 rider. Then is Tyler Haggerty, the 701 in fifth. Bobby Malloy, the number 3 and 6. Jake Leska, the 34 and 7th. Matt Bailey, the 268 and 8th. Lek Luzon, the 27 and 9th. And Landon Shank, the 104, rounds out the top 10. Brought to you by the Whole Shot Grill and Diner in beautiful Johnstown, Pennsylvania.
Been meaning to make it over there. Haven't been able to do it yet.
No.
Want to definitely get over there and check out the menu for sure. So Open B on the track right now. Coming up next, race number 41. That's our plus 55 and our Clydesdale plus 250. Now, for those of you that don't know, Clydesdale plus 250, your weight must meet or exceed the weight of your motorcycle.
That's 250 pounds.
In the Clydesdale class. So most of our 450s today coming in right about 225, 230 pounds. So.
Oh. And then you add gas.
So
2 gallons, that's 16 pounds.
So now you got 2 Clydesdales. One in the dirt and one on it. So.
All right, 14 pounds.
Open B. Out front, Michael Gerda, the 5th. Hudson Vagel still in that number 2 ride. Stesick sitting back there in that third. Vagel up to the top of the track, following Gerda through.
Lap number 2 coming in. We'll get some lap times this time around. Gerda and Vagel. They're just following styles there.
Are you kidding me?
146. 146, 528 for Vagel, and 146, 667 for Gerda. Briar Stesick at a 148, 703 in third place. Nico Holmes at a 153, 308 in fourth.
Gerda and Vagel 1/10 of a second apart.
Incredible.
In lap time, and the gap on the track, 1.5 seconds. Insane.
Yeah, there's not a braking battle there. That's all acceleration.
You better believe it.
Gerda knows who's right behind him, and he's like, nah, I've done this too many times. I'm not giving him an inch.
And you see Gerda get a little wheel stand on the way down through there on the gas, just trying to set that front wheel over the bumps, trying to smooth things out just a bit.
Tomac, the master of that.
Yeah, does a great job of it, no doubt about it.
Well, and Jet, too.
I was going to say the new master of that technique is definitely Jet Lawrence. Jet's bike skills very reminiscent of David Bailey, Jean-Michel Bell.
Oh, yeah.
All your fluid riders, all your smooth riders, Jet, very reminiscent of those guys.
Absolutely. There's a battle for the lead.
Look at this.
That is amazing. Gerda and Vagel going at it. And look at them. That is the toughest part of the track, and they are still going at it.
Yeah, Vagel pulls a tear off in the middle of it. Are you joking me? White flag is out.
Look at this. Look at Vagel making a run. White flag is out, and Vagel is pushing Gerda.
Oh.
If you're going to send it now.
Man, he jammed that Cowie deep. And, whoa, look at this thing. Got to steer with the rear, Vagel. Keep the power on, baby.
Oh, my God. Gerda and Vagel going at it down into the head of the dragon. They make the turn about a little bit of a gap there, but as they head up to the fuel factory launch.
Both riders almost in the air at the same time. Vagel knows what's up. He's got about a half a lap if he wants to make something happen.
Here
you
we
know
go.
What? Gerda feels the same way. He's got about a half a lap if he wants a moto win.
This is a chess game right now, and checkmate is right on the board. Down the Himmler Excavating downhill into the Team Green switchback. Vagel, he'd like to get 2 wins.
Vagel doing a good job, knows what he has to do. Has to run it in deep in one of these corners, Kevin. Just has to be the late breaker on one of them. And as I say that,
it's going to be the Cernic Racing turn up here.
As I say that, there he comes, holds it on just a little longer, goes to the inside. What are we going to do in the off camber?
Oh, boy.
Is it going to be follow the leader? Is Vagel going to go to the bottom? No, goes to the top with him.
He's going, yep, I'd keep it fast. And it's
Gerda.
like, you know what? If I don't, look at that. He looks over his shoulder.
Oh.
Almost got him. Almost got him.
My goodness.
Wait till tomorrow.
You better believe it.
Vagel is like, yeah, okay.
Vagel doesn't mind that second today.
Uh-huh.
Doesn't mind that second at all today. Unbelievable race coming out of our Open B. Race number 41 coming up. That's our plus 55. 8 riders in that. And then our Clydesdale plus 250. 11 riders there.
I don't know, Wilbur.
Hold her down, Wilbur. Looking for a whole shot.
No, this is race 41. This is the last one before the Pro-Ams. So the race 41, the 55 plus, and the Clydesdales, and then the last race of the day, the Pro-Ams will be coming out.
For their second moto.
For their second moto.
You bet.
I had to look the producer in the eye on that one. Here we go. Here's the 55 plus. Ralph Bentley, Matt Sempa, Barry Karsten, Joe Goodman, Rick Barrett, Taylor Barnard, Galen Dixon, and Russell Sabol, excuse me.
So 55 off and running. As you
I'm
mentioned,
gonna
Karsten.
say Galen Dixon and Barry Karsten for the whole shot. They're light-colored fenders I can see from here.
Couple of the foot soldiers. There we go.
I think that's Karsten in second.
Suzuki Brass out front. CEO and COO of racing.
That's a chief older operator.
Absolutely. That's exactly what it is. And chief elder operator, CEO.
That's Dixon in the lead.
There
I'm
comes
seeing
Carson.
the tree digit. Dixon, Karsten, and Bentley all on Suzuki's out there.
Representing. Whoa. Karsten
Dixon in the
gone
lead.
for it.
Karsten
Yeah.
Look at Karsten. Oh, he blasts him on the entry to that. I was like, go ahead.
Nice move.
I was pro longer than you were. Get out of my way.
Nice move. Just absolutely. We talked about making quick decisions, being able to capitalize, and that's exactly what Barry did.
Yep.
If he would have hesitated right there, we'd have never made that pass.
Incredible. Barry Karsten takes the lead. Galen Dixon in second. And that, speaking of a chess game, under the Plum Contracting Bridge, into the Elomar Tires, first turn. Barry Karsten in the lead. Galen Dixon in second.
Carson just moved that rook in this chess game, no doubt wants to defend.
And we're going down to Andy on the podium. Okay. Well, we got a good view of Wes Kane. He's
absolutely directing traffic one more time.
Traffic.
Seen him giving out orders down there. Had that finger in
Barry Karsten,
somebody's face.
Down the Himmler downhill. Look at Galen Dixon. He's making a charge down there also. Let's see. He's going to. Is he? Yes. I thought he was going to go the outside in on that.
I thought so too. Galen saw no opportunity out there. No need to ride the long way around.
Yeah, he's definitely a smart. Barry Karsten almost approaching the 60 club. He's 59 this year. Galen Dixon at 58.
You know, it's always that thing, oh, I get to race plus 55 this year. Well, guess what? All the fast guys get older too.
Yeah.
All right, and they're getting older at the same rate you are every year.
Yep. So. I was on the decline when Galen Dixon was on the rise.
There you go. Yeah. That sums it up, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
So here we go back into that off camera. Look, Barry goes a little lower this time.
Yep. Let's see. Yeah, that's that middle
line.
Wow,
nice line.
Look at that. He picked up some time that time.
He certainly did. Dixon noticed that too. Dixon saw how quick he got through there.
That old fart.
2 laps in the book.
Next time around, white flag coming out.
You bet.
1 race left.
Basically our final moto of the day right now, and then our final race, of course, our Open Pro second moto coming up. Clydesdale, Craig Liberoni out front, Kirk Rogers in that number 2 ride, Zebediah Scott in third, Michael Fiore rides in fourth. It's going to be Chad Scheffler in fifth, Neil Henfeld in that number 6 spot, Ben Kiefer in 7th, Daniel Ferry rides in 8th, Cody Childers in 9th, and Roy Weibel rounding out our Clydesdale plus 250.
So 5 DNFs in the Open Pro Am.
Wow.
Jim Wenger, River Rowe, Tyler Steppick. Wow, I didn't realize that. Alex Panzarella and Seth Scholl.
Wow.
And Tony Usko.
Usko a DNF.
Yeah.
Wow. So just about to pick up the white flag. Final time making that climb. Going to go back down into the middle of the track here. Through that Cernic Racing turn. Karsten on the number 31.
Forever.
Yes.
You almost feel like they should have.
That's how many years he's worn the number.
Yeah.
That's how many years he's had the number, 31.
In the pro class.
Yeah, almost a close call right there with a lapper. Almost contact with the front wheel. Carson doing a good job to avoid that. White flag about to come out. There we see it.
And he's never wanted to hold back on what he should tell you.
No, 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 no. Always enjoy listening to Barry on the podium. One of our Clydesdales about threw a shoe right there.
So Liberoni.
Gonna have to go see the farrier.
Zebediah Scott, Zeb in second, Kirk Rogers in third, Chad Scheffler fourth, and Michael Fiore in fifth.
Yeah, Scott picked up some spots last time around, or a spot.
And he rode the 30-plus C class today,
nice.
too.
Carson working his way around some Clydesdales. Definitely opened the gap over Dixon right now, the number 930. Pretty much conceding this one. About 4 furlongs to go for a couple of our Clydesdales. With that being said.
Look at that, Ralph Bentley up in third place. Just ahead of Barrett and Goodman in the 55-plus.
Yeah, Bentley's been up there since the beginning, man. He's had a good run going on. Rick Barrett was up there as well, still sitting there in that number 4 spot. Goodman, Sempa, Barnhart, Russ Sable.
The Kickstart podium. Carson, Dixon, Bentley.
No doubt about it. Kickstart my heart right there, buddy. 31, 930, and 5. Run them 1, 2, and 3.
Barry makes it through the Cernic Racing Bull Turn. One last time over the double single. Sponsored by Fly.
Barry takes that lower line again, that middle line.
Look at it,
knows
he just
found
smooth
something
through there.
One of our Clydesdales came up lame.
Oh.
Right there on the off camber. Checker flag is out for Barry Carson, number 31. Victorious here in Moto number 1 of our plus 55 class.
Yep, Pro-Am is on the line. So Galen Dixon second, Ralph Bentley third, Rick Barrett fourth, Joe Goodman fifth, Taylor Barnhart in sixth, Matt Sempa seventh, Russ Sable in eighth. In the Clydesdales, Craig Liberoni takes the win, Kirk Rogers second, Zebediah Scott third, Chad Scheffler fourth, Michael Fiore fifth, Neil Hennefeld in sixth. And we're going to start the countdown. In 31st place, the 442 of Carson Walter on the Yamaha out of Binghamton, New York. In 30th place, the 680 of TJ Squibb out of Derry, Pennsylvania on the Kawasaki. 29th place for the 967 of Seth Huber on the Yamaha out of Lewis Run, Pennsylvania. 28th place, now I got to find it, is the 271 of Luke Riley out of Appalachian, New York on the KTM. 27th place is the 959 of Axel Neff out of Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania on the Suzuki. 26th place, you make it look so easy, the 575 of TJ Lamphere on the Honda out of Preston, Connecticut. 25th is the 367 of Christian McCauley out of Morgantown, West Virginia on the Yamaha. 24th is the 808 of Zach Garay out of Mars, Pennsylvania on the Yamaha. 23 is the 14 of Casey Clark out of Burnville, Pennsylvania on the Yamaha. 22nd is the 477 of Jonathan Wells out of Dayton, Pennsylvania on the Kawasaki. 21st, the 320 of Cooper Geppert of Grantville, Pennsylvania on the KTM. And 20th is the 76 of Ryan Sampson out of Cairo, Georgia.
19th, that's going to be Aaron Karen after Moto number 1. 18th after the first Moto, looks like that was Travis Beam. 17th was Corey Karsten. 16th after Moto 1, Clayton Stockstill. 15th, that's going to be Braden Carpick. 14th, Matthew Hogentogler coming out of Wrightsville, PA. 13th, well, that looks like, 13th. 14th, 13th was Ben Nelko. So 12th, let's see, that takes us to, that's going to be Reese Wheaton. 11th after the first moto, Brandon Ellerman. And 10th in moto number 1, that is going to be Derek Kelly.
All right, 9th place, the 731 of Steve Roman out of Export, Pennsylvania on the Hillview Motorsports MX Tire PR2 FXR Scott Dunlop JRMX Fast Track Moto Kawasaki. 8th place going to the 315 of Cody Groves of out of Pasadena, Maryland on the Kawasaki. 7th place going to the 800 Preston Massiangelo out of Waterford, Ontario on the AJE Twin Peaks Gas MX Tire KTM. 6th place going to the 148 of Justin Rodbell out of Prince Frederick, Maryland on the Honda. 5th place going to the 22 Jonathan Getz out of Old Town, Florida on the Monster Army Fly Racing FMF 100% Adventure Moto Tamer Fast Company KTM. 4th place going to the 483 of Brighton Carroll on the Life of a Privateer TCD Scott FXR Carroll Racing Products Yamaha out of Vineland, New Jersey. 3rd place going to the 46 of Luke Fowler on the KTM Orange Brigade Monster Army Dunlop Thor Bell 100% TCD Racing FMF Motorex OGO Sam Hurley KTM. 2nd place, which I should know by my heart, 437 of Vinny Luhovy out of Greensburg, Pennsylvania on the Mercedes Motorsport 2MX, MX Tire, DK Motorsports, Gemco Plumbing, HCS Tamer Kawasaki, and the winner of the number 35, Marshall Welton out of Tallahassee, Florida on the Gizmo Mods Rock River Yamaha and also MX6 Racing. So that is our rundown of the Open Pro-Am, and they are back on the line, ready to go. We're going to lock them in, and the last moto of the day, the best moto out there. Oh, my goodness. At 6:31, getting ready to go, 20 plus 2.
20 plus 2?
I believe.
I wasn't sure if it's 15 or 20.
Yeah, because I think they were 9 laps.
It was 9 or 10 last time, so just about. Whoa!
Oh,
saw that one. Yeah, saw that one coming. Contact there with the front wheel.
There's Vinny Luhovy and Marshall Welton with the hole shot. Welton with the hole shot. Luke Falzer in second. Luhovy in third. I see Cody Carson up there, the 261. Good hole shot for him. But look at the Welton and Falzer have checked out, and they just left the Fuel Factory launch.
Yeah, going to be a battle right here, Kevin. This setting up to be a good one already, and we are only 5 turns into this race.
Out of the tail of the dragon, Marshall Welton in the lead. Falzer in second, Luhovy in third. Falzer's like, no, we're not playing that game this time. I'm going to check out. I'm going to get Welton and make him chase me.
Going to be interesting to see. Welton has some good lines. And look at Falzer, though. Falzer closes
Falzer goes
up
to the
quick.
inside.
Goes for the juggler early in this one. Sets himself up well. Gets the bike back on the ground. He will have control of the inside line. Falzer runs him just a bit high. Look at this. Hits the afterburners. Makes the pass. Tries to check out early. Welton going to come back at him.
Luhovy still in third. As they make the left-hander. First time through the off-cambers in this race. Look at Welton. Welton pulls up alongside of him.
Welton almost made that top line work. Comes back to the inside. Falzer able to hang on. Falzer going to lead him through lap number 1.
So Luhovy in third. Rodbell, the 148, now in third place. Kelly, the 58, in fourth. Cody Groves, the 315 in sixth. And Travis Beam in seventh. Corey Karsten in eighth. Reese Wheaton in ninth. Matt Hogentogler in 10th. Steve Roman 11th. And wow, looking down there, where is Massiangelo?
Preston nowhere inside that top 20 right now. Going to be curious to see. Yeah, take a look back through 28th over here. I don't see him anywhere.
I don't either.
Did he go down on the start?
That could have been him, yeah.
That could have been Preston down on the start.
All right, there's our leaders down into the Team Green switchback. Luke Fowler on the Orange Brigade KTM. Marshall Welton on the Yamaha. Vinny Lahovey on the Kawasaki in third.
This one's setting up to be a good one. We knew it would.
Oh, my goodness. Fowler. And, of course, you're looking at Fowler, and right behind him is Marshall Welton. Welton does not want him to check out. He's got to stay with him right now. Welton trying to make that top line work.
And Welton extremely smooth through that top line, much faster than anybody else has been through there.
And he made up a little bit of time that he had lost earlier. Look at him now. He's barking on the back fender of Luke Fowler.
No doubt. Great job, man. We knew this was going to be a battle, Kevin.
Look at this.
There.
The top three all running 144s. And
Holy
the next
cow.
three are running 145. Rod Bell, Kelly, and Groves. Cody Groves, an inspired ride today.
You bet. Talked to him this morning, you and I did. And, you know, told us didn't have the greatest of days yesterday. And, man, he responded here this afternoon.
When it really matters. So there's Fowler and Welton. This is looking like a video game right now.
No doubt.
ATV versus MX. Fowler in the lead. Welton in second. Lahovey in third. Rod Bell in fourth. Derek Kelly fifth. Cody Grove sixth. Travis Beam seventh. Reese Wheaton eighth. Matt Hogentogler in ninth. Steve Roman rounds out the top 10. Getz in 12th. Casey Clark in 13th.
Yeah, you mentioned Roman there, top 10. He started about 16th last time in that first moto. Worked his way up to about 9th, so a little bit better start here for the number 731.
All right, here we go. Down around the Cernix Racing bowl turn.
Oh,
Welton keeping the
man.
pressure on up over top of the triple. Welton setting himself up here. He thinks he can pull him on this one. He goes back up top again.
And Fowler goes to the top as well. Blocks just feet off the
bobble.
bank. Almost a yard sale for Welton right there. Able to gather it back up and collect himself. Cost him a little time, though.
That's okay. Tear-offs come off. That's a frustrated pull on that one.
You better believe it. That's what that was.
Oh,
his
LMR
vision
tire
was fine.
first turn.
Yeah, his vision was fine. He was just frustrated.
Now look at Rod Bell. Rod Bell making a charge on Vinny Lahovey.
Yeah, Rod Bell coming straight after VLJ, no question. Number 148 trying to get up there on the rear fender of the 437. Derek Kelly on the 58 lets him get away just a bit.
And look at Fowler. Fowler's pulled a good one there. Welton tried to keep him contained, at least keep him, within noise. Fowler.
Cool, calm, and collected on that machine right now, the number 46. Watch this kid ride like many of them since he's been on 50s. Welton not going to concede just yet.
No.
3 laps into this thing, going to pick up 4 laps this time around. Again, this one based on time, so lots of it left.
Up over the MX6 triple-double.
Fowler's found something in that section, but Welton really seems to close the gap up when they get near the off-camber.
Yep. There's Welton through the bowl turn.
Uses the long
outside.
way around. Yeah,
Yep.
you want to keep that
And
momentum
it's a little bit
up.
smoother.
Does Fowler go back to the top this time?
They both do.
Absolutely, both of them. Whoa,
nice wheel stand.
move.
That's best way out of there.
Fowler just wheelies over that big bump right in the
And look
middle
at the time
of it.
he picked up on that.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Welton ran straight into that bump.
Yep. So Luke Fowler at a 145, 170. Marshall Welton at a 145, 363. So 2/10 slower.
Wow. And the gap only 1 3/4 seconds, 1.75 seconds is the gap.
There's
between.
Lahovey and Rod Bell as they make their way down. Cody Groves still in 5th. Derek Kelly in 6th. Reese Wheaton up in the 7th. Travis Beam in 8th. Steve Roman in 9th. Hogan Togler in 10th. Karsten just out of the top 10 in 11th. Steve Roman in 12th.
Looks like Welton starting to pick the pace up just a bit, starting to push it. See him closing up on Fowler as they work their way back down the Himmler downhill.
And I also notice there's no 463 out there.
Who we missing?
Brighton Carroll.
Oh, yeah.
483.
There we go, 483. So maybe a DNS for him. Did not start, maybe?
I don't know. But he and Masiangelo very much, missing.
Oh, absolutely. Absent from this one. Fowler keeps it inside. Welton just goes a bit wider one more time. Will Fowler continue to use that top line? As he wheelied through that off-camber last time around, might have found something there. Gets up over the handlebar. Yeah, that's exactly what he does. Tries to bounce.
Oh, there we go. And
there we go.
Welton does the jump in there.
Picked it up last time around, so they both seat bounced through the middle of that rut.
And look at the amount of time that Welton picked up that last lap. As he closes the gap a little bit.
Wow. Fowler just held it on, watched the front end slide a little bit.
Look at that. Fowler at a 146.821. Marshall Welton at a 146.146. That's 0.7 of a second faster. He's only 1 second slower.
And Lahovey, 1/10 of a second or so. Lahovey matches him 146.8, so he's running at the same time Fowler is.
Wow. Rod Bell now 3 seconds back behind Lahovey at a 148.115. Cody Groves at a 147.121. He's only 2 seconds behind Rod Bell. So Groves is closing on Rod Bell.
Yeah, Groves the man on the move right now as well as Welton. Welton back up to the rear fender one more time. Fowler answers, grabs a handful down that Himmler excavating downhill. Goes to the inside one more time. Welton knows what he's going to do, not able to capitalize on it.
A little bit of brake block there by Fowler. Fowler slowed it up some, just trying to take Welton a little off his game. Look at Welton on the outside.
Welton gets a great drive. Can Fowler defend? Going to have to drift this thing to the wide side. Welton knows what he's going to do.
Yeah,
Welton
look at that. He goes to the inside. And they are side by side. Welton's got the inside. Oh, a little brake block there.
Yeah, Fowler tried to check up, but Welton stopped that in his tracks.
So Welton back into the lead now. Let's see if they take the top.
Fowler going to follow him through. That top line just getting chewed out.
Oh, yeah. They're not going to back it off. It's a known quantity right now.
Absolutely.
Not going to take the chance on that. So we are 6 laps in to pretty much a 10-lap race.
Wow, starting to see that surface get slick. These guys got some shiny spots out there where it's been turned over. Starting to see Lahovey push the limits of traction right there as well as Welton.
Welton at a 146.433 last lap. Luke Fowler at a 148.825. Lahovey at a 148.513. 5 seconds behind Fowler.
Rod Bell turns a 148.6 as well.
And look at Cody Groves and Derek Kelly. They've turned 147.8, 8 and 9, but still.
Definitely picking the pace up right there, Groves and Kelly. Out on lap number 7 right now. There goes your leader, Welton. Fowler still on the same section right now on that number 46 machine.
Lap rider in between.
I think Fowler able to make his way by. Welton did.
Look at Welton on the gas. Conrad Eigenman's happy on that. The MX6 rider down through the valley into the Cernix Racing bull turn. There's Fowler. And look at Welton. He's got a 2.5 second lead now. He is just absolutely rolling.
That all basically came on the last lap, basically.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did.
Welton did have a small hiccup right there in the off camera.
Lahovey, Rodbell, Groves, and Kelly, 3rd through 6th.
So Welton checks in with a 148.2 this time around. Fowler a 149.3. So Welton 1.1 second quicker.
Look at Lahovey, 148.744. Cody Groves at 149.122. 7 laps in, he's still in 4th. Rodbell backs it off a little bit on that last lap.
Yeah, had a big bobble there, I believe, just before the off camera.
So up onto the dragon back. Marshall Welton. He's like, no, dude, it's $20,000. I want the biggest share.
That's exactly right.
$20,000 for this Open Pro-Am. Incredible money. And a payback at a time of the year that everybody needs it.
You better believe it. We talked about the opportunities here and taking full advantage of it. Welton, Fowler, and Lahovey.
Marshall Welton, loving that outside line. You can see Fowler right there as they come through the MX6 triple-double. 8th lap coming up. Or going in the books coming up.
Yep.
Up over the Fly Racing triple. And I see 2 lappers up ahead of him. 3 back markers.
Yeah, and everybody in a different line. So luckily for Welton, he's going to be up top. Not going to be really following anybody. Going to be able to carry his speed down through the valley here. Through the finish line, Welton able to get through one of them. Going to work his way past the second one.
Up over top of the Dunlop tire tunnel jump.
Yeah, shaving some hairs.
Into the Elmar Tires first turn.
Fowler next one
right back
through.
there.
Yep, Fowler working his way through right now. Gets past the first rider.
All right, up over the Fuel Factory launch. Onto the Dragon back. Bring it around. Marshall Welton, masterful ride. Backed off for a little bit, but when he did put the charge on, he has kept it going.
Yeah, did exactly what he needed to do.
Yeah.
Really played the smart game, playing the long game. Take a look at Jonathan Getz. Works his way up into the number 7 spot this time around. Welton, just a small hiccup right there. Fowler, though, works his way through the lappers now. Nobody between him and Welton.
Corey Carson up in the top 10. Cody Groves still sitting in 4th. Justin Rodbell 5th. Derek Kelly in 6th. Jonathan Getz 7th. Reese Wheaton in 8th. Corey Carson 9th. Braden Ellerman in the top 10. Steve Roman just outside the top 10 in 11th place. Here's Marshall Welton up through the bowl turn. Up over the Fly Racing triple. Welton, I loved it when he was on the podium. He's like, this track was so much fun.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Exactly. Everybody else just beat to death, beat into submission. And Welton telling everybody how fun it is. White flag comes out, 1 to go for Welton.
1 to go. If you're at home, time to pop a can of that barley malt.
The old barley pop.
As we get ready to go, the last lap. Bringing it to you. Kevin Bailey, the Motor Mouth. Matt Watson, the Megawatt. As we go our last race of the day, and we're saving the best for last.
Well, that's exactly what's happened. We have definitely saved the best for last. It's been an incredible moto here, Kevin. And Welton did exactly what he needed to do. Kept Fowler in check for about 4 laps, was able to make the move, and has not relinquished the lead since.
Oh, come on. This guy's he's trying to race. Come on, Welton, get around him. There you go. That's a tough area right there. It's very narrow.
It really is, yeah. You
and
know,
I'm blaming it on the lapper, and I shouldn't be.
No, the lapper held his line, which is technically what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to pull over in front of somebody.
Right.
He did hold his line, but it was right in the middle of the track.
Yep. So Fowler down at the base of that triple-double. Welton bringing it around. There you see. I think that's Fowler behind him then.
Yep, Fowler able to close up just a bit, but running out of time here
There
quick.
is a lapper between them.
Yes. Well, Motormouth, take us home.
All right, here we go. One last time. Marshall Welton brings it through the top of the cat. Oh, look at that. That 2 feet off.
And wheelies all the way to the base, Kevin.
I am absolutely impressed. Marshall Welton takes the win with a 1-1 score. Luke Fowler 2-2 on the overall. Vinny Lahovey 3-3. Cody Groves surprise 4th place. And let's see what that does for the overall. So that'll put Justin Rodbell in 4th overall. Cody Groves 5th overall. Jonathan Getz 6th overall. Derek Kelly 7th overall. Reese Wheaton 8th overall. 9th will go to Steve Roman. And 10th overall to Braden Earleman.
Incredible.
What a great day.
Incredible. What a way to end it. No doubt about it, Kevin.
Well, we're going to take it down to the podium where I think Wes Kane will actually do some work now.
We're about to find out. Sounds like a crowd gathering around down there. All 3 riders up on the podium. See Jeff Cernick down there as well.
Jeff's pumped up like he's a kid in the
like
candy
us.
store right
You
now.
better believe it.
Loving life. And again, while we got a moment of silence, we at rmgsports.net, thank you so much for coming in. Make sure you're subscribed. We got another day of this. Still got great racing again tomorrow. And, man, what a podium we got coming up for you. Wes Kane, he's a delivery boy now.
Absolutely, handing out the goods. Making it happen. Got that microphone in hand.
But again, we thank you so much for tuning in today. We hope you enjoyed the racing action. And, of course, we hope you enjoyed our torturing you all day with our commentary. One pro, and then there's me.
I'm not sure what you're talking about there, but anyways, what a great day, Kevin. We got to experience some fantastic racing under great conditions, and no better way to end it up than with our Open Pro race here this afternoon.
Okay, here we go. Down to the podium, and they'll be going to Vinny Lahovey now in 3rd place.
Are we good? All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Finishing 3rd, Vincent LaHovey. Come on over here. Let's talk about it. Where you at, Vincent? Let's talk about it right there. Great job out there. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was super slick underneath, and I knew it. I asked for a little too much over in this corner after the tabletops, and I completely went like left, right. I had no idea how I stayed up, but I was happy about staying up. But other than that, struggled has been the back again. They were getting 3rd pretty nice. I just kept sliding, and I kept trying to get on the gas again, and I'd cross rut or something stupid. But I rode good everywhere else. I was happy I was getting through that off camber. That thing was insane. So overall, can't be bummed about it. I still rode solid. Just wasn't there in the beginning lap. So we'll just take this in tomorrow and see what we could do.
Who do you want to thank?
I got to thank Jeff for putting on this event, helping us make some money at the end of the season. Mercedes Motorsports, Trumex Gear, Scott Goggles, Gutsy Covers, Midwest Native, MX Tire, HGS, Gemco Plumbing, my family, buddies that came out to watch me today, and yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Congratulations out there. Hey, guys, put your hands together, make some noise. Finishing 3rd, Vince LaHovey. No, you get louder than that. Make some noise. All right, how about this hard charger right here? Come on up here, Luke Falzer, front and center right here. Great job out there. You led this one out. You had to feel pretty good, pretty special about that one. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was good. Our first moto was a little bit disappointing. Did about the same thing I just did, but I couldn't hang into 2nd. But I can't thank Zach Bissell enough. Dude, I struggled on the 250 yesterday, and he let me borrow his 450. and we got it all dialed in. It was my first time ever riding one, doing starts on it, so it was really fun. And it's always fun to get out here and ride with Vinny and Marshall. You know, they're really good riders, really good racing. And yeah, I just can't thank Zach enough. And then my mom, my dad, Monster, Point View Cycle, Pro Taper. And yeah, other than that, I mean, no choice but to go walk back and watch Penn State kick the Ducks' ass, and that's it. There we go.
Are you ready for more pro racing tomorrow?
Yeah, back on the 250, and we'll give it our all like we always do.
All right, Pleasure Valley race fans, one more time, make some noise for Luke Falzer! I love it. Come on up here, Marshall Welton. Come on, guys, give it up, your overall winner, Marshall Welton! You got to feel pretty pumped. I want you to hold this up right there. You see what that says right there? I like that. You like what that says? You're liking that, aren't you? Hold it up, $7,000! Now, you came in here yesterday when you were signing up, and you're a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Come up here and we'll talk about it. Now, how do you feel now?
Yeah, I 1-1 on the day. Can't complain too much. Honestly, just awesome how the track turned out. I mean, it is dark out right now, so it was a little tough on vision, but man, it was the best racetrack of the day we've had. So it was a lot of fun, and those opening laps I pushed with Luke, I haven't gone that fast, I don't think, all year. He showed some crazy speed, and honestly, it upped my level a little bit too, riding with him. So that was a lot of fun, and yeah, just good moto.
Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, the MX6 team, my mechanic Isaac, he's been busting his ass all day, getting a two-stroke prep for tomorrow. Shout out to Isaac, and shout out to my girlfriend and her family watching, my dad, my brothers, they're all watching from home, and I just want to give a shout out to my buddy Jane Orr, who let me come here last year for this race, so appreciate him supporting me along the way.
Come on, guys, I want you to get super loud one more time. Let's hear for Marshall Welton. All right, I want you to hold. I'm going to give it. All right, get started. Come on in.
Marshall, it's your third belt. And he bitches all the time to me, okay? But I love him. He comes here the whole way from Michigan. Last year he brings his dad. He brings his dad all the time. Tell him we miss him. I want to present you with the Travis Pastrana belt. The AMA featured #1 plate. The Moto Playground Dirty 100 number plate. And then on behalf of the AMA, Pleasure Valley Raceway, and Travis Pastrana, I want to present you with the championship ring.
You're kidding me.
Congratulations to you, your team, Chris and MX6 for bringing you here. You're our champion.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Give them a big hand. Give all three of these guys.
I want to get them stage up for pictures.
Yep, we're gonna get some photos now.
All right, pictures are important, guys. So listen, I want you to hold this one.
Okay, so, well, Matt Watson, what a great afternoon.
Absolutely.
We rolled it all day. It just tells you how good the track facility is here. All the people that made this race work.
Absolutely.
And, just one time they go out and disc up the track, and look what we had for the finish. So, again, we want to thank you all for joining us here at rmgsports.net. To all your friends to tune in tomorrow, we'll be here. And thanks again from rmgsports.net. Have a good evening.